Chapter 2168. The two clan stronghold head became anxious and interrogated. However, although Huang Wan spoke the truth every time, her answers were irrelevant. Two clan village head did not get what he wanted, so he looked at Dr. Wu Xiao with an unfriendly gaze. Dr. Wu Xiao was also shocked. Impressive, impressive! This mushroom's will was really too strong, even though she had completely lost her rationality and was in a state of complete insanity. However, it was precisely because of this that she became even purer, and her every action was based on her heart. In her heart, she would never betray the tribe, even if the tribe expelled her. Two clan village head, forgive me for being powerless. You! Two clan stronghold head was extremely angry, but he forcefully held it in. Then I shall invite Grand Master Wu Xiao to rest first. In the cell, only two clan village head and Huang Wan were left. Two clan village head sneered at Huang Wan. Don't worry, even if you are crazy, I can still make use of you. It's fine if I can't get you to speak, I'll capture more Mushroom Man higher-ups and let Master Wu Xiao take action. I don't believe that I can't find the location of your Mushroom Man tribe. Thus, in the next scene, Meng Qiuzhen turned into Huang Xiaomi. Beside him were the elite Gu masters of the Mushroom Man tribe. In the deep night, they had already infiltrated Two Clan village. Big brother little me, Fang Tu secretly responded. These years, Fang Tu had been taken care of by Huang Wan in Paradise Earth. He started his cultivation path and was now a rank 2 Gu master. She had benefited a lot from Huang Wan, and because of her fortuitous encounters, she always had a good impression of the Mushroom Man race. How is the situation? Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked. Fang Tu answered. Jiazhu's side has already prepared everything. Early tomorrow morning, he will publicly execute anti-Huang Wan on the execution ground. On the other side, I've already scouted out the place where Paradise is imprisoned. All right. We'll split into two groups. One group will go to the execution ground and lay in ambush. The other way is to save Paradise Earth and give him the set of Gu worms. Meng Qiuzhen instructed. The sky gradually brightened. Right when Huang Wan was about to be beheaded, Meng Qiuzhen led the Mushroom Man Gu masters to attack the execution ground. You guys really came. Two Clan Stronghold head laughed. Everything is within the Stronghold Master's expectations. The clan elders praised. Mother! On the other side, Paradise brought people to help. Two Clan village head frowned. In the end, you still chose that side. Fine, today I will place righteousness before family and correct all my past mistakes. Kill that mother and son! Tried to capture as many of the other mushroom men as possible. A chaotic battle unfolded. Two Clan village quickly gained the upper hand. This was a trap that they had set. The Mushroom Man tribe also expected this situation, but there was nothing they could do. Huang Wan was the shaman of the previous generation. She knew too many secrets of the tribe. She must not be allowed to stay in Two Clan village. Huang Xiaomi and Paradise Earth sank into a bitter battle. There were strong enemies everywhere. Never would I have expected that there would be a time where we would have to fight side by side. The two looked to Huang Xiaomi and laughed bitterly. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly smiled. Don't worry, our reinforcements have arrived. At the crucial moment, the dream realm changed again. Large numbers of Mushroom Man Gu masters entered the battlefield. It turned out that the Mushroom Man tribe leader decided to stake it all on one throw. He led the entire tribe to launch a frenzied attack on Two Clan village. Succeed or die trying. Cut off all means of retreat. Most of Two Clan village's higher-ups were at the execution ground. Two Clan village's defenses were not up to scratch. The Mushroom Man army actually broke through the checkpoints and charged straight into Two Clan village. A fierce battle broke out. The village leader and tribe leader were both rank 5. They fought against each other. Le Tu and Huang Xiaomi's cooperation became the crucial factor in breaking the stalemate. They were too familiar with each other. Even though this was their first time working together, they had great teamwork. The two had rank 4 cultivation level. Once they worked together, their strength rose sharply. Even Two Clan village's leader could not resist them. Eventually, the Mushroom Man tribe won. Two Clan village lost miserably. The surviving Gu masters escaped to the dungeon, resisting and struggling at death's door. Meanwhile, Two Clan Village's leader was heavily injured. On the verge of death, he was captured by the Mushroom Man tribe. "Mother, what happened to you? Why are you like this?" In the chaotic battle, Latu did not hesitate to get injured. He finally saved his mother. But he found out that Huang Wan had gone completely insane. Huang Wan looked at Huang Xiaomi. Son, you must live a happy and safe life. That is why I named you Latu's Day. Come, give your mother a smile, a smile. Mother! Latu's face was covered in tears. It is all my fault. If I did not barge in, you would not have been taken advantage of by the village leader. You would not have ended up like this. At this time, Wu Xiao was brought over. He quickly begged. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I know what is going on with your mother. Speak! Latu shouted. Two Clan Village's leader, who was heavily injured, laughed coldly. Ha ha ha, your mother is hopeless, she has gone completely insane. That's right, I am the one behind this. This great Dr. Wu Xiao is the main culprit. All of you will die. Latu's expression was twisted, he was about to attack. Huang Wan suddenly stopped him. Don't kill, don't kill! This is not good, you need to be kind to others. You rascal! Mother, you finally recognized me! Latu cried loudly. Slap! Huang Wan suddenly slapped Latu, stunning him. Who is your mother? My son is here. She pulled Huang Xiaomi and patted his chest. This is my son. Look at my son! Huang Wan flaunted in satisfaction. My son is so handsome, so tall. What a great lad! Son! Huang Wan was smiling and flaunting a moment ago, but now, she was crying. Mother has let you down. Mother hid your identity. Mother shaved your head because I was afraid that your hair would grow out and form a mushroom crown. You won't blame Mother, right? Latu howled, his tears falling like rain. Huang Wan ignored him. She only looked at Huang Xiaomi. For the first time, Latu looked at Huang Xiaomi with a pleading gaze. Huang Xiaomi nodded, he played along. Mother, I won't blame you. You will always be my good mother. Huang Wan shed tears of joy. Rascal, thank you for understanding, Mother. Don't kill your father, don't kill anyone else. Mother hopes that you will be safe and happy. Let them go. Fighting and killing will only worsen the conflict and hatred. It will make you feel empty. It will make you suffer. It will make you unhappy. If you are not happy, you are not Allah. Everyone was silent. Even Two Clan Village head was the same. You want me to not kill these people? Latu's eyes were bloodshot, he clenched his fists tightly, his expression was sinister. How is that possible? He squeezed out this sentence. Two Clan Village head sneered, he had already suffered a crushing defeat, he was disheartened, he was not afraid of death. But great Dr. Wu Xiao suddenly shouted. There is hope, there is hope. Your mother regains her sanity, there is hope. Latu grabbed Wu Xiao's collar and lifted him up. Tell me, what is the solution? Wu Xiao quickly said. Even though your mother has gone mad, she still has a trace of spirituality. Look at her actions and words, they are all sincere, they are the purest of her heart. As long as you do not go against your mother's heart, as time passes, your mother's condition will not worsen, her spirituality will continue to grow. Then, under my care, she will definitely recover, there is hope. Wu Xiao shouted, for the sake of survival, he did not want to give up any chance. Bam! Latu threw Wu Xiao to the ground. Ah! He roared at the sky, he was in great pain. Two enemies were right in front of him, he could not retaliate, but he could not take revenge. For his mother, he had to listen to Huang Wan's intentions. All right, for my mother, I will spare the two of you today. Latu gritted his teeth, he used so much force that blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. The dream realm ended here. Meng Qiuzhen's soul returned to his body, he sighed. To think that Latu's life was so full of twists and turns. Heroes often encounter strangers. It's no wonder that his image in history was also hairless. It's just that the green beast tattoo has disappeared. Letou is actually a mixed blood of a mushroom man and a human? How did he become a venerable? After that, did he manage to save his mother? When he was young, he had a bad temper and deep killing intent. He was no different from a normal person. How did he become like this now? The dream realm gave Meng Qiujin even more questions. These questions could not be answered for the time being. But the increase in attainment level was real. Fan Yuan's Earth Path attainment level also rose to Great Grand Master level. Not just that, his Poison Path attainment level also rose to Great Grand Master level. Before this, Fan Yuan's Poison Path attainment level was already at Grand Master level. And this dream realm left behind by Letou contained the true meaning of both Earth Path and Poison Path. Ever since Fan Yuan took the risk to help the Dream Path clone ascend, his gains were clear. Not just Food Path, Poison Path, and Earth Path attainment levels, Luck Path and Ice Path were also at Grand Master level. Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, Dark Path, and others were all at Grandmaster level. After conquering Letou's Dream Realm, there were only a few Dream Realms left. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fan Yuan would definitely be able to digest all of the Dream Realms. Basically, Fan Yuan no longer had any shortcomings in terms of paths. However, the Painting Dao, the Military Dao, and the Alchemy Dao were completely blank. There was no helping it. Spectral Soul's Dream Realms that Fan Yuan obtained did not have any of these paths. Maybe Spectral Soul had some reservations, but the more likely reason was that Spectral Soul could not grasp them. After all, Weapon Path and Pill Path were created after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Painting Path had always been purposely hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It had never spread. It was even more limited than Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path Inheritance. Don't forget, a portion of these Spectral Soul's Dream Realms were obtained by Feng Kim Hong during the pursuit of Fan Yuan. But the portion that she obtained was actually very small. It was not worth Fan Yuan searching for it. After all, Feng Kim Hong had a lot of luck. After becoming Great Grandmaster in Earth Path, Fan Yuan immediately modified the original Earth Vein plan. He saved a lot of costs and shortened the time needed. Looking at the time, Xian Hong should have already reached southern borders Wu Clan and met Wu Yong? Fan Yuan plotted and schemed. Chapter 2169. Southern Border. Wui Mountain, Wu Clan Headquarters. In the guest hall. Xian Hong smiled as he greeted calmly. Xian Hong greets Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder. Wu Yong sat down and smiled. Anvu, you are too polite. Xian Hong went straight to the point. I am here to bring Fan Wind Gu. It has already been successfully refined, please inspect it. Wu Yong could not help but feel surprised. So fast? Don't tell me that Fan Yuan has some method to refine fake immortal goo and is here to deceive me? He received it and inspected it carefully, but did not find any flaws. It is a genuine rank 8 immortal goo indeed. But how can Fan Yuan refine a rank 8 immortal goo in such a short period of time? Thinking of this, Wu Yong did not dare to be too sure. In his mind, Fan Yuan was crafty, sinister, despicable, shameless, vicious, and all sorts of other traits. This number one demon in the world could not be evaluated with common sense. Envoy, please wait for a moment, my Wu Clan's Gu Immortals will inspect it, Wu Yong said. Wu Clan had Refinement Path Gu Immortals, but they were not strong. Wu Clan was not skilled in Refinement Path, they were most skilled in Wind Path. Not just in Southern Border, even in the 5 regions, Wu Clan was a top-tier expert in Wind Path. 15 minutes later, Wu Yong received news that the rank 8 Fan Wind Gu was verified. It was genuine. Wu Yong had a complex feeling. Immortal Gu were unique, rank 8 Immortal Gu were too hard to refine, they had a huge significance. Ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals did not even have a single rank 8 Immortal Gu. For example, old ancestor Shui Hu, in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu, he destroyed his Shui Hu blessed land that he had been managing for many years. Of course, this was also because his ambitions involved the benefits of the celestial court and longevity heaven. In recent years, heaven and earth have changed, the 5 regions have fused into one, earth veins are moving, chi tides are surging, a vast number of immortal materials are appearing. It is very likely that the number of rank 8 immortal goo will increase. But for ordinary rank 8 goo immortals, especially those lone immortals, even one goo rank 8 is hard to find. To think that my Wu clan gained another rank 8 immortal goo. While Wu Yong was happy, he was even more afraid of Fang Yuan. Although I already knew that Fang Yuan had swallowed the entire Langye sect, I did not expect that he would be able to do so. But his refinement path strength is so amazing, refining a rank 8 Fan Wind Gu gave me a feeling of ease. Xian Hong continued. Since the verification is over, which 2 immortal Gu do you want to refine next? This time, I can bring them all back. Wu Yong hesitated. Should he give the 7-face Prestige Wind Gu to Xian Hong? If he could refine 8-face Prestige Wind Gu, it would be a huge boost to Wu Yong. But precisely because of this, the 7-face Prestige Wind Gu was very important. If he gave it to Fan Yuan, what would he do if he took it for granted? Actually, there are many choices. At once, Wu Yong felt that 3 immortal Gu was too little. He wanted to raise all of Wu clan's immortal Gu to rank 8 level. I did not expect you to act so quickly. I cannot make a decision now. I need to think about it carefully. Envoy, why don't you stay in Wu clan and wait for me for 3 days? Wu Yong said. Wu Ba-chong heard this and immediately added, persuading Xian Hong. Speaking of which, this is your 3rd time coming to Wu clan. Let us show our hospitality as a host. All right. Xian Hong nodded with a smile. I am very interested in Wu clan's style. I will not disturb you. As for First Supreme Elder's feelings, I understand. The truth is, I have another mission. I wonder if your clan wants to make another transaction with us? What business do you have this time? Wu Yong immediately became alert. He thought of the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Wu land could be seen as a quasi-rank 9 immortal Gu, but Fan Yuan forcefully bought it. Thinking of this, Wu Yong's heart started to ache again. Xian Hong explained in detail as Wu Yong fell into deep thought. Wu Ba-chong shouted. What? Fang Yuan wants to take away all of Wu clan's famous mountains. The price is to refine rank 8 immortal Gu for Wu clan. Precisely. Xian Hong nodded. Wu Ba-chong sneered. How can we do that? Any famous mountain is at least a large resource point. Most are giant resource points, a few are super resource points. They can produce rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you can refine rank 8 immortal Gu, it is on the basis of Wu clan's immortal Gu. It is not to give Wu clan more immortal Gu. Moreover, immortal Gu are hard to feed, rank 8 immortal Gu are even more so. Even if they are refined, they will only expend resources. Meanwhile, the famous mountain's resource points are constantly producing resources. They are almost inexhaustible. You want to take away our Wu clan's famous mountains, you are trying to destroy our foundation. What is your motive for doing this? Towards the end, Wu Ba-chong was almost scolding him. Xian Hong was already prepared. He spoke calmly. No. Elder Wu Ba-chong, you're thinking too seriously. Think about it calmly. Many Gu immortal seeds in your clan have succeeded in their immortal ascension. But only 6 of them have been added, and most of them are outsiders. The number of Gu immortals has increased, but Wu clan's territory is too big, it is not enough to defend it. Since that is the case, we might as well sell some of our territories. That way, Wu clan will not only have higher ranked immortal Gu, we will also have more manpower. Furthermore, Xian Hong continued, immortal Gu are unique, rank 8 immortal Gu are very rare, Elder Wu Ba-chong should know this. Immortal materials can be exchanged, but can immortal Gu be bought and sold casually? Immortal Gu are unique, they can only be exchanged with each other. Even so, Jewel Yellow Skies is the #1 market in the world. May I ask, how many immortal Gu transactions have there been over the years? The 5 regions are won, chaotic battles are unavoidable in the future. Gu immortal battle strength is the most important. Only by protecting oneself can we talk about other things. Rank 8 immortal Gu can raise your clan's strength. Not only can it protect yourself, You can even invade the surrounding areas. It is a huge windfall from war. This? Wu Ba-chong hesitated. Kuexian Hong looked at Wu Ba-chong. He glanced at Wu Yong without leaving a trace. He continued to increase the stakes. Human Smoke Mountain is Chai Clan's headquarters. Not long ago, Chai Clan sold it to us. What? There is such a secret? Wu Ba-chong was very surprised. Kuexian Hong did not harp on this matter. He retreated in order to advance. If Wu Clan does not want to do this transaction, we will not force you. This time, other than bringing back Immortal Gu to advance, I will also go to other clans to do this transaction. Wu Ba-chang's expression changed slightly. If Wu Clan did not cooperate with Fan Yuan, but the other clans cooperated with Fan Yuan, their battle strength would definitely rise sharply. Even if they lacked resources and lost momentum, what if these clans took the chance to expand? By then, if Wu Clan did not cooperate with Fan Yuan, they would instead be overtaken by other clans in terms of battle strength. By then, would Wu Clan fall from the throne of the number one force in southern border and be bullied by other forces? Wu Yong tapped on the table as he fell into deep thought. Fan Yuan is so domineering even when doing business, he is forcing people to do things against their will. However, even though Kuexian Hong is trying to persuade us, his words are not without reason. This transaction can be done, but we need to strictly control the extent of it. Almost at the same time, in Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Gon Ni greets Master. Earth Extremity of the Eight Extremities knelt in front of Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Earth Extremity Gon Ni was a female immortal. She cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. Her Refinement Path attainment was very deep. At this moment, she held 4 Rank 8 Immortal Gu with both hands and presented them respectfully. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took a look and was very satisfied. Gon Ni, as expected of my Longevity Heaven's Refinement Path Master. From the Fate War until now, you have received my orders and refined 4 Rank 8 Immortal Gu. You have made a huge contribution. Gon Ni quickly said. Everything is because of Master's luck path methods, otherwise, with my meager talent, I would not have been able to refine so many Rank 8 Immortal Gu in just a few years. But because of this, Longevity Heaven's luck fell. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun waved his hand to interrupt her. There are gains and losses in everything in this world. To refine these Immortal Gu, some luck is necessary. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took out one of these 4 Immortal Gu and inspected it carefully. This Gu had a strange appearance. It was square and fanging, like a wooden block. This was Imitation Gu, ranked 8th on the current Mystical Gu list. It originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. If any other Immortal Gu in the world were in contact with this Gu for a period of time, the Gu cultivator could use Imitation Gu to turn this Gu into the corresponding Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique, but Imitation Gu could take a different path and slightly break this convention. But the Imitation Gu's power could not compare to the original. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had sought Human Chi Immortal Gu from Celestial Court, but failed. Giant Sun Immortal settled for the next best thing, refining Imitation Gu and turning it into Human Chi Immortal Gu. Next, he used the transformed Human Chi Immortal Gu as one of the cores to construct 88-point Jinyang Tower. And other than this Imitation Gu, the other 3 Rank 8 Immortal Gu were all Blood Path Immortal Gu. Divine Emperor City. Light flickered as the 10 children of Human Path left the painting world and returned to the real world. We are finally out. It is a pity that we did not manage to take down the 2 newly added painting territories. We were nurtured by Celestial Court this time. Now that time is up, we can only leave. What are you worried about? Even though we did not take them down, the situation is set. Not only did beast tamers appear in the painting world, Chi refinement warriors also appeared. Together with our solid foundation, we will not fail. That's right. After the 10 children of Human Path talked for a while, Gu immortals from their sects came to receive them and bring them away. Qin Dingling and the rest concealed themselves and hid at the side, watching the entire process. These 10 are the human immortal seeds of my celestial court. No matter what the result of our trip to Crazed Demon Cave is, we need to support and nurture these people, Qin Dingling said with concern. Yes, Lord. The celestial court Gu Immortal in charge of guarding the place remembered Qin Dingling's words. Let's go. Qin Dingling turned around and said to Genesis Lotus Will. Genesis Lotus Will nodded. At the next moment, Divine Emperor City activated. The huge city flew up again and charged towards Central Continent with an indomitable momentum. Its gaze was directed towards Kray's Demon Cave. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2170. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Several variant human men were gathered in a circle. They were doing something important. Slow down, slow down. Take it easy over there, don't be so anxious. Hurry up, I can't hold on anymore. Bam! A loud sound echoed. A mountain range that occupied a vast area was located on the ground. This mountain range was not tall, it was not very beautiful either. The mountain rocks were mostly dust rocks, iron cloud rocks, and so on, causing the mountain range to be gray and hazy. The strange thing was, this mountain range was completely silent. Even though there were many living beings, even if Gu Immortal spoke here, their voices could not be heard. Unless they used special methods. This was Silent Hill. It was as famous as Western Desert's anti-sound desert, it was famous in the world. Here, any sound path killer move would be greatly suppressed. Silent Hill was one of the famous mountains in southern border, but because it produced few resources, it was of little value. This time, Fan Yuan sent envoys everywhere to discuss business. Silent Hill was sold to Fan Yuan like this, and these variant human Gu Immortals were a group of people responsible for moving this Silent Hill to a specific location in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. But the relocation was only the first step, the next step was to nurture its mountain roots. The person in charge of this was the Rockman Gu Immortal. He used his method, the mountain roots of Silent Hill grew rapidly, taking root in the surroundings. Deeper, deeper! The leader kept instructing and suddenly sighed. Hey, why did you stop? You can't do it again? The Rockman Gu Immortal was impatient. Leader, can you not speak? I want to go deeper too, but I only have rank 7 cultivation level. This is a famous mountain. I don't know how tiring it is to manipulate the mountain roots for such a mountain range. The leader, however, said, That's why I said you need to work harder. Your cultivation level is too low. When can you advance to rank 8? The Rockman Gu Immortal rolled his eyes. Leader, I was only rank 6 not long ago. Thanks to Master, I was able to advance to rank 7. You asked me to advance to rank 8. I want to, but it is too difficult. The other Gu Immortal spoke. Leader is right. In our team, only you can make mountain roots and make them thick and long. If you're stronger, we'll be able to complete the mission better and get more contribution points. You're in charge of the mountain roots. Your contribution has always been the highest. Hurry up! I heard that you've been sleeping recently? I haven't slept for 2 months. I've been doing mountain moving missions. Master's breadth of mind is as vast as the heavens and the sea, incomparably vast. But this plan will be completed one day. How can we not seize this rare opportunity? Look at the other teams. The more they complete, the less we have. The Gu Immortal stared at the Rockman Gu Immortal with a look of disappointment. The Rockman Gu Immortal was helpless. Don't you know? We stone men have never lacked sleep since we were young. Our bodies are too heavy, and for our souls, it's a very heavy burden. I need to sleep to nurture my soul. Then let's use the liver life formation. I've already used it. Isn't there a soul path method in Master's contribution board that can increase your soul foundation? But I cultivate earth path, soul path methods have little effect on me. If I use my contribution points to exchange for these, I might as well increase my earth path attainment. The leader gritted his teeth. Stop arguing, let's work together and help our little brother Rockman. Everyone, gather some contribution points and increase his soul foundation. The other Gu Immortals nodded in agreement. Right now, the Rockman Gu Immortal was their team's weakness. If he got stronger, the whole team would benefit greatly. Fan Yuan's missions were all made through wisdom path deductions. The contents were simple, but they were very meticulous. Be it the difficulty of the missions or the content, they often required the Gu immortals to cooperate with others. It was hard to complete them alone. This was why the Gu immortals of the various races cooperated closely. After working together for a long time, they would naturally develop friendship. Thus, in the entire sovereign immortal aperture, all the tribes were subtly merging into one. Humans, rockmen, feathermen, inkmen, snowmen, and others were all working together. They were working hard to build their beautiful homes. Very good, Silent Hill has also been settled. The famous mountains are scattered in the mini-5 regions. The number has reached the most basic requirement. We can start constructing the earth vein. Fan Yuan had been paying attention to the relocation of the famous mountains. Now that he found out about the situation at Silent Hill, he started to take action personally. In order to construct the earth vein, he had already set up immortal Gu formations in all the important areas of the mini-5 regions. At this moment, Fan Yuan willed as his immortal essence began to be expended intensely. The immortal formations buzzed and activated. The entire mini-5 region started to tremble. The tremors were getting stronger and stronger. Some of the variant humans living in the different regions were panicking, while others showed expressions of joy. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Most mortal Gu masters did not know what was going on. Master is starting to make a move. Oh heavens, he is making a huge move in the entire mini-5 regions. The Gu immortals sensed this situation and were overjoyed. They felt even more reverence towards Fan Yuan. Rumble. The ground continued to shake, but the tremors were not huge. There were not many losses. An earth vein was being pushed by the Gu formations of various regions. With each famous mountain as the hub, it gradually formed. This earth vein passed through the entire mini-5 regions, covering mini-southern border, mini-central continent, mini-eastern sea, mini-western desert, and Kokidahara. If one looked from above, this earth vein was like an irregular geometric figure. The lines were very simple. It barely covered half of the mini-5 regions. After the earth vein was constructed, the ground calmed down again. All the immortal formations stopped working. They all used immortal materials as the cores. The immortal materials were almost used up, causing many immortal formations to be extremely damaged. They could not be activated again. Fan Yuan started to inspect carefully. He was very patient. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. Just like the plan, the entire earth vein was constructed perfectly. There were no mistakes. Of course, this was also because the initial artificial earth vein structure was very simple. It could even be said to be crude. In fact, the biggest difficulty of the artificial earth vein plan was not the construction of the earth vein. It was how to gather enough famous mountains to act as the hub of the earth vein of the various regions. The second difficulty was the method to construct the artificial earth vein. The initial construction of the earth vein is complete, but it is quite crude. The effect on the entire sovereign immortal aperture is not instantaneous. In fact, at the start, there might even be abnormal situations that occur frequently. But after some time, when everything calms down, the sovereign immortal aperture will definitely be more stable than before. Fan Yuan estimated in his mind. He retracted his consciousness from the sovereign immortal aperture and used cooking luck pot to check his luck. Immediately, Fan Yuan's eyes shined. He showed a look of joy. Once the artificial earth vein was formed, it was a huge help to his luck. His original silver light pillar was huge, but it gave off a feeling of being loose, like clouds and mud that could crumble with a touch. But now, his silver light pillar had shrunk slightly, becoming more solid. This was a change that made him feel at ease. But the luck of the other venerables seems to have increased as well. Fan Yuan frowned slightly. At the top of the silver light pillar, there were 3 layers of clouds. They represented star constellation, spectral soul, and giant sun immortal. Star constellation's cloud was still firmly in control of the first layer, but it had expanded slightly. Spectral soul was in the second layer, while giant sun immortal was in the third layer. But there was a strange scene. Star constellation's cloud was actually devouring spectral soul's cloud. This made Fan Yuan feel puzzled. He had many guesses in his mind, but he could not be sure of any of them. There was another change. At the bottom of the silver light pillar, there was yellow-brown dust again. The dust seemed to be protecting and stabilizing the silver pillar of light. Fan Yuan had confirmed through luck inspection that the artificial earth vein plan was very beneficial to him. He was even more determined to carry out this plan. But with the earth vein, myriad beings assimilation transformation cannot be used anymore. Fan Yuan was wary of himself. Myriad beings assimilation transformation was a supreme method of beast calamity immortal. It was the highest profundity of transformation path. It could turn the Tao marks of other paths into transformation path Tao marks. Even heaven path Tao marks could be affected, thus, all sorts of calamities and tribulations could be turned into beast calamities. Fan Yuan's main body could not be used. This move's Tao mark transformation had a huge impact on the sovereign immortal aperture's ecology. Fan Yuan had a terrifying number of Tao marks now, not counting the total. Just the refinement path Tao marks alone numbered more than 6 million. If these 6 million Tao marks suddenly changed into other Tao marks, the sovereign immortal aperture would not be able to adapt. By then, a huge anomaly would occur, a severe calamity and tribulation would occur, the consequences would be unimaginable. For example, it was like a fish swimming in water suddenly turning into lava. The fish's outcome could be easily imagined. In the past, when Fan Yuan used myriad beings assimilation transformation, that was because the sovereign immortal aperture's development was relatively low. There were very few living beings inside. At that time, Fan Yuan had far fewer Tao marks than now. If he used myriad beings assimilation transformation now, he would not be able to transform too many Tao marks. Taking into account the sovereign immortal aperture, the transformation of Tao marks would be few. If there were too few, there would not be much meaning in fighting against venerables. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth travel. At the next moment, Fan Yuan's main body moved from eastern sea to southern border. A tall mountain peak that pierced the clouds was overflowing with frost energy. Its roots had already been cut and taken care of. All that was left was for Fan Yuan to take over. This was Frosty Peak. Back then, when Fan Yuan disguised as Wu Hai and stayed in Wu Clan and Xia Clan had a conflict over this peak. Frosty Peak was a famous mountain, of course. It produced ice and snow path resources. But the picturesque Frosty Peak that was covered in snow was now filled with holes due to excessive harvesting. Not only did it ruin the scenery, its production in recent years was also greatly affected. Thus, this Frosty Peak was sold to Fan Yuan by Wu Clan. Right now, there were many Gu immortals surrounding Frosty Peak. Other than the variant human Gu immortals sent by Fan Yuan, there were also Wu Clan's Gu immortals, including Wu Yong. Fan Yuan, how have you been? Wu Yong took the initiative to greet with a complex expression. Chapter 2171. On the 15th of December, 2012, the first chapter of Gu Dao Master went viral on Qidian's website. On the 6th of January 2013, Gu Dao Master was featured on the cover. On the 16th of May 2016, Gu Dao Master was included in the premium channel. On the 13th of April 2018, Gu Dao Master had its first Silver Alliance Master. On the 11th of November 2018, Gu Dao Master logo selection results were released. On the 8th of December 2018, Gu Dao Master's book group, Gu World, was officially established. 6 years of trials and tribulations. We walked through it together. The indignation of many reports, the happiness of new results, and the problems of water and mathematics. Whether you loved it in the past or love it now, everyone witnessed each other. In these 6 years, we grew up together. Many primary school students became high school students, many high school students became university students, and many university students had wives and children. After reading the latest chapter, many friends started to read it again. Read it a second time, a third time, a fourth time. We watched as Fan Yuan went through hardships and dangers step by step, persevering and moving forward. At the same time, we went through hardships in our own lives, tasting the tears and sweat of youth. We grew old together. Gu Dao Master's book group, Gu World, will always open its doors, welcoming friends with similar interests to communicate, discuss the plot, criticize the author, participate in all kinds of book group activities, urge for updates, and vote together. The prize for winning the logo was sent out the day before yesterday, and there were already some book friends who received it. Goo Down Master Black Sky Group and Goo Down Master White Sky Group will be renamed to Goo World Black Sky Group and Goo World White Sky Group. To celebrate the establishment of Goo World, there will be an additional chapter, Goo Down Master Activity Group. Goo World 7227477201. Goo World Black Sky Group 4972666624. Goo World White Sky Group 3369366326. Goo Down Master VIP Group 250906315. Goo Down Master. Winners can join any official group, and after successful certification, they will receive the corresponding title. Finally, thank you for your support. From now on, let us work together. Chapter 2172. Wu Yong wanted to meet Fan Yuan personally. If this was right after the pursued battle with Fan Yuan ended, Wu Yong would not dare to get close to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. If Wu Yong got close to him, he might be killed by Fan Yuan. This was very dangerous. But it was different now. After Fan Yuan's series of diplomatic methods, he was able to conduct large transactions with all the super forces without abusing his strength. There might have been little effect at the start, but after so much, including Wu Clan, Fan Clan, and Chai Clan, all the super forces could see the orderly side of Fan Yuan. After these super forces re-evaluated Fan Yuan, they started to cooperate with Fan Yuan. It was actually not easy to achieve this. Would a little rabbit feel at ease doing business with a big bad wolf? But this man in front of me has done this. Wu Yong looked at Fan Yuan with complex emotions. He was a formidable character of the current era. His aptitude and talent were among the top among rank 8 Gu immortals. Fan Yuan's recent actions made Wu Yong sigh inwardly. He even felt a trace of admiration. He had strength, but he did not use it. He did not bully the weak. This was not an easy thing to do. On the surface, this was self-discipline. He understood the logic of those who are good at water drowning. But in essence, he was not greedy. He was not influenced by his desires. Looking at the entire world, no, looking at the river of time, looking at the history of humanity, how many people could do this? And Fan Yuan was able to make all sorts of weak forces feel at ease working with him. Initially it was only Wu Clan, but now, Wu Yong realized that almost all of Southern Border's super forces had made transactions with Fan Yuan. They sold some useless mountains in exchange for refining rank 8 immortal Gu. This was not easy. This showed Fan Yuan's superb methods. Be it threats or promises, or other methods, he managed to achieve this. Fan Yuan, this person is really amazing. Although he comes from the Devil Dao, his actions and thoughts have never been bound by such a shallow faction. He can be righteous, he can be evil, he can rule the world, he can be in chaos. All of these are his methods. Throughout the ages, this kind of demon is the most terrifying. To be able to live in the same world as such a person, I, Wu Yong, am really lucky. Wu Yong was afraid of Fan Yuan, disappointed because of Fan Yuan, and angry because of Fan Yuan. However, because of Fan Yuan, his fighting spirit was high, and he even felt that life was beautiful. Because in Fan Yuan, he saw himself, he was witnessing himself. There were too many similarities between him and Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's actions during this period of time allowed Wu Yong to see Fan Yuan's breadth of mind. He could see his grand strategy of taking one step at a time. Since people's hearts have already been changed by Fan Yuan, why can't I cooperate more closely with Fan Yuan? After losing Huland, Wu Yong had this thought. What if he could not defeat the enemy? Then he would cooperate with the enemy and turn the enemy into a friend. Cooperating with Fan Yuan was completely profitable. It would be a huge help to Wu Clan. Wu Yong did not lack forbearance, he also had the shame of the righteous path. It was just that the shame of an ambitious person was even thinner than a piece of paper. As long as there were enough benefits, Wu Yong could casually tear this piece of paper into pieces. Therefore, Wu Yong took the initiative to come over this time to personally meet and talk with Fan Yuan. It was to deepen the cooperation between Wu clan and Fan Yuan. Looking at Wu Yong, a smile appeared on Fan Yuan's face. Wu Yong once chased after him, but so what? If you can kill me, you, Wu Yong, have the ability. This world is the law of the jungle. If I die because of you, it is my weakness, my incompetence, my fault. The weak are devoured by the strong, isn't this a matter of course? Therefore, in Fan Yuan's heart, there was never this kind of meaningless hatred. Wu Yong took the initiative to appear here. The intention of cooperation was clear, then it was cooperation. As far as Fan Yuan was concerned, cooperating with Wu clan was absolutely beneficial. Wu Yong was the Southern Alliance Lord, and Wu clan had long sat on the throne of Southern Border's #1 force. Cooperating with Wu clan was a model for others. Like this time, when Fan Yuan transacted famous mountains with the other forces, he relied on Wu clan's transaction records to open up the situation. But right when Fan Yuan wanted to chat with Wu Yong, a Gu immortal flew over from the sky. This Gu immortal wore a gray hemp robe, he wore a conical hat, his body was muscular like a bear, his chin was wide and thick, it was Lu Weiyin. It was just that he, who had always been steady, was showing an anxious expression at this moment. Lu Weiyin saw Fan Yuan and shouted from afar, "Lord Fan Yuan, I finally found you! Friend Lu, what are you here for?" Fan Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyin flew towards Fan Yuan and glanced at Wu Yong. He had no intention of greeting him. Wu Yong could not help but feel curious. He had never seen Lu Weiyin show such an anxious side. Lu Weiyin looked at Fan Yuan and said, "Lord Fan Yuan, did you know that yesterday, Divine Emperor City brought the immortals of the Celestial Court from Central Continent to Northern Plains Crazed Demon Cave?" "Oh?" Fan Yuan's expression changed slightly. Lu Weiyin continued, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has likely revived. If she works together with the Celestial Court, the situation in Crazed Demon Cave will be very bad. There is no time to lose, we need to go there and take control of the situation." "What?" Wu Yong couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. What was going on? How did they get involved with the Celestial Court and Crazed Demon Cave? Wu Yong was very sharp, and almost instantly realized that this was going to be an extremely important confrontation. No matter what the outcome was, it would affect the entire Gu immortal world, it would affect the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fan Yuan was not anxious, he consoled Lu Weiyin. "Lu Wei, you are really well informed. But there is no rush, I still have matters to attend to." Saying so, Fan Yuan used a method to store Frosty Peak in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. "How can I not be anxious?" Lu Weiyin took off his hat and stared with wide eyes, urging. "The other party is the Celestial Court, there is also Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerable's Crazed Demon Cave, and the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Primordial Domain. Lord Fan Yuan, we cannot delay this opportunity." "What? What? Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerable, and Primordial Domain? The secluded domain of Heaven and Earth recorded in the legends of Renzu?" Wu Yong had many questions in his mind, he became anxious. He wanted to know everything. Fan Yuan had a solemn expression. "Lu Wei, I know you want to make contributions, I have already promised you. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants to revive, I will definitely help him. However, I have my own judgment of the situation. If I do not use every second to increase my strength, how can I fight against the Venerable? You don't have to rush me for this." "This?" Lu Weiyin did not speak. Fan Yuan turned to Wu Yong and smiled again. "Wu Yong, regarding the sale of famous mountains, I think we can increase the scale. For example, Moon Bowl, Fake Corpse Mountain, Phoenix Peak, Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, and so on." Wu Yong had a difficult expression. "These are all famous mountains. They are worth more than Frosty Peak. Phoenix Peak's true value lies in the time every year. All kinds of phoenixes will head to Phoenix Peak to lay eggs. If you want this mountain, it will not be worth it. and Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian and Fake Corpse Mountain are things that my Wu clan needs. Not long ago, my clan obtained the Corpse Emperor's enslavement path true inheritance. We are preparing to develop it. These 2 mountains are not for sale. As for Moon Bull, as long as your price is reasonable, we can consider the transaction. Wu Yong said with a sincere tone, but his mind was elsewhere. He had been waiting for this meeting and conversation for a long time. But because of Lu Wei Yin's words earlier, Wu Yong's attention was elsewhere. Fan Yuan and Wu Yong conversed for a while. Lu Wei Yin was ignored. Fan Yuan indeed needed more famous mountains. Even though the previous transactions were effective, most of them were useless mountains. If Wu clan took the lead, this huge transaction that would affect the whole of southern borders Gu immortal world would take a step further. After the conversation, Fan Yuan waved his sleeves. All right, we shall part ways here. Lu Wei Yin stretched out his hand. Lord Fan Yuan. Before Fan Yuan left, he glanced at him with a cold gaze. I still have matters to attend to. Lu Wei Yin's words were stuck in his mouth. At the next moment, Fan Yuan activated heaven and earth travel, vanishing on the spot. He really had matters to attend to. This time, he was going to Rotten Mud Mountain to take over this mountain. Sigh. Lu Wei Yin sighed deeply. Wu Yong smiled. Lu Wei Yin, we have not seen each other for a long time. Why don't we? Lu Wei Yin waved his hand. Wu Yong, I have matters to attend to. If I am free, I will visit Wui Mountain. Saying this, Lu Wei Yin left. He did not have the mood to explain anything to Wu Yong. Wu Yong's questions were stuck in his mouth. He felt extremely uncomfortable. His gaze turned towards the variant human Gu immortals present. His smile did not change as he probed these people. But what did these variant human Gu immortals know? The leader said calmly. Without the permission of the Lord, how can we subordinates speak nonsense? Please don't blame us, Lord Wu Yong. We still need to go to the next location, Moving Mountain. Wu Yong was helpless. He could only watch as these people flew away. Even though he had negotiated some matters with Fan Yuan and achieved his original goal. But Wu Yong was not happy. He acutely sensed that he was already being left behind by Fan Yuan and the rest. He did not know anything about this battle in Crazed Demon Cave. No wonder Fan Yuan wants to cooperate with the other forces. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Rebirth? His pressure is unimaginable. Maybe I should negotiate with Fan Yuan? Wu Yong understood Fan Yuan's difficulties. He felt a little melancholic. Wait. Suddenly, his eyes shined with bright light. Lu Wei Yin could have transmitted to Fan Yuan. Why did he do it in front of me? Maybe I can find out more information from him. His refusal just now was just to loosen the reins only to grasp them better and take the opportunity to raise the price. Wu Yong smiled bitterly in his mind. He had a premonition that if he contacted Lu Wei Yin now, he would be extorted by the latter. But if he did not ask about this, how would he know if there were benefits to be gained from this? Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2173. Immemorial White Heaven. Intense winds blew, causing Fan Yuan's long hair to flutter in the wind. He prepared for a moment before using his killer move. A rank 8 Earth Path Grotto Heaven was continuously devoured by the sovereign immortal aperture under Fan Yuan's method. Like when he devoured the aperture earlier, Fan Yuan did not devour the entire grotto heaven. He selectively split it into parts and placed them in different parts of the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, because this was a Rockman's Earth Path Grotto Heaven, most of it landed in the Mini 5 regions. The Mini 9 heavens only got a small portion. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. As the profound light faded, a mountain range appeared out of nowhere in Mini Central Continent. We are in, this is our tribe's Myriad Ravine mountain range. Sure Sanbai was extremely excited. Yes, this was our former sacred mountain. But in the current sovereign immortal aperture, it has become ordinary. Sure Guabai had a complex expression. He was disappointed but also gratified. These Rockman Gu immortals gathered together for this moment. They were originally the Gu immortals of this grotto heaven, but Fan Yuan arranged for them to enter the sovereign immortal aperture in advance. During this period of time, their cultivation levels rose rapidly. They also gained many immortal goo. He was on a completely different level compared to before. Let's go in. The Rockman Goo immortals flew towards Myriad Ravine mountain range. Welcome back, Supreme Ancestor! The old ancestors are finally back! There were still a large number of Rockman Goo masters in Myriad Ravine mountain range. They cheered when they saw the Rockman Goo immortals. Yes, this is our new home. Living here, our future is bright. After the Rockman Goo immortals gave a few words of advice, they started to move. They had a mission. This Myriad Ravine mountain range was a famous mountain. It was the center of the Earth vein. Fan Yuan spent several hours annexing this Earth Path Grotto Heaven. During this process, some areas of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture underwent a huge change. In Star Collection City, Combat Beast King and many other Goo Immortals were paying close attention to the movements of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. During this period of time, Master annexed several Grotto Heavens. His down marks increased rapidly. I can foresee that the abnormal situations in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture will become more frequent and intense. Isn't that a good thing? The more anomalies there are, the more missions we have. Sigh, when will our clan's heavenly abode be annexed by our Lord? The Goo Immortals discussed. They were looking forward to the future. Their mentality had undergone a huge change. In the past, he was very opposed to Fan Yuan annexing his own paradise. But now, things were different. Instead, he was looking forward to it. It was as if his heavenly grotto heaven had not been devoured, and that was why he had not obtained the Lord's approval. Many of the Goo Immortals whose grotto heavens were annexed and fused into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture felt that they were superior to those Goo Immortals whose grotto heavens were still in the immemorial Two Heavens. Lord Fan Yuan! Lord Fan Yuan! Lu Weiyin shouted. He flew over from the horizon. Fan Yuan turned his head and smiled. Celestial friend Lu, it must have been hard on you to come all the way to Grand Earth White Heaven. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly, saying in an anxious tone. Lord Fan Yuan, you know why I am here. Quickly set off, do you know that yesterday, a rank 8 immortal Goo house descended from immemorial Black Heaven and went to Crazed Demon Cave? Fan Yuan nodded. Many people saw this. That immortal Goo house should be the Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, right? That's right. Lu Weiyin nodded as he stared at Fan Yuan. Right now, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have already made their move. If we do not make a move now, we might really lose this opportunity. Fan Yuan nodded. Alright, let's set off. Really? Lu Weiyin heard the answer he wanted the most, but he found it hard to believe. These last days, he had been using information path methods to urge Fan Yuan to set off, but Fan Yuan kept rejecting him. To think that this time, Fan Yuan was finally going to set off. I wonder when Lord Fan Yuan will set off? Lu Weiyin was still a little worried. Fan Yuan smiled. How about we set off now? Lu Weiyin was overjoyed. Lord Fan Yuan is truly decisive, this is great, let's go together. In fact, Fan Yuan really wanted to go to Crazed Demon Cave. He had already used up all of the dream realms. His attainment levels had risen immensely. Quasi-Supreme Grand Master attainment levels were still Refinement Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path. Great Grand Master attainment levels were Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Chi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, and Poison Path. Grandmaster attainment levels were Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path, and Ice and Snow Path. Master attainment levels were Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, and Sound Path. The remaining paths like Bone Path had not reached Master level, but they still had gains. Heaven Path was the same. Even though he had not reached Spectral Soul's level, Fan Yuan's attainment level was already top-notch. He was the #1 person in the current world in terms of attainment level and breadth. After all, Spectral Soul's dream realm fell after leaving behind a dream realm, while Star Constellation and Giant Sun were not supreme grandmasters even after being reborn. Of course, there were areas that were lacking. For example, painting path, weapon path, and so on were still blank. These paths were few in number. Painting path was purposely hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, weapon path was created by Celestial Court Gu Immortal Che Wei not long ago. With the increase in attainment levels, Fan Yuan could annex more grotto heavens, causing the sovereign immortal aperture to reach its limit again. If he had more time to digest them, the sovereign immortal aperture would be even more stable. But the timing was not right. Fan Yuan used luck inspection and found that the situation was worsening again. Even though there was still room for improvement, it was already very bad. Without hesitation, Fan Yuan set off on the spot, going to northern plains with Lu Weiyin. Ever since the pursued battle against Fan Yuan, he had been using every second he had to recuperate and strengthen himself. Now, he was finally going to fight against the Venerable. After so many years, Fan Yuan came to Crazed Demon Cave again. Back then, when he came here for the first time, he only had rank 7 cultivation level and was restricted by the alliance agreement. Now, he looked down at Crazed Demon Cave. He was going to fight against the Venerable. On a flat yellow land was the first layer of Crazed Demon Cave. This was a huge cave. The cave entrance was round and had a radius of 100,000 feet. It was exposed to the world. Inside the cave, there was a dense rainforest, yellow and green intertwined. Desolate beasts moved in groups, tree vines coiled around as they roared. It was a scene of wilderness. "Let's go down," Lu Weiyin said. "No rush." Fan Yuan waved his hand. "These immortal materials are useful to me." He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out many variant human Gu immortals. These Gu immortals roared as they flew down in groups, creating a huge commotion in the first layer. "Quick, there are desolate plants here. Dig them up and take them away. Oh, there is a large group of desolate beast monkeys here. Let's attack together." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkeys screamed. "Rocks, these are immortal materials. Take them away, take them away. These are all contribution points." The Gu immortals worked intensely. They were like a group of bandits that had entered a small village. Crazed Demon Cave's first layer naturally had ferocious beasts and plants, but Fan Yuan's subordinates had the advantage in numbers. There were also many rank 8 Gu immortals with rank 8 immortal Gu and rank 8 killer moves. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was ransacked just like that. Lu Weiyin stared with wide eyes. In just a short period of time, how did Fan Yuan's subordinates become so strong? Wasn't their strength rising too quickly? "We have many businesses. Our resources are being expended rapidly, especially when creating the Earth vein recently. Sorry for the embarrassment." Fan Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyin waved his hand. "Don't mention it, don't mention it. I am quite envious of you, Lord. In the current world, only you, Lord Fan Yuan, can use these immortal materials with chaotic Dao marks." Because every once in a while, a demonic sound would appear in Crazed Demon Cave, causing the Dao marks to be chaotic. All immortal materials would become useless. Living beings would go crazy and do whatever they wanted. There was once a rank 8 Gu immortal who went crazy because of this. After a while, the first layer, which was originally full of vitality, was only left with a bare surface. The variant human Gu immortals were not done yet. They brought the mountain of resources back to the sovereign immortal aperture. Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin entered the second layer together. Crazed Demon Cave's second layer was an incomparably hot volcanic rock beach. A vast number of volcanic rocks were piled up. Some were big and some were small. The big ones were like giant elephants, while the small ones were like small rocks. The Gu materials here also had chaotic Dao marks. It was just that Fire Path and Earth Path had the most Dao marks. "Move them away," Fan Yuan ordered. The variant human Gu immortals moved out again. They looted the area like locusts, leaving behind an almost empty second layer. Thereupon, Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin entered the third layer. Crazed Demon Cave's third layer was shrouded in thick fog. There were a vast number of fog worms and cloud bamboos. These living beings had chaotic minds. they were all killed and collected by the variant human goo immortals. There was also Fog Capital here, a ghost city of the dead. The vengeful souls of the goo immortals who died in Crazed Demon Cave gathered together, forming Fog Capital Ghost City. Fan Yuan had once come here and avoided it. After all, he only had rank 7 cultivation level. If he entered Fog Capital, he would definitely die. There was no way to escape. But it was different now. Fog Capital? My God! Take it away! Like this, Fan Yuan finally arrived at Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer. It took much less time than before. Back then, when Fan Yuan came here, he was led by the Northern Plains lone cultivator not immortal. They had to take detours. The deeper they went, the more twisted the route. Sometimes, a straight line was very short, but they had to take a huge detour. According to their strength back then, taking a detour was indeed faster than taking a straight line. But now, Fan Yuan had swept through all of them. Even if he encountered any obstacles, he would stuff them into his sovereign immortal aperture. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer was filled with dazzling light. The rocks, soil, grass, and trees were all shining brightly. Every piece of soil and rock here was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. But the Dao marks were too dense and chaotic, they had no value. Of course, this was only for most goo immortals. Chapter 2174. Fan Yuan was an exception. The demonic sounds resounded, but Fan Yuan was already prepared. Back then, he could deal with the demonic sounds. It was even easier for him now. Under the influence of the demonic sounds, the Dao marks of the same path in the 7th layer started to gather, forming a large area of dazzling colors. It was no longer as messy as before. Such a grand scene! Lu Wei-yin praised sincerely. At the next moment, he saw Fan Yuan taking out Thieves' Den Immortal Goo House. Theft Dao Killer move activated. Large amounts of Dao marks were stolen and turned into the corresponding rank 9 immortal materials in Thieves' Den Immortal Goo. These rank 9 immortal materials were very pure, they only had one type of Dao mark, they had huge value. Lu Wei-yin looked at them and could not help but click his tongue. He estimated conservatively, in just a dozen or so breaths of time, Fan Yuan obtained at least 3 rank 9 immortal materials. Rank 9 immortal materials! Wasn't it a little too easy to obtain? Fan Yuan and Lu Wei-yin moved forward. Everywhere they went, large amounts of Dao marks vanished. The dazzling scene was like a huge rat that was gnawing away at it. Everywhere Fan Yuan went, there was only emptiness and darkness. Lu Wei-yin's eyes turned slightly red. Fan Yuan's gains were bountiful, the benefits were so great that even he felt jealous. I'm rich, I'm completely rich. This is the first time I've seen someone obtain so many rank 9 immortal materials so easily. Lu Wei-yin muttered in his mind. He could not estimate how many rank 9 immortal materials Fan Yuan had obtained. In short, it was a lot. As they moved forward, the two finally arrived at the entrance to the 8th layer. Fan Yuan's expression was slightly pale. He had been controlling Thieves' Den to activate Theft Dao Killer move. The burden was not small. Especially in terms of immortal essence, the expenditure was huge. Lu Wei-yin was a little worried. Lord Fan Yuan, please pay attention to your immortal essence reserves. It's fine. Fan Yuan smiled. I have the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Lu Wei-yin's expression froze before he said, Impressive, as expected of Lord Fan Yuan. At the entrance, Fan Yuan once again carved out 3 paths. One path shone with golden light, luck surging. This was the path of luck left behind by the giant sun immortal. One path was dark and terrifying, filled with killing intent. This was a soul path remnant left behind by spectral soul demon Venerable when he entered the 8th layer. One road was simple and unadorned, but it was virtuous. It was the path of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Lu Wei-yin had prepared a method to let him step on the path to paradise. However, Fan Yuan waved his hand and activated the Thieves' Lair. These 3 paths were completely devoured and disappeared. Large numbers of rank 9 immortal materials were produced. Lu Wei-yin moved his lips but did not say anything in the end. He silently followed Fan Yuan into the 8th floor. Nothingness. The vast and boundless void was like a vast ocean. Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin, who entered this place, were like two insects in the ocean. They were extremely minuscule. Fan Yuan had come here once before. This place left a deep impression on him. Within the boundless void, countless worlds were created and destroyed, creating brand new heaven path down marks. He had once tried to enter the 9th layer but did not succeed. This void was clearly the profundity of Phantom Path. Fan Yuan did not have Phantom Path attainment back then. He could not deduce the entrance to the 9th layer. But this time, he came prepared. His Phantom Path attainment level had already reached Grandmaster. Immediately, Fan Yuan tried to use Phantom Path methods. At the next moment, Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. The void here seems to be different from the one I saw before. But Fan Yuan could not tell what the difference was. Even though he had made great progress in Phantom Path, he was still far from unraveling limitless demon venerables arrangements in the 8th layer. Please follow me. Lu Weiyin used a certain killer move to determine the direction and lead the way. Fan Yuan followed Lu Weiyin and flew quickly. Along the way, he saw worlds that were being created and destroyed. They were extraordinary and mysterious. But unlike before, these worlds were also floating in the void at the same time. Regardless of which world it was, they were all moving in the same direction. Fan Yuan's deductions finally bore fruit. His expression changed as he said, I understand now. This void is shrinking. At the final moment, all of the worlds and all of the heaven path down marks will be compressed and fused together. Is this limitless demon venerables arrangement? Lu Weiyin shook his head. I only know the location of Yellow Earth Great World. We need to go there as soon as possible. The two immortals flew for another half a day before they saw their destination. This is? Lu Weiyin revealed a shocked expression because he saw not only Yellow Earth Great World, but also the great worlds left behind by Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus. Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes. The 3 great worlds have merged. Not just that, there are also many small worlds around the 3 great worlds. These worlds were floating in the void. They were motionless. Each world was like a bubble. The 3 great worlds were the largest bubbles. They were green, yellow, and red. The 3 great worlds were connected to each other at the center. At the periphery, there were large numbers of small bubbles attached to the surface of the 3 great worlds' bubbles. Oh no, Lord, please look! Lu Weiyin pointed at the large yellow bubble with an anxious expression. Fan Yuan looked over and saw that Yellow Earth Great World was being attacked by the other 2 great worlds. Even though the periphery of the bubble was blurry, Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin could sense that the battle inside was very intense. Especially at the border of the 3 great worlds, there were corpses everywhere. It was the most intense area of the battle. Lord, with my method, Yellow Earth Great World will not separate us. Let's go and reinforce them. Lu Weiyin charged in like a meteor. Fan Yuan followed closely behind. He was also covered in a layer of yellow light like Lu Weiyin. It was this layer of yellow light that allowed the two to easily pass through the bubble and enter Yellow Earth Great World. Looking at the entire Great World, the first thing that attracted Fan Yuan's gaze was the huge mound at the center. This mound was like a small mountain. It was very flat and orderly. It seemed to be man-made. But Fan Yuan saw through the nature of this mountain. This is the graveyard of one of the 10 Earths? What a huge graveyard! There was also a huge monument on top of this unprecedented huge graveyard. There were only 6 words on the monument: Tomb of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. As if sensing Lu Weiyin and Fan Yuan, Paradise Earth's tomb shot out a grand pillar of light. The pillar of light shot into the sky like a huge pillar that supported heaven and earth. At once, the battlefield froze as countless gazes were drawn over. The sacred graveyard is shining. Heaven and earth can witness it. Our sage has arrived. After a few breaths of silence, a huge wave of cheers erupted in Yellow Earth Great World. It was like a tsunami. The morale of Yellow Earth Great World's troops rose. They roared as they launched a counterattack. Green Lotus Great World. This was the Tao field created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Looking at it, There were forests and vegetation everywhere. It was lush and unfathomable. In this lush world, there was a black and white mountain range. There were rows of high back seats at the peak of the mountain range. They were arranged in order. The two highest seats were empty. Celestial Court Qin Dingling was only sitting on the fourth seat. Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin, they appeared after all. After receiving the information, Qin Dingling snorted coldly. During the pursued battle against Fan Yuan, Lu Weiyin had helped Fan Yuan. Not only did he kill Spectral Soul, he even helped Fan Yuan escape successfully. Lu Weiyin was Southern Border's Paradise Earth inheritor. This meant that Paradise Earth and Fan Yuan's intention of cooperating was completely exposed. Paradise Earth's tomb was located at the center of Yellow Earth Great World. It was known to all three Great Worlds' Gu immortals. Thus, it was not strange for Lu Weiyin and Fan Yuan to appear here. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth and said softly, "Right now, we have two main armies. One is the main force attacking the Yellow Earth Great World, and the other is using the Demon Judgment Board to hold the line against the Savage Wilderness Great World, trying to restrain the power of the Longevity Heaven. As for the other Gu immortals, they are attacking other small worlds in groups of 2s and 3s. Originally, we and Longevity Heaven were trying to annex Yellow Earth Great World, but now that Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin have arrived, Yellow Earth Great World is no longer a juicy piece of meat. If we are not careful, we might suffer a huge loss." Saying so, Qin Dingling stood up and bowed to the Gu immortal on the third seat. "Lady Minghao, please allow me to bring Divine Emperor City to Yellow Earth Great World and lead the main forces to resist Fan Yuan." Qin Dingling was the leader of Celestial Court, but here, she was only the fourth. She had to obey the three fairies above her. But right now, the first and second fairies were not here. Only the third fairy Minghao was controlling the situation. This fairy Minghao looked like a 3 or 4-year-old girl. She looked like she was carved from jade. Her large eyes shined with starlight. She blinked her bright and beautiful eyes, thinking for a while before saying in a childish voice, "I have heard of Fan Yuan's name long ago, but why do you need to go personally to probe him? Let them go." Saying so, she waved her small hand. A Gu worm flew out. This information path Gu worm flew to the middle of the mountain, landing in front of two Gu immortals. These two Gu immortals were not humans. They were not variant humans either. One was a withered tree. Its trunk was thin, its branches were thick and uneven, but it did not have any green leaves. Its roots were thin and long. There were 100 of them. The withered tree was called Mu Cha Lang. The other was a long bamboo pole. It was jade green like jade. It was called Qinghao Zi. Qinghao Zi floated in the air. It was swaying. It was sleeping. Mu Cha Lang was lying in a cave. It looked like he was lying on a chair. The tree roots were entangled, resting on a rock. It was like a human's leg resting on a chair. It was very comfortable. Mu Cha Lang received the information path Gu worm first. He immediately got up. He stretched out a branch and patted Qinghao Zi. Stop sleeping, the sage has sent an order." Qinghao Zi was swaying from the pat. It did not fall to the ground. It was woken up by the pat. It straightened its body and floated in the air. "To think that it is time for us to move out." Immediately, the two immortals left the mountain, each leading a group of people to the front lines. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2175. Savage Wilderness Great World. A grand and ancient dark golden palace was floating in the sky. It was Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. In the palace hall, Bing Sai Chuan was sitting on a cushion. An information path Immortal Gu was quietly lying on the table. Several Gu immortals were standing on his left and right. Bing Sai Chuan stared at the information path Immortal Gu on the table, frowning slightly. Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin came together. They were a huge variable in the battle of the three great worlds. Longevity Heaven occupied Savage Wilderness Great World. What should they do? Should they retreat first, or should they send more forces to probe Fan Yuan's strength? Bing Sai Chuan could not make up his mind. He thought for a while before looking at the first seat on his left. There was a fatty sitting there. The fatty was sprawled on the table. He was already asleep. His saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth. onto his sleeves, and onto the table. Bam, bam, bam! Bing Sai Chuan used his knuckles to knock on the table. The fatty was woken up by this sound. He opened his eyes and asked in a daze, "What is it?" Bing Sai Chuan held in his anger. "Guy Mei, you are a heaven extremity, you cultivate wisdom path. The latest information is here. I want you to deduce what we should do next." Saying so, the information path immortal goo flew up and landed on the fatty's head. The fatty did not take it. He sent his consciousness into the immortal goo in his hair, and his pupils shrunk. "Ah? That demon Fang Yuan is here?" The fatty shrugged. "See, my deduction was correct, right?" Bing Sai Chuan knocked on the table again. "I want you to deduce how we should deal with this variable. Originally, Yellow Earth Great World was the weakest. We controlled Savage Wilderness Great World, while Celestial Court controlled Green Lotus Great World. They wanted to take over Yellow Earth Great World and strengthen themselves before competing against each other. But now, Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin have appeared in Yellow Earth Great World. If we attack now, they will retaliate and expend too much of our strength." Bing Sai Chuan was not afraid of Fan Yuan's counterattack. He was worried about the overall situation. After all, the current situation was even more complicated than before, and the three great worlds were intertwined. If the two sides fought too fiercely, a third party would benefit from it. "Then let me calculate it." The fat heaven extremity goo immortal Guy Mei shook his wide sleeves. He stretched out 5 fat fingers and pretended to make a deduction. "Oh, I've figured it out. Let's just continue as before," Guy Mei said. Bing Sai Chuan was dumbfounded. "Use your immortal goo killer move and try to deduce it for real." Gale blinked. "Huh! How did you know I was faking it?" "You found out. You're so smart. You are the one cultivating wisdom path, right?" Veins popped out on Bing Sai Chuan's forehead. "You think your southern borders Wu Yong? You don't even have a way to conceal your aura. Quick, calculate for me." Guy Mei shook his wide sleeves again, revealing his 5 thick and tender fingers. Just as he was about to pinch his fingers, he suddenly sighed and said, "Alas! Forget it, activating a killer move is too tiring. Why don't we just ask for Master's opinion?" Bing Sai Chuan's eyes were twitching from anger. He shouted in a low voice, "Absolutely not! Master is working together with Earth Extremity, Black Extremity, and Space Extremity to deduce limitless demon venerables arrangements. How can we disturb Master? Right now, that Celestial Court has already gained the upper hand. They have obtained Book Mountain. We are relying on Master to have hope of catching up to Celestial Court. Heaven Extremity, can't you look at the big picture?" Guy Mei grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Don't call me Heaven Extremity. I don't want to be Heaven Extremity at all. It was you who forced me to do so." Yellow Extremity Jiaohua, who was sitting beside Guy Mei, could not stand it anymore. He urged, "Brother Guy, why don't you make a deduction? This is not just a problem of Yellow Earth Great World's strength, it is also Fan Yuan's actions. This demon Fan Yuan has no awareness of being a human at all. What I am worried about now is that he will capture Yellow Earth Great World's indigenous goo immortals, or even Celestial Court's indigenous goo immortals as captives, before keeping them in his sovereign immortal aperture. Look at what he did in the 5 regions. He recruited variant humans as his subordinates. He did not reject anyone. In my opinion, it is very likely that he will do that. In that case, we might ruin Master's plan." Jiaohua urged. He sounded like he was trying to persuade Guy Mei, but Guy Mei still shook his head. He smiled. "Actually, we don't need to worry too much. We are worried, but isn't Celestial Court worried as well? Why don't we look at Celestial Court's actions? Celestial Court has Star Constellation Immortal Venerable guarding it. She is the #1 wisdom path expert in history. Her deductions are definitely more accurate than mine." Jiaohua's expression froze. "Even so, Celestial Court has deduced that they will gain the upper hand. If we use their actions as a reference, we will fall behind again. I am not one of them." Guy Mei rolled his eyes. He sprawled on the table and went back to sleep. Jiaohua, Bing Sai Chuan, and the rest stared at him, but he pretended not to notice. Charge with me! Chase these guys back!" Kill! Thousands of Goo Masters fought on the ground, the battle lines were uneven, blood flowed everywhere. In the sky, that was the battlefield of the Goo Immortals. More than 10 Goo Immortals fought in a chaotic battle. On the ground, Yellow Earth Great World's Goo Master army launched a counterattack. But in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's Goo Immortals were still suppressed. Yellow Earth Great World's Sage had already descended. The Goo Masters could activate their courage, but in a battle between Goo Immortals, just a moment of determination could not make up for the difference in strength. After all, Yellow Earth Great World had fewer Goo Immortals than Green Lotus Great World. There was no helping it. The 3 Great Worlds were created one after another. Savage Wilderness Great World had the longest history, but this Great World had a lot of internal strife. Green Lotus Great World was second, Yellow Earth Great World was last. Because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the last venerable. Yellow Earth Great World had few Goo Immortals to begin with. They were also being targeted by the other 2 Great Worlds. Their Goo Immortal battle strength dwindled. They were in a terrible situation. Our sage is here, there is still hope. I want to protect Yellow Earth Great World, I want to protect my home. Yellow Earth Great World's Goo Immortals shouted and encouraged each other. Green Lotus side sneered. Even if your sage is here, you cannot stop me from killing you. You have a sage, but we have one already. The result of this battle will not change. We do not want to do that. But our sage has decreed that only by killing all of you and annexing all the worlds can we avoid the calamity of the apocalypse. Green Lotus Goo Immortals continued to attack. Yellow Earth Goo Immortals specialized in defense, even though the situation was dangerous. They were barely holding on, struggling on the brink of collapse. Right at this time, from the huge tunnel connecting Green Lotus Great World and Yellow Earth Great World, 2 armies appeared. The leading Goo Immortals were Qing Hao Zi and Mu Chao Lang Immortal Killer Move. Wither Tree gives spring. Mu Chao Lang shouted, and green spots suddenly grew on the trunk of the withered tree. Tender green sprouts flew out and landed on the Green Lotus Goo Immortals. The Green Lotus Goo Immortals did not have heavy injuries to begin with. Now that their injuries were reduced to minor injuries, their minor injuries were completely healed. The Green Lotus Goo Immortals' condition immediately rose. Immortal Killer Move, green targeting life. Qing Hao Zi flew with extreme speed, drawing a green light in the sky as it pierced through a Yellow Earth Goo Immortal's body. Yellow Earth Great World's Goo Immortal was a black iron bear. It suddenly clutched its empty chest. Next, it whimpered as it fell from the sky. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were in great pain. After Qing Hao Zi dealt the fatal blow, he looked down at these Goo Immortals and smiled coldly. The sacred mountain has decreed that you will all die. Mu Chao Lang laughed loudly. So what if a sage is here? The final victor will be our Green Lotus Great World. Another battlefield. Savage Wilderness Great World's main force was fighting against another group from Yellow Earth Great World. Kill, kill, kill! A mountain-like 6-legged black tiger charged around in the sky, finally grabbing the Yellow Earth Great World's Goo Immortal. I finally caught you! The 6-legged black tiger laughed sinisterly as it exerted strength with its claws. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the Yellow Earth Goo Immortal was also a giant, but he was torn into 2 by the 6-legged black tiger, dying on the spot. Ha! The 6-legged black tiger laughed loudly. The giant's blood was all over the black tiger's face. It licked it with its tongue. It was bloodthirsty to the extreme. Little Rock Lord was also killed by the black 6 tiger. Let's retreat, we are not their match. That's right, our sage is here. Let's retreat and ask the sage to avenge us. The Goo Master army on the ground was still fighting intensely, but in the sky, the Yellow Earth Great World's Goo Immortals had already lost their will to fight. They wanted to retreat. Suddenly, there was an eagle's cry as white light flashed in the sky. The Immortals quickly looked over. A snow-winged eagle was holding a Yellow Earth Goo Immortal in its mouth, swallowing him whole. It's Shwelly Do! He ate another person! The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were shocked and furious. Snow-winged eagle Shwelly Do shrieked. Want to run? With me here, none of you can escape! The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals' morale was on the verge of collapse. below paradise are a sacred tomb. Kinkula pays respects to the two sages. Big Rock Lord pays respects to the sages. Please save our yellow earth great world. A group of Gu immortals knelt on the ground. They had beasts and trees. Some had strange appearances, some looked like they were casually made from mud, some looked like children's scribbles, none of them looked like humans. These yellow earth Gu immortals were all injured, some had severe injuries, some were even on the verge of death. But because Fan Yuan and Lu Wei Yin's arrival caused a huge commotion, these injured Gu immortals were attracted here. Fan Yuan took a glance and saw a familiar person. This was a large white fish. It looked like a goldfish, but its size was like a whale. When Fan Yuan first entered the 8th layer, he encountered this fish and forcefully enslaved it. He even named it Xiaohua. Right now, Xiaohua saw Fan Yuan and had an excited expression. She wanted to say something but felt that it was not the right time. She forcefully held back her words. Fan Yuan nodded, saying plainly, "I want to meet the mastermind of Green Lotus Dao Field." "Lord Fan Yuan, don't attack casually," Lu Weiyin suddenly transmitted. Fan Yuan looked at Lu Weiyin strangely, as if saying, "Didn't you invite me here to rely on my battle strength?" Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese website mobile version website. Chapter 2176. Lu Weiyin transmitted in secret, explaining in detail. "Lord Fan Yuan, you might not know this, but your battle strength is too strong. If you act rashly, you might trigger Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliation. Our arrival is so obvious. Why would the Celestial Court send reinforcements to provoke us? It is to probe our strength. It would be for the best if you can make a move yourself." "What else is going on?" Fan Yuan asked. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. "I do not know the exact situation. I only know that Limitless Demon Venerable spent all his strength to set up Crazed Demon Cave in order to deduce the heavenly Tao and find the true path to eternal life. Today, it is finally time for this setup to bear fruit. Right now, the 8th layer's void is shrinking. All the worlds are being drawn to the center, merging and swallowing each other until only one great world is left. And this great world might be the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's deduction. It contains the answer to eternal life. If we act rashly, the battle will affect too much and disturb Crazed Demon Cave's final deduction. Limitless Demon Venerable's method will immediately activate to punish us. That will be a huge loss. The Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven will be happy to see this. If we fight with Limitless Demon Venerable, the threat we pose to them will be greatly reduced. At the same time, Limitless Demon Venerable's method will be exposed, allowing them to see through more of it." Fan Yuan pondered. "In that case, we can only act after the final great world is formed? But why would the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven come here in advance to control a great world each?" Lu Weiyin explained patiently. "To be precise, with your battle strength, you cannot act for the time being. I can still act. If we can control Yellow Earth Great World and win, we will have the upper hand in the final battle. After the final Great World is formed, our control over it will determine our gains. Thus, we need to annex as many worlds as possible to expand our territory." After the transmission, Fan Yuan understood the situation. He could not act personally yet. If he used his full strength, the commotion would be too great, and it would disturb the Crazed Demon Cave's final deduction, triggering the Limitless Demon Venerable's counterattack. Of course, Fan Yuan could also suppress his strength. But there was no need for that. By suppressing his strength, Fan Yuan was about the same as the other Gu immortals. At most, he would be slightly stronger, but he would not have an immediate impact on the situation. On the other hand, if Fan Yuan fought too often, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would be able to see through him, and his destiny would be depleted ahead of time. Lu Weiyin invited Fan Yuan over mainly to deal with the final battle. Once the final Great World was completed, Fan Yuan, Xingxiu, and Longevity Heaven would fight for the final result of the Crazed Demon Cave. At that time, it would be their turn to make a move. Before that, Lu Weiyin could make a move. After all, he only had pseudo-immortal venerable battle power in terms of defense, and strive to make Yellow Earth Great World the final victor. This would have a huge influence on the final battle. If Lu Weiyin could do this, Fan Yuan would have the initiative. Even if Yellow Earth Great World cannot win, we cannot let the other two great worlds have too much of an advantage. As long as we defend the sacred tomb, Lord Paradise Earth will be able to revive successfully during the final battle. By then, our strongest battle strength will surpass the other two great worlds. Lu Weiyin told Fan Yuan about his meticulously planned strategy. To sum it up, it was to defend and counterattack. In the early and middle stages, they would defend their own territory and secretly sow discord, hoping that Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World would fight and exhaust each other, causing the difference between the three forces to be equal. Later on, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, Fan Yuan would assist them and use their peak battle strength to turn the situation around. This strategy was very logical. It also suited Lu Weiyin's patient nature. But this was not Fan Yuan's style. Fan Yuan looked at the Yellow Earth Gu immortals who were kneeling on the ground. He looked at Lu Weiyin as he smiled. Passively taking a beating is not my style. Since our battle strength cannot be used casually, the Celestial Court is clearly bullying my subordinates by sending more troops. Very good. Fan Yuan smiled as he looked towards Green Lotus Dao Field. Then come out. Saying so, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large group of Gu immortals rushed out. Greetings, Master! Dozens of Gu immortals bowed together. Their voices were thunderous. The Gu immortals all had excited expressions on their faces. The mission board says it clearly, go. Fan Yuan waved his hand lightly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These Gu immortals immediately split into two groups, rushing towards the two battlefields. The kneeling Yellow Earth Gu immortals were dumbfounded. Why are there so many Gu immortals all of a sudden? These people are calling that good-looking sage master. We are saved, Yellow Earth Great World is saved. After the Yellow Earth Gu immortals reacted, they relaxed, some even cried tears of joy. Not to mention them, even Lu Weiyin was shocked. He had seen the variant human Gu immortals that Fan Yuan had sent to various places in southern border to take over. He also knew that Fan Yuan was the leader of the variant human alliance. His force was not weak. But after seeing the main force personally, Lu Weiyin was filled with shock. So many Gu immortals, there are already more than 50. And judging from their auras, there are 18 rank 8 Gu immortals, the rest are all rank 7 Gu immortals. How can there be so many rank 8 Gu immortals? The rank 7 Gu immortals also seem to have surging auras. They are at rank 8 after all. No, it is impossible for Fan Yuan to not have any rank 6 Gu immortals. This means that these Gu immortals are not all of his subordinates. Right, at least Fan Yuan's clone Wu Shui has not appeared yet. Lu Weiyin analyzed as the feeling of disbelief in his heart intensified. He was also somewhat worried. In such a short period of time, did Fan Yuan nurture all of his subordinates? According to his nature, he should not be so unwise. Also, even though these Gu immortals have great numbers and high cultivation level, their battle strength is still unknown. The only ones that Lu Weiyin was at ease with were Xiao Hejian, Ice Crystal Immortal, and Wang Er. Frontline. Die! Qing Haozi killed another Yellow Earth Gu immortal. But his injuries were not light. He could only slow down his charge and come to Mu Chaolang's side. Under Mu Chaolang's healing killer move, Qing Haozi's condition continued to recover. It is all thanks to you, old friend. Qing Haozi was overjoyed. Mu Chaolang said enviously, I am only skilled in this aspect. I am very envious of you killing so many enemies. But don't charge too much and forget to defend yourself. These Yellow Earth Gu immortals are retaliating before death. If you get hit, you will not feel good either. Don't worry. Qing Haozi raised his bamboo tail. I will try to kill 4 people. Sai, take it easy. Leave a few for me to kill. Qing Haozi suddenly shouted as he entered the battlefield again. Right at this time, a group of Gu immortals flew over from the horizon. The leader was the Snowman rank 8 Gu immortal, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He shouted, We are the subordinates of Yellow Earth Sage Gu Fan Yuan. We are here to reinforce and kill the Green Lotus Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortals were stunned. The Yellow Earth Gu Immortals were in a precarious situation. They were overjoyed to see a chance of survival. Meanwhile, the Green Lotus Gu Immortals' hearts started to pound. There was no helping it. Including Mu Cha Lang and Qing Hao Zi, there were only 8 of them. But there were more than 20 Gu Immortals here. And there were 9 rank 8 Gu Immortals among them. On Green Lotus' side, only Mu Cha Lang, Qing Hao Zi, and Old Forest Fungus had rank 8 cultivation level. Weren't there too many Gu Immortals here? Mu Cha Lang gritted his teeth as he shouted. Don't be scared by the numbers. Who knows what will happen in a real battle? Green Lotus Gu Immortals became energized. That's right, cultivation level was only one aspect of battle strength. Only by fighting could one see the details. If they did not even dare to fight and retreated, how could they face the sages on the sacred mountain? Green Lotus Gu Immortals abandoned the Yellow Earth Gu Immortals and faced Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group. Immortal Killer Move, Avalanche. Immortal Killer Move, Falling Boulder. Immortal Killer Move, Great Earth Collapse. Immortal Killer Move, Refinement Life. Immortal Killer Move, Layered 5 Poison. Boom, 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 boom. The Yellow Earth Gu Immortals who were abandoned opened their mouths as they watched in shock. At the moment of the battle, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's side erupted with their full strength. All sorts of killer moves created a huge commotion that shook heaven and earth. Green Lotus side also used killer moves, but not only were they inferior in quantity, their power was also inferior. In just one round of battle, Green Lotus Gu Immortals were completely defeated. Retreat, retreat quickly! Old Forest Fungus shouted. How can this be? They have so many rank 8 Immortal Gu! Qing Haozi shouted. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal long ago, but he had never possessed a rank 8 Immortal Gu. In fact, he had only seen 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu in his life. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not satisfied, he chided. Don't attack so recklessly, it is a waste, do you understand? Most of the internal energy is used up, less than 30% is used on the enemies. Find your targets one by one, don't let anyone escape. Even though the first round of battle was huge, there was too much internal energy. The outside world was not the sovereign immortal aperture after all. Thus, Green Lotus Gu Immortals managed to survive. But the results of the first round were huge too. Because Green Lotus Gu Immortals were already scared out of their wits, it was their turn to retreat. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's side had more people. They immediately spread out and surrounded them. The battle began again. Green Lotus Gu Immortals were soon beaten to a sorry state. They were in a pathetic state. These Gu Immortals have too many Immortal Gu! Qing Haozi shouted. We can only focus on one aspect, but they all have excellent healing methods. Mu Chaolang said bitterly. They have too many killer moves, they are too refined. The other Gu Immortals shouted. Fan Yuan's refinement path attainment was number 1 in the world, even Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven could not compare to him. After receiving a vast amount of immortal materials from the Grotto Heavens, compared to the other forces, Fan Yuan had the most immortal Gu. This book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2177. Immortal Gu were unique, Immortal Gu were the most basic. And after the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortals obtained many Immortal Gu, they could easily exchange for corresponding killer moves. Even though they lost some Dao marks, these advantages were too obvious, they made up for their deficiency in Dao marks. A moment later, the Green Lotus Gu Immortals escaped with all their might. Only 3 rank 8s escaped, the rest were killed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest. Without a battlefield killer move, Gu Immortals are not easy to kill. Bing Yuan sighed. They are not easy to kill? The Yellow Earth Gu Immortals looked at the 5 Gu Immortal corpses on the ground as their hearts jumped. Too cowardly, too cowardly! Shirzong sighed. They escaped just like that? They are truly a disgrace to their rank 8s. The Yellow Earth Gu Immortals looked at each other, transmitting secretly. If I had rank 8 cultivation level, I would have to escape too, right? How can we face Master with just this bit of battle achievement? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Chase, we will kill our way over. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were shocked, they urged. Everyone, don't be rash. There are still a bunch of Green Lotus Rank 8 Goo Immortals, they just did not participate in the battle. That's right. It wasn't easy for us to obtain such a great victory. We should properly defend our victory. Green Lotus Great World has several immortal Goo houses with terrifying power. Goo Immortals will die on the spot if they collide with them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was unmoved. He looked at these Yellow Earth Goo Immortals. We are subordinates of Sage Gu Fan Yuan. We only listen to the sage. You can stay behind and clean up the battlefield. These dead Goo Immortals, be it their immortal apertures or immortal Goo, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest did not take them. This was Fang Yuan's order. The Goo Immortals and immortal Goo that grew up here were the results of Limitless Demon Venerable's deductions. Killing these Goo Immortals would allow the great worlds to merge into one. At the same time, in another battlefield, Xiao Hejian and the rest also arrived in front of He Lu Biao and Xue Li Du. So many reinforcements. Great, we're saved. Only 2 Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were left. Be careful, these 2 are rank 8 experts of Savage Wilderness Great World, they are very powerful. They are good at, long-winded. Xiao Hejian was the leader. He shouted and interrupted the kind reminder of the Yellow Earth Goo Immortals. This mini-man Goo Immortal's eyes seemed to be shining with red light. He pointed at the mountain-like 6-legged black tiger and shouted, "This guy is mine! I will fight anyone who tries to snatch it!" Roar! He Lu Biao's ferocious nature was aroused. You are dead! You are dead! No Goo Immortal has ever looked down on me like this! He Liu Biao charged at Xiao Hejian like a crazed demon. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were shaking in fear. Numbers do not mean everything! Xue Li Du sneered, charging into the group of Goo Immortals. Boom, 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 boom. Fireworks suddenly bloomed in the sky. It was too beautiful to behold. Bang! With a loud bang, He Liu Biao smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. His eyes widened as he struggled to get up. Xiao! Xiao Hejian was like a meteor, rushing down. 5 to 6 other rank 8 Goo Immortals also attacked. Boom, 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 boom. The ground shook intensely, dust clouds surged, almost covering the sky. A strong wind blew, the dust clouds dispersed. The pit became deeper. He Liu Biao was lying at the bottom of the pit. It was still on its last breath. Its 6 tiger claws twitched. I said don't interfere! Xiao Hejian shouted. Why? The contribution points belong to whoever kills it! The other Goo Immortals shouted. Xiao Hejian rolled his eyes. We all attacked, who killed it? Who knows? That's easy, we will split the contribution points. Whoever gets the most corpses will get the biggest share. No one knew who had made this suggestion. Thus, at the next moment, 5 to 6 rank 8 Goo Immortals flew into the pit and dismembered He Liu Biao's corpse. The leg is mine! Pfft, just the tail. Return my butt. Head, this tiger head is good, haha, it's mine. The rank 8 Goo Immortals shouted, some were happy, some were annoyed. Those who did not fight for much turned their gazes to the snow-winged eagle Xue Li Du, but Xue Li Du was killed long ago. He died earlier than He Liu Biao. His corpse was also torn apart by the Goo Immortals. The Yellow Earth Goo Immortals were dumbfounded. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Weren't these Goo Immortals the subordinates of the sage? How could they be so ruthless? Not only did they kill the Goo Immortals, they even dismembered their corpses. They were so happy after dismembering the corpses? Too ruthless. Too ruthless. Yellow Earth Great World was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He advocated for peaceful coexistence, love, and unity. Even though Yellow Earth Great World had its own internal conflicts, it had always been like this. The actions of Fan Yuan's subordinates were completely incompatible with Yellow Earth Great World. It was completely different from the expectations of the Yellow Earth Goo Immortals. There are still some Goo Immortals left. The rank 8 Goo Immortals' eyes shined. But those rank 7 Gu immortals shouted. We agreed before coming, these rank 7 opponents are ours. You rank 8's got the meat, shouldn't you give us some soup? The rank 8 Gu immortals pouted. Then hurry up, don't waste time. Do you want me to help you and get a share of the contribution points? Don't even think about it. The rank 7 Gu immortals exerted their strength. After a while, these savage wilderness great world Gu immortals were all killed. Ha ha, these Gu immortals are so stupid, none of them are running. That's right, I was worried that without a battlefield killer move, we would not be able to stop them. The Gu immortals started to discuss enthusiastically. The 2 Yellow Earth Gu immortals looked at each other, seeing the strange expressions on each other's faces. Savage wilderness great worlds Gu immortals were very aggressive and ruthless. What made Yellow Earth Great World and Green Lotus Great Worlds Gu immortals most wary was that savage wilderness Great Worlds Gu immortals would fight to the death without retreating. Once they started fighting, they would disregard their lives and go crazy with courage. But in the words of these sage subordinates, why did they become stupid? How many did you take? Just this much. Oh, that's a lot. You made a huge profit. Hee, it is all because of Master. He gave us such a rich reward mission. The Gu immortals calculated their contribution points and threw away the corpses in their hands. Fan Yuan had given detailed orders, be it immortal apertures, immortal bodies, or immortal Gu, they were all to be thrown away. These subordinates did not dare to disobey. Seeing these corpses scattered on the ground, the 2 Yellow Earth Gu immortals' eyelids twitched. Since they were going to be thrown away in the end, why were they fighting so fiercely? Was it just for fun? How ruthless were these Gu immortals? The 2 Yellow Earth Gu immortals had just mustered up the courage to express their gratitude, but it was blown away by this action. They breathed in deeply and braced themselves to greet them, but Xiao Hejian and the rest's expressions changed. Our Lord has ordered us to rendezvous with that group of people and kill our way to the Green Lotus world. Go, quickly go. Don't let Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group gain the upper hand. Swoosh swoosh. The Gu immortals left in waves, leaving behind 2 Yellow Earth Gu immortals who were floating in the air in a daze. They looked at the Gu Master battlefield that was still fighting. Yellow Earth's Gu Masters were already chasing after them, feeling dazed and at a loss. Inexplicably, they started to feel pity towards the Green Lotus Great World's Gu immortals. Fan Yuan looked far away. He could see the situation of the 2 battlefields clearly. After those dead Gu immortal corpses fell to the ground, they were quickly fused into the world. The immortal apertures were rapidly disintegrating. The Gu worms inside were also the same. There were no winds of assimilation or traces of them being left behind. Fan Yuan's heart was not at ease. This is the profundity of refinement path. But Limitless Demon Venerable was not refining immortal Gu. He was refining an entire world. I want to walk the path of refinement path and ascend to venerable status. This is also a blank slate for me. In his later years, Limitless Demon Venerable searched for a way to escape fate and obtain eternal life, but he could not find it in the celestial court. Thus, he set up Crazed Demon Cave and decided to deduce the method of eternal life by himself. After all, Fate Gu was still around at that time, and it was completely intact. The great world that was eventually unified might have been his achievement. It contained the method of eternal life. And now, these Gu cultivators were fighting. They were the fuel and sacrifices for this deduction. After understanding this, Fan Yuan would not take in these native Gu immortals, nor would he take the immortal Gu here. In this world war, many Gu cultivators were destined to die, be they mortals or immortals. As for how many living beings would survive in the end, hundreds, thousands, or just one person, nobody could say for sure. But what did it matter? Be it Fan Yuan, Lu Wei-yin, or even the Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they did not care about this answer. They had their own motives. The native Gu immortals who lived here fought and killed under the orders of their respective sages. They fought with their lives on the line. They were just pawns that had to be sacrificed from start to finish. Fan Yuan cast his gaze towards Green Lotus Dao Field. He saw that his 2 groups had gathered together and were charging into Green Lotus Great World. If an outsider Gu immortal dies here, what will happen? Fan Yuan's gaze was calm as he waited to see what would happen. These Gu immortals were just his pawns. When it was time to sacrifice them, Fan Yuan would not be stingy. But it is better if there are fewer innocent casualties. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan said to Lu Weiyin, "Friend Lu, please go and protect my subordinates. But if things go south, you need to protect yourself first, you can ignore everyone else." Lu Weiyin nodded and immediately flew away. Fan Yuan's subordinates were so fierce, he was overjoyed and surprised. At the same time, he agreed with Fan Yuan's decision. They were already the weakest. With such a force, they had to catch up and make up for the gap. Savage Wilderness Great World. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Bing Sichuan looked at the information path Immortal Gu on the table with a grim expression. To think that Fan Yuan's force is so powerful. He Lu Biao and Xue Li are both rank 8 experts of Savage Wilderness Great World, but they died so easily. But now, Fan Yuan's 2 groups have gathered and are attacking Green Lotus Dao Field. Saying this, Bing Sichuan let out a breath of air. He felt some joy in his heart. Thankfully, he did not send more troops earlier. Now Celestial Court sent more troops. They offended Fan Yuan and his army went to find trouble with them. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2178. That's why I said that my divination was correct. Heaven's Extremity Guy Mei said shamelessly while drinking wine and eating peanut-like food. Bing Sichuan could not be bothered to reprimand him. He looked at the other Gu immortals. Fan Yuan's force is so powerful, it is truly unexpected. If he attacks me, my side will definitely be on the defensive. Even though Savage Wilderness Great World had the most Gu immortals, most of them were half-hearted and unruly. If we could unite them, our side would have long since ranked first, surpassing the Celestial Court. The Heavens Terminus rolled his eyes. Don't you know the reason? That Yellow Earth Great World was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangement. Green Lotus Dao Field was also owned by Celestial Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. However, the Savage Wilderness Great World was created by the Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, and it was only Master who obtained it. How can anyone be convinced by it? Bing Sichuan could not help but knock on the table. Let's not talk about the reason, we should focus on how to solve the problem in front of us. Everyone, do you have any good ideas to recruit those wild Gu immortals? Green Lotus Major World. Every once in a while, an information path Gu worm would fly over. Qin Ding Ling's frown deepened. Fan Yuan's subordinates are so ferocious. In just half a day, not only did they defeat our main army, they even broke through 3 of our defensive lines. Close to 20 of our Gu immortals died. The rank 8 Gu immortals who were defeated are heavily injured. They have all come to the middle of the mountain to request an audience with the sage. Oh? Fairy Ming Hao, who sat in the 3rd highest position, couldn't help but reveal a look of interest. As expected of Fan Yuan. I didn't expect him to have a knack for training his subordinates. After a pause, Fairy Mingho asked in a childish tone, "Does that mean that Longevity Heaven has also increased its forces?" "Yes." Qin Ding Ling nodded. When they sensed that Fan Yuan had merged his forces to launch a counterattack, Longevity Heaven immediately sent reinforcements to stall Lord Yushio's group. Perhaps this is what Fan Yuan wants to see. Fairy Minghao laughed. Since they want to attack, then let them come. Withdraw all the defensive lines and let them attack. Yes. Qin Ding Ling immediately relayed the order and deployed without the slightest doubt. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian had no obstructions along the way. They charged to the center of Green Lotus Great World, at the foot of Sacred Mountain. He looked up at the mountain and saw that it was exceptionally strange. The entire mountain was only black and white. The mountain rocks seemed to be outlined with black lines and piled up with large pieces of white paper. The creatures on the mountain also lost their sense of reality. All of them had become white paper dolls with black lines forming their outlines. A tiny white paper doll flew down from the top of the mountain. After leaving the area of the holy mountain, she immediately reverted to a body of flesh and blood, turning into a little girl carved from jade. Xiao He Jian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at each other, feeling that something was amiss. The second half of the journey was smooth and unimpeded, which made them feel that something was wrong. Now that they were attacking the enemy's base, they only sent one rank 8 Gu Immortal. The other party was the Celestial Court. Even if the base was empty, those rank 8 Gu Immortals who escaped earlier should still be around, right? Why did they only send a little girl? Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian had a fierce aura, they were feeling uneasy internally. This army mainly came from the two heavens grotto heavens. After all, they had been holed up in their grotto heavens for most of their lives, trembling in fear and treading on thin ice. They were afraid that the humans of the 5 regions would find them. If not for Fan Yuan's overwhelming demonic aura, they would not have dared to attack. Furthermore, during this period of time, their strength had risen greatly. They were full of confidence and confidence. Otherwise, with their previous state, they would not dare to attack like this. What do we do now? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian transmitted to each other. They chose a general to probe the enemy. This Gu Immortal was Xian Hong. He cultivated Poison Path. He was the strongest among the Mushroom Man Gu Immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian did not choose their own people, they chose him instead. After all, the Mushroom Man race was the last to join Fan Yuan. They had not submitted to anyone yet. Thus, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian used their seniority to work together against the Mushroom Men. In fact, during this period of time, Xian Hong had made many people envious. Because he had the most diplomatic missions, he was almost the only one who could gain a lot of contribution points just by talking. This made many Gu Immortals envious. Xian Hong breathed in deeply. He stood up and faced Fairy Ming Hao. His eyes shined with bright light. He was filled with fighting spirit. On one hand, he had been on diplomatic missions many times. There was some hostility towards him. He wanted to prove himself through battle. On the other hand, he wanted to use this chance to gain merit. He wanted to lead the Mushroom Man tribe and become one of Fan Yuan's subordinates. He would be able to protect his own tribe in the future. Our Mushroom Man tribe was the last to join Master. We were naturally ostracized by our predecessors. But we also want to have a good relationship with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao He Jian, and the rest, but Master does not have such intentions. Why did Master assign diplomatic missions to me again and again? Maybe his intentions were simple at the start, but the more time passed, the deeper his intentions became. Master's subordinates are divided into 2 groups. One is the Variant humans, the other is the humans. There are few humans. Let's not talk about that for now. The Variant humans far outnumber the humans. With Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian as the leaders, the 2 groups are expanding day by day. In the long run, there will be conflicts of interests. They will not be able to get rid of them. It will be disadvantageous to Master's jurisdiction. Thus, from the start, Master did not want my Mushroom Man tribe to get involved. Why did Master assign diplomatic missions to me again and again? Isn't it because he wants to help my Mushroom Man tribe and divide the Variant human forces? Xian Hong sighed internally. The longer he joined Fan Yuan, the more he felt Fan Yuan's unfathomable shrewdness, as well as his shrewd and unfathomable political skills. Against the situation of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao He Jian working together to ostracize him, Xian Hong had already expected it. His mental state stabilized. He collected his thoughts and focused on the little girl in front of him, cupping his fists. I am Xian Hong. I have the guts to compete with you. The little girl smiled. I am called Fairy Ming Hao. Xian Hong, I know you. Did you use your poison path method like this? As she spoke, Ming Hao waved her hand and poison immediately flew out. Each lump of yellowish-brown poison liquid flew into the air and turned into a wild goose. Soon, a group of poisonous geese was formed, flying in the air and changing their formation continuously. Xian Hong's expression was shaken. This is clearly a killer move that I created. Why can the other party use it? Is she a poison path Gu Immortal? But why can she use my unique method? Xian Hong forced himself to calm down. Fairy Ming Hao has a good method, but this move has a variation, watch. Saying so, Xian Hong also used the same poison path killer move. After the group of geese formed, they cried out continuously. Wherever the sound waves went, poison spread out. Ming Hao's eyes shined. She commanded the poisonous geese group to go forward and fight while observing carefully. After a few breaths of time, she smiled. So that's what happened. Take a look. Is it like this? Saying so, she also used Xian Hong's variation move. The poisonous geese group under her control also started to cry out. What? This time, Xian Hong was not the only one shocked. Fan Yuan's subordinates all had a change of expression. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly conversed with Xiao Hejian. This immortal is strange. She can actually imitate other people's killer moves. But she only has rank 8 cultivation level. We have so many people, how can we stop her alone? The two had the same opinion. They immediately ordered the other Gu immortals to go around Fairy Ming Hao and attack the sacred mountain behind her. Fairy Ming Hao sighed. You people, can't you just have some fun? Why are you in such a rush? Saying so, her aura surged, resonating with the sacred mountain behind her. Next, the sacred mountain that was covered in black lines and white paper shined with profound light. From the profound light, countless killer moves shot out. Fan Yuan's subordinates quickly defended. Bam bam bam. After a series of killer moves, Fan Yuan's subordinates' offense was completely disintegrated. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hejian, and the rest were shocked. What killer move is this? It can imitate all of our killer moves? This mountain is not ordinary. It is not just a famous mountain, it is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Is this the book mountain recorded in the legends of Renzu? Fairy Ming Hao chuckled. This killer move was created by me. It uses humility Gu as the core. It is called humble reciprocation. This move can use book mountain's information to deduce and restore all of your killer moves. Every killer move that you use is a gift to me. Thank you. It really is book mountain. Humble reciprocation? This is clearly a human path killer move. Fan Yuan's subordinates were shaken. They attacked again. But Fairy Ming Hao used humble reciprocation again, defeating the attacks of the immortals. Fan Yuan had many subordinates, but they were obstructed by one person. Master often says it is impolite not to reciprocate. I have received so many gifts, I should return the favor. Take this. Fairy Ming Hao increased her offense. The attacks were like a tidal wave, they were hard to defend against. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hejian, and the rest had to use their full strength. They defended while retreating. At the crucial moment, a yellow light appeared, blocking most of the attacks and stabilizing the situation for Fan Yuan's subordinates. It was Lu Weiyin who took the initiative to help. Fairy Ming Hao looked over and smiled. You are the inheritor of Southern Border's Paradise Earth? You are finally willing to come out? Lu Weiyin frowned deeply. He greeted Fairy Ming Hao. Greetings, Fairy Ming Hao. I wonder what relationship you have with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Fairy Ming Hao blinked mischievously. Take a guess? Saying so, she stretched out her tiny finger and pointed at Lu Weiyin from afar. Swoosh! A 5-pointed starlight shot out. It was so fast that it reached Lu Weiyin the moment it was activated. Lu Weiyin's expression did not change, he did not dodge. When the starlight reached him, a yellow light blocked it and turned it into nothingness. Lu Weiyin sensed something. He raised his eyebrows and said with a surprised tone, Carefree Wisdom Heart Physique? Chapter 2179. You have good insight. Fairy Ming Hao smiled. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Starlight specks flew out from her body towards Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin flew up and fought against them. Initially, he could still interact with Fairy Ming Hao. But not long after, he was suppressed by Fairy Ming Hao. Fairy Ming Hao continued to use flying stars to attack. It was just that at first, her flying stars only shot out one by one, but soon, 2 to 3, 5 to 6, eventually more than 10. Her flying stars did not change in power, but when they landed on Lu Weiyin, the pressure on him increased greatly. These flying stars are very profound, they seem to be continuous attacks. The damage I am enduring will only increase. Lu Weiyin had a grim expression, he was getting tired of resisting. Both sides fought for a while longer. Lu Wei-yin could only retreat while fighting. Fairy Ming Hao had the complete upper hand. Every time she waved her hand, a large amount of starlight specks would be shot out. The number of flying stars shot out with each wave of flying stars, breaking through 100. Starlight specks shined brightly. Sounds of air being torn could be heard continuously. It was a beautiful sight. This Ming Hao cultivates wisdom path and star path. She definitely has pseudo-venerable battle strength. I should retreat for now. Lu Wei-yin had the intention to retreat. Fan Yuan also gave the order to retreat at an appropriate time. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, and the rest let out sighs of relief as they quickly retreated. Fairy Ming Hao smiled. You came all the way here to die, why don't you just leave your lives behind? Fairy Ming Hao charged towards the immortals. Don't even think about it. Lu Wei-yin blocked her. Fairy Ming Hao giggled. Her eyes shined with a strange light that shone on Lu Wei-yin's forehead. Lu Wei-yin immediately felt an indescribable change in his mind. He could only store a small portion of his thoughts. At the same time, his thoughts moved at a much faster speed, but each thought was cut off prematurely. It was as if all the remaining thoughts were impatient. They could not collide patiently and deduce the true result. Lu Wei-yin fell into a predicament immediately. He needed thoughts to activate killer moves. The more killer moves he had, the more complex they were, the more thoughts he needed to use. But now that he had lost most of his thoughts, he could not think calmly anymore. More importantly, even if these thoughts collided, they would end hastily, unable to achieve the desired results. This was a fatal point. If Lu Wei-yin's thoughts ended prematurely while he was activating the killer move, when the killer move was prepared to the end, it would be for naught. Then the killer move's activation would fail, and Lu Wei-yin would be heavily injured because of him. Such a powerful wisdom path method! Lu Wei-yin was helpless. He could only protect himself. He did not have the spare energy to take care of others. Fairy Ming Hao confirmed her absolute advantage. She immediately ordered the rank 8 Gu immortals on the sacred mountain to move out and chase after Fan Yuan's subordinates. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hejian, and the rest were defeated. Along the way, he killed 9 Gu immortals. Among them were 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. These Gu immortals' immortal apertures landed on the ground and were immediately absorbed by Green Lotus Great World. The immortal Gu were also completely digested. When Gu immortals died, they would leave behind their obsessions, but Fan Yuan did not find any land spirit or heavenly spirit. After Fan Yuan's subordinates retreated to Yellow Earth Great World, Fairy Ming Hao stopped chasing after them. Lu Wei-yin led the immortals to meet Fan Yuan, Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hejian, and the rest immediately knelt down to accept their punishment. Fan Yuan, however, had a pleasant expression as he consoled them. This loss is not your fault. I saw it clearly. Fairy Ming Hao had incredible strength. She had pseudo-venerable battle strength. To think that this place could actually nurture such an existence. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, and the rest were consoled. They calmed down. On the way back, they were extremely worried. They were afraid that in a fit of rage, Fan Yuan would kill them all. Fan Yuan assigned these Gu immortals to guard the various defense lines of Yellow Earth Great World. The focus of their defense was on the 2 main passages of Yellow Earth Great World, Green Lotus Great World, and Savage Wilderness Great World. I am ashamed. To think that Celestial Court produced such a female immortal. She has an incredible combat system. I am not her match. Lu Wei-yin had a guilty expression. Fan Yuan also consoled him. Fan Yuan knew that Lu Wei-yin had probably used his full strength already. After all, in the pursued battle, he and Lu Wei-yin had fought against Spectral Soul and Celestial Court. They had almost died. In such a situation, it was impossible for Lu Wei-yin to hide his strength. In the battle against Fairy Ming Hao, Lu Wei-yin had already used all of the methods that Fan Yuan knew. But he was still not Fairy Ming Hao's match. Since this is war, there will be sacrifices. Maybe in the future, we will lose our lives. This is the nature of Gu immortal cultivation. There is no need to worry about this. Fan Yuan was quite satisfied with this battle. All in all, Fan Yuan's losses were smaller than the combined losses of Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. This was already a victory. Furthermore, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian even forced someone like Fairy Ming Hao to show up. Fan Yuan learned a lot about the other party's foundation. Fan Yuan nurtured Gu immortals intensively. Weren't they meant to be sacrificed? Since these cannon fodders were able to display their value, it was not a loss. The most regrettable thing is that Lord Fan Yuan lost many immortal Gu. Lu Weiyin continued. But now, Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance is right in front of us. Lord might be able to gain some benefits from it. Lu Weiyin was talking about Paradise Earth's holy tomb. Actually, there was no need for him to say it. When Fan Yuan sent him to escort the Emperor, he had already secretly investigated it. Paradise Earth's holy tomb is very profound. I have no clue about it yet. Fan Yuan admitted, asking, Do you have any clues? Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. I am ashamed, I know almost nothing about it. Fan Yuan nodded, saying, That Wisdom Path killer move you were hit by earlier was the key to our defeat. What are your thoughts on this? This Wisdom Path killer move was too powerful, but since it was exposed, Fan Yuan naturally had to think of a way to counter it. Lu Weiyin thought about it, saying with uncertainty, The core immortal Gu of this move seems to be Pride Gu. Fan Yuan nodded again. I deduced the same answer. Lu Weiyin sucked in a breath of cold air. Fairy Ming Hao is not a simple person. She has the unfettered wisdom heart physique. She also controls Modesty Gu and Pride Gu. This makes me think of the legends of Renzu. According to what I know, there is no such person in the history of Celestial Court. She seems to have a close relationship with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 35. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal finally arrived in front of Qianquan Crystal Wall after a long journey. Qianquan Crystal Wall was straight from top to bottom. It stood in the void like a huge mirror. It reflected everything that was happening in the world. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal entered Qianquan Crystal Wall. Countless flowers, birds, fishes, and insects formed a dazzling image that filled Great Strength True Marshal's vision. The sound of waves, thunder, and birds resonated in his ears. A refreshing, sweet, stimulating, and spicy taste lingered on his tongue. At times he felt like he was walking on a steep mountain path, at other times he felt like he was swimming in waves, and at other times he felt like he was falling from the sky. Father, Father! Where are you? Great Strength True Marshal shouted. Renzu could not hear Great Strength True Marshal's voice. He could not see Great Strength True Marshal's location. Everything was white and empty. Son, where are you? Renzu ran, trying to find Great Strength True Marshal. Renzu continued to run. After a long time, he saw a small black dot at the end of his vision. Initially, he thought it was Great Strength True Marshal. He was very happy. But when he got closer to the black dot, it had already expanded into a mountain. This mountain was very special. The rocks and plants were made of white paper, while the mountain stream and waterfall were made of black ink. This was Book Mountain. At the foot of Book Mountain, there was a village where many ink men lived. Renzu walked into the village and caused a commotion. This is truly a rare sight. The inkmen spoke. Normal lifeforms would get lost after taking a few steps into Qianquan Crystal Wall. They cannot resist the colorful world, the endless mortal world. They cannot reach this place. You are the first person to arrive here. Renzu was curious. Why is that? The Inkman Elder replied, O human, you are only left with a skeleton. You cannot see, hear, taste, smell, or touch. Instead, your life is preserved. You can move unhindered through the Qianquan Crystal Wall. Qianquan Crystal Wall had existed since the beginning of the world. It reflected everything, containing all the secrets of the world's past and present. Once a person entered, they would be constantly assaulted by endless information. After a long time, they would explode to death from the information. Renzu heard this and was very worried for Great Strength True Marshal. He quickly asked the Inkman Elder for advice on how to survive. The Inkman Elder brought Renzu up the mountain. In the Book Mountain, there was the largest waterfall of ink. and underneath the waterfall was the deepest pool. The ink men called this pool Literary Spring. The ink waterfall heavily smashed into the literary spring, creating countless splashes. These black splashes scattered in the air, the water droplets turned into words, they were ink texts. Humans need to continue living in Xiankun Crystal Wall. These ink texts are your best helpers. The reason why we ink men are able to survive here is also because of the ink texts. The Inkman elder told Renzu this big secret. Renzu received the Inkman's guidance. He collected many ink texts and descended the mountain. Every time he walked a certain distance, he would throw down some ink texts as a marker. In this vast expanse of whiteness, the pitch-black ink characters were very conspicuous. Even though the ink texts would gradually dissipate, relying on these ink texts, Renzu no longer walked the wrong path. He finally found Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial obtained Renzu's ink texts. With every step he took, he would throw down a handful of ink texts. The ink texts recorded all the information that reached Great Strength True Martial and turned them into essays. These articles were laid under Great Strength True Martial's feet like bricks of literature. Great Strength True Martial was freed. His eyes were no longer blurry. His ears were no longer buzzing. He could not smell the chaotic smells anymore. He stepped on these bricks and followed Renzu back to the Inkman village. Renzu asked the Inkman elder, "O elder, how do I find wisdom goo in Xiankun Crystal Wall?" P.S. Congratulations to Dream Elvian Bing, Book Friend 201812102249454184. Guyu a Desolate Een, the three of you are the alliance leader of this book. So I owe 10 chapters. Why did I owe so much for no reason? My heart was trembling. There was another important matter. The Goo World logo could be obtained in the Book Friend group. Everyone might have already seen that some of the Book Friends QQ and Chidian accounts have changed to the Goo World logo. There are many Goo World logos to choose from. Everyone can choose one that you like. Chapter 2180. The Inkman elder told Renzu, "Even though wisdom goo often stays in Xiankun Crystal Wall, it is hidden deep inside. If you want to find it, you need to go deep into the crystal wall. To go deep into the crystal wall, just using ink text records to form bricks is not enough. These bricks only record all sorts of information. This is superficial and cannot withstand the erosion of other information. The limited ink text in the bricks will continue to change its contents and dissipate rapidly. It cannot last for long." The Inkman elder continued, "O human, you need to refine these records into knowledge. Only knowledge can better explain more information. Using ink text to describe knowledge will not be bricks, but the true path." Renzu was troubled. "How can I refine knowledge?" The Inkman elder smiled. "There are many bookworms on Book Mountain. They record a lot of knowledge that our Inkman ancestors refined. O human, you can take a look. If you want to refine knowledge yourself, it is not hard. First, you need to use memory goo to record all the information in your mind. Then..." Before the Inkman finished speaking, cognition goo appeared. It said to Renzu, "Then I can help you refine knowledge." The Inkman elder smiled. "That's right, thinking can produce knowledge." Renzu, "Thank you so much." The Inkman elder shook his head. "No need to be polite." Cognition goo, "Don't say that, human. We've always been good friends, and it's also good for me to do this. If thoughts do not accept new information, they will slowly age. Only by accepting new information and thinking, using the things that they have thought of to feed the thoughts, could the thoughts grow healthy and shine brightly, as if they were brand new." Renzu picked up many bookworms on Book Mountain. He obtained a lot of knowledge. Next, with Cognition Goo's help, he gathered a lot of new knowledge from the vast amount of information. He used ink text to draw the knowledge and sprinkled it on the ground, forming a dark ink text path. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial followed this path and walked for a long time, further than any of their previous attempts. "Sigh, I don't have enough knowledge." Renzu walked to the end of the path, feeling very regretful. He had collected a lot of ink text, but the knowledge in his mind was too little. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial's first attempt failed, so they could only return to Book Mountain. Great Strength True Martial continued to collect ink text, while Renzu collected all of the bookworms, using cognition Gu's help, he extracted even more knowledge. The more knowledge he gained, the more Renzu felt that his mind was being filled up. I have too much knowledge. Renzu was very proud and said confidently, let's continue. This time, we will definitely reach the deepest part of the Qiankun crystal wall. However, their second attempt failed as well. Why is this happening? My mind is already filled with knowledge. Renzu was very disappointed. I can only remember so much knowledge. No, human, take a closer look. Self-Gu suddenly reminded. Renzu checked his mind and found a Gu hidden in it. Renzu suddenly realized. So it was you who occupied my mind, preventing me from filling it with more knowledge. What kind of Gu are you? This Gu replied. I am the Pride Gu. Renzu was anxious. Then why aren't you leaving? You are occupying such a huge space. How much knowledge can I fill in? But no matter how anxious or how Renzu persuaded, Pride Gu did not leave. Renzu had no choice. Great strength, true Marshal said. Oh father, don't be anxious. Don't forget that I have a humility Gu. I will give it to you. Great strength, true Marshal took out humility Gu and gave it to Renzu. Pride Gu was chased away by humility Gu. It flew out of Renzu's mind and into great strength, true Marshal's body. Strong Gu was very happy. Experts have their own pride. Renzu got rid of Pride Gu in his mind. He returned to Book Mountain and continued to extract knowledge. After Renzu obtained humility Gu, the more knowledge he obtained, the more he felt that he knew less. He wanted to fill in more knowledge. Renzu's mind was gradually filled up. Self-Gu urged him. Oh human, stop, your mind is already filled with knowledge. But Renzu said, but I feel that it is not enough. I am certain that there is still a lot of knowledge that I do not know. I need to extract more. Renzu continued to extract knowledge. His mind was swollen and painful. He could not fill in more. But humility Gu made him feel that he had too little knowledge. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. Finally, Renzu's mind could not take it anymore. It exploded from the large amount of knowledge. The knowledge scattered on the ground. A girl stood up from within. Father, father. The girl hugged Renzu's leg happily. I am Carefree Wisdom Heart, I am your daughter. Northern Plains. Pure child grassland. Qincheng wore a green robe. He had his hands behind his back as he stood proudly. He looked at the unfamiliar female immortal in front of him, shouting, Who in the world are you? Why did you ask me to come here? The female immortal in front of him wore a mask that covered her nose, mouth, and face. Only the upper half of her face was exposed. She had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a heroic aura. She was also wearing a set of black and gold armor, which made people feel a heavy pressure just by looking at her. It could be said that she had a domineering aura and an oppressive aura. She was definitely not an ordinary person. You can call me Fairy Black Moon, this female immortal said. Fairy Black Moon? Qincheng raised his brows. Where are you from? Now that the 5 regions were united, Gu Immortal's auras no longer differed by region. That was why Qincheng asked this. Fairy Black Moon smiled. Where I come from and who I am is not important. Qincheng, you are known as the Pure Sincerity Immortal. You cultivate Rural Path. In your early years, you had an agreement with a friend. The loser would assist the winner and acknowledge him as their master. Do I still remember? Qincheng's pupils shrunk as he frowned. I was arrogant when I was young. I did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. That was why I made this bet. At that time, I was only a young Gu master. Who are you? You actually know such a secret? Fairy Black Moon sneered. I am only asking you, Chen. Is this bet still valid? As she spoke, she tossed out a token. Qincheng took a look and his expression changed again. This token is real. Where did you get it from? What relationship do you have with my friend? Fairy Black Moon continued. I said these are not important. Qincheng breathed in deeply. His expression was extremely solemn. I understand you want to fight me, defeat me and take me as your slave. Since you came to me, you must be very confident in your own strength. But let me remind you, even though I, Qincheng, am a lone cultivator. I have roamed northern plains for so many years. I naturally have trump cards that no one knows about. If you win this battle, I will acknowledge you as my master. But if you lose, I will be your master." Fairy Black Moon laughed heartily. "Everyone says that you are a pure sincerity immortal who acts according to your nature. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Let's fight." Chen Qing was furious. "No matter who you are, I, Chen Qing, will have a taste of your strength today." At the next moment, thunder rumbled as a battle between two immortals began. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, He Chunqiu was in charge of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Swish, swish, swish. The water in the pool rose and fell, giving off an intoxicating sound like waves. A rank 8 immortal goo quickly formed and landed in He Chunqiu's hands. Good, all the rank 8 immortal goo that were lost have been refined. He Chunqiu nodded slightly, very satisfied with this progress. 4 Element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool had one of Regret Pool's abilities. Any immortal goo that was successfully refined would have a success mark left behind. When the immortal goo is destroyed, 4 Element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool would use the power of the tributary of the River of Time and the success mark left behind to refine the immortal goo again. The success rate would be even higher than refining a rank 8 immortal goo normally. When Fairy Ming Hao forced back Fan Yuan's subordinates, Lu Weiyin felt regret over the loss of immortal goo. But he did not know that Fan Yuan's refinement path methods were unimaginably high. In just a few days, he refined all 3 rank 8 immortal goo that were lost. But Fan Yuan was still not satisfied with his refinement path attainment. Several days had passed since Ming Hao defeated Lu Weiyin and the rest. Over these days, the 3 great worlds had been peaceful, the flames of war had subsided. There was a short period of peace. Since it was not the time to fight yet, Fan Yuan used this chance to comprehend the profundities of this place. Fan Yuan had already inspected Paradise Earth's tomb. It was filled with down marks. The structure was profound and huge. It could not be deciphered in a short period of time. Fan Yuan placed most of his attention on the big and small worlds themselves. He wanted to comprehend the refinement path profundities contained in them. "Sage, Savage Wilderness Great World's Envoy wishes to meet you." Right at this time, a yellow earth goo immortal came forward and reported respectfully. "It is Bing Saichuan." Lu Weiyin also came over, bringing more accurate information. Fan Yuan smiled. Looking at the time, they should be here soon. The defeat of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian was actually part of Fan Yuan's plan. Even though Celestial Court had lost to him before, Fan Yuan had never underestimated Celestial Court's foundation. Celestial Court placed great importance on Crazed Demon Cave. Even Divine Emperor City had come. Could Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian defeat Celestial Court? In the current situation, even though Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court, and Fan Yuan controlled the 3 great worlds, Celestial Court was the absolute leader. In the contest between the 3, it was natural for the weak to resist the strong. Moreover, Bing Saichuan had come to cooperate with Fan Yuan during the Fate War, thus, after Lu Weiyin and the rest returned, Fan Yuan had been patiently waiting for Bing Saichuan's envoy. But this time Bing Saichuan, one of the 4 Desolation Immortals, actually came personally. This showed Longevity Heaven's sincerity. "Fan Yuan, how have you been?" Bing Saichuan smiled. Fan Yuan, however, had a cold expression. "I am cooperating with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to help him revive." Bing Saichuan, your Longevity Heaven is not wise to cooperate with us. Once the time is ripe and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, our strength will rise sharply. We might even suppress Celestial Court. This? Bing Saichuan's smile froze. P.S. Qidian has a 2018 Golden Keyboard event. Everyone can vote for author or iconic character in the book. Thanks to everyone's support, many people voted for me. I personally do not care much about the author's achievements, but do you have Fan Yuan? I really want to see him rise to the top. I have already voted for Guyue Fan Yuan. I suggest everyone to vote for Guyue Fan Yuan if they are interested. Let Old Demon fight. Chapter 2181. Bing Sichuan took the initiative to visit. His intention was clear. He wanted to ally with Fan Yuan to resist the Celestial Court. Fan Yuan did not want to waste time. He purposely said the opposite, pointing out the obstruction of their alliance. Paradise Earth's tomb was huge like a mountain. Longevity Heaven and the Celestial Court knew about it long ago. This was also the reason why they attacked Yellow Earth Great World earlier. Bing Sichuan was indeed a famous rank 8 expert. He laughed heartily. The stiffness on his face vanished instantly. Fan Yuan, do you know where Book Mountain came from? Fan Yuan had a thought. Is Book Mountain not the original arrangement of the Celestial Court? Bing Sichuan nodded. That's right. Book Mountain was originally in the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, but the Celestial Court's wisdom path strength was too deep. They actually comprehended a portion of the profundities and extracted Book Mountain from the 9th layer. Oh? Fan Yuan did not deny it. Lu Wei Yin's expression changed slightly at the side. Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortals did not know about this. After all, it happened in the depths of Green Lotus Great World. The Celestial Court actually has such a method? They have already comprehended the 9th layer and extracted Book Mountain? Did Limitless Demon Venerable's countermeasures not activate yet? Lu Weiyin asked. Bing Sichuan sighed deeply. If they activated it, we would not have come here so urgently to seek an alliance. Fan Yuan asked solemnly. Have you seen Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan shook his head. I have not. Fan Yuan asked again. Then what is the relationship between Fairy Ming Hao and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan said everything he knew. With Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements, we did not use our full strength until the time was right. We did not force Star Constellation Immortal Venerable out. But the Celestial Court sent 3 female immortals. They all have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Fairy Ming Hao is one of them. These 3 female immortals are Ming Hao, Yu Xiao, and Fengya. They cultivate Wisdom Path and Star Path respectively. You already have an understanding of Fairy Ming Hao's strength. Fairy Yu Xiao is only stronger than her. In the battle a few days ago, I, Fanjing, sent more troops to tangle with her and stall her. As for Fairy Fengya, she seems to be stronger, but she has never made a move. She has always been in seclusion to deduce the mysteries of the 9th level of Crazed Demon Cave. The Book Mountain is the fruit of her labor. Lu Weiyin could not help but sigh. The Celestial Court is indeed the #1 force in the world. Its foundation is unfathomable. After the fall of Duke Long, the Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerables. Unexpectedly, there were 3 hidden in the Crazed Demon Cave. From this, we can see how much importance the Celestial Court places on the Crazed Demon Cave. Bing Sichuan added. Other than these 3 pseudo-venerables, don't forget about Qin Dingling's group of rank 8 elites. Besides Divine Emperor City, Celestial Court had already exposed the Immortal Gu House's Demon Judgment Board and Heaven Overseeing Tower. With Celestial Court's foundation, it is not strange for them to take out even more Immortal Gu Houses. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth. Celestial Court even moved a portion of the Immortal Graveyards to Crazed Demon Cave. These Immortal Graveyards were arranged by the Celestial Court after they collected the graveyards. At the crucial moment, the historical experts in the Immortal Graveyards will also awaken. This group of experts is quite terrifying. Precisely so. Bing Sichuan concluded. Fan Yuan, Lu Weiyin, we should work together. If we do not work together, how can we force out Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? How can we defeat 3 pseudo-venerables? How can we protect Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable from reviving? Bing Sichuan's meaning was clear. Celestial Court had too much of an advantage. If they did not work together now, before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, Celestial Court would have already won. Thus, both sides had to work together. Lu Weiyin looked at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan nodded slightly, agreeing to work together. Longevity Heaven did not seem to fear Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's revival. It seemed to have a lot of confidence in itself. It definitely had many trump cards. But for now, Celestial Court was still the strongest. They needed to restrain its advance. Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World stopped fighting. both sides sent out their main forces to attack Green Lotus Great World. Even though they allied with Longevity Heaven, the extent of the alliance was limited. Fan Yuan suggested that both sides exchange true inheritances. Using venerable true inheritances of the same value to exchange for Giant Sun's Luck Path true inheritance that Longevity Heaven had collected. Bing Sichuan rejected. His tone was polite but his attitude was firm. Fan Yuan suggested that both sides exchange immortal materials. He wanted to exchange for rank 9 Luck Path immortal materials, but Bing Sichuan rejected him. Fan Yuan's force had already expanded to such an extent. When his subordinates moved out earlier, even Bing Sichuan was dumbfounded. Bing Sichuan and the rest were very unhappy with Spectral Soul, Red Lotus, and the other venerables. In order to let Fan Yuan destroy Fate Gu, they had truly nurtured Fan Yuan too much. In just a few days, Fan Yuan's force had already expanded to such a terrifying extent. What about his own strength? To what extent would it reach? In this situation, how could Longevity Heaven make a transaction with Fan Yuan? This was no different from continuing to support the enemy. Fan Yuan and Longevity Heaven's cooperation caused a huge change in the situation. However, Celestial Court had already expected this. They allowed the two sides to attack with all their might, but they were still able to defend themselves well. Occasionally, when the defensive line was about to collapse, Fairy Minghao and Fairy Yushio would move out personally. They would either stabilize the situation in Celestial Court and repel the invading Gu Immortals, or seize the opportunity to counterattack Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World, causing huge casualties. Fan Yuan also witnessed Fairy Yushio's battle strength. Fairy Yushio also had an outstanding combat system. Her offensive methods were very special. They were based on the difference in attainment level between her and her enemies. The greater the difference, the stronger her attacks. Ever since the first time they reached the foot of Book Mountain, Fan Yuan's subordinates had not achieved such results again. The three sides fought like this. The situation was in a stalemate as days passed. Large numbers of Gu cultivators died. Their sacrifices made the three great worlds grow larger and more stable with more Dao marks. The more Gu cultivators that died in foreign lands, the more the regional walls of the three great worlds would dissipate, the larger the connection would be. On this day, at the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Yushio gathered the Celestial Court's immortals, saying, "Right now, Longevity Heaven and Fan Yuan are working together. They are giving us huge pressure. Our forces are hidden in the Immortal Graveyard. Fan Yuan's Wu Shui clone has not moved out yet. Longevity Heaven definitely has hidden forces as well. Since the situation is in a stalemate and everyone is wary of each other, the small and small worlds outside of the three great worlds will be the key to victory. Even though these small and small worlds are weak, they have Gu Immortals. If we can get them to join our side, we will have an advantage in the competition between the three sides." During this period of time, Fan Yuan and Longevity Heaven worked together to suppress Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's losses were even more severe. Zhou Xiong Xian sighed. "These small worlds are easy to defend but hard to attack. Even though we could attack them forcefully, few Gu Immortals chose to join us." Princess Impatience added, "These native Gu Immortals lack intelligence and are very stubborn. Most of them have enmity towards the three great worlds. They think that if their small worlds fuse with the great worlds, their homeland will be destroyed, thus they are stubborn and stubborn." "So," Fairy Yushio smiled. 3 days later, I will hold a Dao impartation ceremony at the peak of Book Mountain. I will teach everyone regardless of background. Any Gu cultivator, be they mortal or immortal, can participate." "How do we do that?" Wan Zihong asked. Fairy Yushio explained in detail. The Celestial Court's immortals' expressions changed. "Lady Yushio has such a divine ability? This is truly admirable. This way, we don't have to worry about Gu cultivators not joining our Celestial Court. These Gu cultivators are neither fish nor fowl. They actually have the fortune to listen to Lady Yushio's Dao impartation ceremony. This is too good for them. Haha, they are just cannon fodder. They will be sacrificed sooner or later. There is no harm in doing this." The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals discussed. the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Divine Emperor City. Qi Howling Painting World. A group of beggars surrounded Fang Dichang as they faced a huge elephant. The elephant was pure white in color, it stood on the ground without moving, it was like a majestic mountain. The beggars had been facing each other for a long time, they felt a chill in their hearts. Their morale continued to fall, they gradually did not dare to fight this elephant. Fang Dichang frowned deeply. This Qi monster is formed from righteous Qi. The longer we fight it, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Qi monsters were of all shapes and sizes, they were formed from all kinds of Qi, they had different natures and abilities. For example, Qi monsters formed from domineering Qi were usually domineering. And Qi monsters formed from death Qi liked to roam around places where death was the most common. Qi monsters formed from life Qi had very strong recovery abilities. Qi monsters formed from luck Qi were hard to encounter. Once they were killed, the benefits to the Gu cultivator would not be small. Even though Fang Dichang was Fang Yuan's clone and shared his attainment level, he had already lost his body. He did not even have a soul. He only had a will left, residing in the human path Gu worm, beggar Gu. Thus, he could not resist this white elephant formed from righteous Qi. Thankfully, the white elephant formed from righteous Qi was not irritable, it did not attack and only faced the beggars. I'm here! Xinshang finally charged over. He quickly finished off his previous opponents, and rushed over to reinforce Fang Dichang. He had fought a group of blood Qi monsters alone earlier, so he was covered in blood. Fang Dichang immediately let out a sigh of relief, he gathered the beggars and let Xinshang into the encirclement. Xinshang fought the white elephant, while using human path methods. This rank 8 Gu immortal was indeed worthy of being a human path quasi-supreme Grand Master favored by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He quickly gained the upper hand. But just as he was about to get rid of this righteous white elephant, the ground suddenly shook. Rumble. A group of over 10,000 bull-shaped Qi monsters raised dust clouds as they galloped over. Xinshang and Fang Dichang's expressions changed. The righteous white elephant cried out in fear as it fled frantically. Xinshang ignored it, he directly grabbed Fang Dichang and ran in another direction. 10,000 bulls galloped like a tsunami, sweeping through heaven and earth, they were unstoppable. Xinshang and Fang Dichang barely escaped as they watched the bulls leave. These are Qi monsters formed from fighting bull Qi, the scale is too huge, who can stop them? Xinshang sighed. Fang Dichang said solemnly, the route the bulls are taking is the nearest camp. I wonder how many casualties there will be, but that camp is definitely finished. Xinshang nodded. That's right, once the camp is lost, we can only retreat to the camp behind, it will be even more inconvenient to explore. Please remember this book's domain name. Right Pen Chinese website mobile version website. Chapter 2182. The two had deduced some things earlier, so they worked together to explore deeper into the Qi Howling painting world, to contact the enemy of Celestial Court at the deepest part of the painting world. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. But Xinshang and Fang Dichang could not reach the deepest part no matter how hard they tried. The Qi Howling painting world was huge. Fang Dichang's strength had already reached a bottleneck. Although Xinshang had rank 8 cultivation level, he was severely restricted here. The difference between immortal and mortal was not obvious. The only consolation was that Xinshang's madness was greatly alleviated here. Ever since he entered the painting world, he had not gone crazy even once. According to Xinshang's deductions, the rich human path environment here should have helped him. Sigh, the 10 children of human path have left. Without them, with just the 2 of us, when would we be able to get through this painting world and see the suppressed target at the deepest part? Fang Dichang sighed deeply. Xinshang was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed, he cried out in shock. This is... Next, Fang Dichang also sensed the aura of a rank 8 immortal Gu rapidly spreading towards them. The two could not care about the Qi Howling painting world anymore, they immediately returned to the center of the original painting world. The two saw a rank 8 immortal Gu floating in the sky at the same time, shining brightly. Divine Emperor City was deeply hidden, it actually had such a legendary immortal Gu. If I am not wrong, this should be the learning goo recorded in the legends of Renzu. The two conversed, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Learning goo is a human path immortal goo. This is probably the highest rank human path immortal goo in the current era. Fan Dichang exclaimed. I understand. Xinshang's eyes suddenly shined with bright light. Why were there beast tamers and chi refiners in the past? It was probably the result of this learning goo's secret operation. Of course, it is not just this goo, there should be another killer move. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had such foresight and deep arrangements. Fang Dichang frowned. But why is this learning goo activated by itself now? Did something happen in the outside world? Xinshang was vexed. He did not know anything about the outside world. But he quickly reacted. This is a great opportunity. Learning goo must be one of the cores of Divine Emperor City. No matter what happened in the outside world, Divine Emperor City took out a core to use. In this way, the originally complete structure of the Divine Emperor City has a gap. Perhaps we can find this gap and make use of it. Good idea! Fan Dichang's pupils dilated as he looked at Xinshang with a burning gaze. Let us work together to probe the secrets of Divine Emperor City. Meanwhile, Craze Demon Cave. The 8th floor. Green Lotus Dojo, on Book Mountain. Fairy Yushio sat at the peak of Book Mountain. Inside her immortal aperture, the light of learning goo in Divine Emperor City spread out. Together with Fairy Yushio's other immortal goo, they formed a human path killer move. There was no limit to learning. There were goo cultivators at the waist and foot of Book Mountain. The killer move's light blue light spread down and enveloped these goo cultivators. The goo cultivators shook intensely. This is... The expressions of the immortals changed, their minds were shaken. Indescribable mysteries of the great Tao flowed into the depths of the immortals' hearts, like a gurgling spring. The immortals' paths and realms actually began to slowly rise. There's actually such a marvelous killing move in this world. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't have imagined it. This is the teachings of a sage. The sage is truly benevolent. Many goo immortals shed tears of gratitude. Some goo immortals knelt down on the ground, worshipping Fairy Yushio, who was at the peak. These goo immortals were all unusual, but they obtained the orthodox goo cultivation method. They knew clearly how hard it was to raise one's path attainment level. This was an extremely rare fortuitous encounter. In this world, other than dream realms, there are truly other methods to raise attainment levels. Human path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already deduced this. Celestial Court's development of human path is definitely not wrong. Qin Ding Ling was extremely excited. The members of Celestial Court, who were led by her, were also sitting down and meditating with their eyes closed. Fairy Yushio's eyes were slightly closed as she looked down. Her forehead was covered in sweat. All the thoughts in her mind were used to maintain this move. There was no limit to learning. It was a strategic level human path method. The benefits to a superforce were unimaginable. Its greatest advantage was that it did not expend the true meaning of the goo immortal who used the killer move, but created true meaning in other people's hearts. Rule path and wisdom path goo immortals were more proficient in extracting their own true meaning than other paths. After other goo cultivators extract the true meaning, their attainment level would rise rapidly. But the goo cultivator who extracted the true meaning would have their attainment level fall. The loss would be irreversible. This was the reason why true meaning was so rare in the world. Endless learning was a killer move that used Fairy Yushio's attainment level, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Book Mountain, as well as learning goo. This move could create a new true meaning in the target's heart. The moment these true meanings were created, they would be instantly absorbed by the goo cultivator, causing their attainment level to rise. This was the greatest advantage of endless learning. It would not expend the goo cultivator's attainment level. But at the same time, this advantage was also its weakness. Because there was a limit to how much true meaning a killer move could create. These limits were the goo cultivators who were hit. The goo cultivators' aptitude, talent, comprehension, as well as their personal experiences were the conditions that restricted their creation of true meaning. The same attainment level and profundity could be comprehended differently by different people. If they reached the limit and could not comprehend the profundity no matter what, the goo cultivator would start to hallucinate. As expected, not long after, some goo cultivators on Book Mountain started to hallucinate. Some had golden lotuses bursting out of the ground, some had green rain falling from the sky, some were filled with blood water and a bone forest, some had colorful lights forming into phoenixes that cried out, I can't hold on anymore." A moment later, someone coughed out blood and fainted. More and more people fainted. But some goo cultivators persisted. Because of this, the goo cultivators' aptitude and comprehension, as well as their personal experience, started to differentiate. But in Qin Dingling's group, some people started to shake and sweat appeared on their foreheads, but most of the local goo immortals of Green Lotus Dao Field had already fainted. Even though these mutants became goo immortals, humans still have the most intelligence. Fairy Yushio nodded to herself. After some observation, she had a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of Green Lotus Dao Field's goo immortals. When Qin Dingling and the rest started to falter, the other goo cultivators on the mountain had already fainted. Bai Tseng fainted, Zhou Xiong Xian also fainted, Jun Xinguang followed closely behind. Eventually, only 3 members of Celestial Court were left. They were Qin Dingling, Che Wei, and Guyue Fajing. "Brother?" Guyue Fengjing's eyes were bloodshot. He cried out as he fainted. Not long later, Qin Dingling smiled bitterly as she lost consciousness. Che Wei lasted until the end. Fairy Yushio nodded to herself. "As expected of the creator of Weapon Path." How could I have misjudged him?" Fairy Yushio suddenly had a surprised expression. Her gaze moved away from Che Wei and landed on a meteorite at the foot of the mountain. This meteorite was huge like an elephant. It was also a goo immortal. It had already fallen into a semi-conscious state earlier, but even Fairy Yushio did not expect that there was some kind of power accumulated inside the meteorite. Until now, when this mysterious power reached its limit, the quantity caused a qualitative change. Rumble! With a loud sound, the meteorite exploded, golden light shot everywhere. From the dazzling golden light, a stone monkey flew out. The stone monkey landed on the ground, scratching its ears and cheeks as it jumped around, shouting, "Amazing, truly amazing!" Plop! Che Wei could not hold on any longer, he fainted. Fairy Yushio's expression became even more surprised. "This stone monkey was nurtured by heaven and earth, it is extraordinary. Its aptitude and comprehension actually surpassed Che Wei. With such potential, it will definitely become someone great in the future. Amazing, amazing. What a pity, what a pity." Fairy Yushio sighed repeatedly. She said amazing because she was praising Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable created Crazed Demon Cave and deduced new Heaven Path Dao marks for over 1,000,000 years. The results were huge. The stone monkey in front of him was proof. This stone monkey's potential and aptitude actually surpassed the members of Celestial Court. It defeated Che Wei. If this stone monkey could be nurtured and grew up, it might be able to create its own path in the future. But this stone monkey was destined to have a tragic ending. It would not live for long. It was destined to become Limitless Demon Venerable's sacrifice. Celestial Court could not contain it. Because it was a variant, it was not a pure human. This was also the reason why Fairy Yushio said what a pity. The stone monkey lasted for a few minutes before it fell to the ground, fainting. Fairy Yushio stopped her killer move and started to rest. Even though she did not expend her attainment level, the price of using this move was very high. Be it thoughts, immortal essence, or lifespan, they were all expended. Not long later, the goo immortals woke up. They cheered uncontrollably. Their attainment levels rose. The problems of killer moves or immortal goo remnant recipes that troubled them in the past were all solved. Many goo immortals created new methods to modify old killer moves. "Thank you, Sage, for your Dao teachings. Sage's Dao teachings are immeasurable." The goo immortals knelt down. Fairy Yushio smiled. Her voice spread throughout Book Mountain and out, shaking the whole of Green Lotus World. 3 days later, I will teach at the peak of Book Mountain again." The immortals were stunned, but at the next moment, they cheered loudly. 3 days later, not only on Book Mountain, even the foot of the mountain was filled with Gu Masters. The Gu Masters could only surround Book Mountain, they could not ascend it. At the foot of the mountain, many new Gu immortal faces appeared. These Gu immortals came from all sorts of small worlds. They heard that a sage was teaching on Book Mountain. It would be a waste not to come. They wanted to take advantage of the situation. Fairy Yushio activated endless learning again. Illusions started to appear. Each person was different. "I see it. So many flowers. So many pig heads are flying. Fairy, don't run. You can't escape." "That lad is dead. I said that even Gu immortals cannot save him. My lover is an unparalleled hero. One day, he will step on a rainbow cloud to marry me, even though I am a man." Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese Mobile Version. Chapter 2183. The illusions were endless. Soon, the Gu Masters outside the mountain collapsed, fainting in large numbers. Next, on the mountain, the Gu immortals who had experienced the first Tao imparting also fainted. They had already reached their limits when they first imparted the Tao. In just 3 short days, the extent to which they could improve their foundation was very, very small. Even the members of the Celestial Court were no exception. Finally, the remaining ones were the mutant Gu immortals from the small worlds. They had deep foundations, and it was also their first time experiencing a preaching of the Tao. Fairy Yushio was astonished once more. Among these mutant Gu immortals, she found another genius. This was a dark green hurricane. He persisted until the end. His talent and comprehension abilities were on par with the stone monkey from before. When this tornado Gu immortal fainted, Fairy Yushio stopped her killer move. When these Gu immortals woke up, she announced again, 3 days later, the third Tao imparting would be held. For the third time, even more Gu immortals came. Not just the variant humans of the small worlds, even Gu immortals from Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World came. Eventually, a lizard Gu immortal emerged. This immortal came from Savage Wilderness Great World. His aptitude was on the same level as the Stone Monkey and Hurricane Gu immortal. He was extraordinary. Fairy Yushio had preached a total of 3 times. Her influence had not only covered the 3 great worlds, but it had also spread to the other small worlds. Not only were there small worlds attached to the outer walls of the 3 worlds, but there were also many small worlds that were being drawn to the center. Fairy Yushio achieved her goal, and the effects were extremely clear. Green Lotus Great World's impression in the minds of the Gu immortals greatly improved. A large number of Gu immortals joined them. Yushio chose 3 leaders from them. They were the Stone Monkey Butian Kong who jumped out of the meteorite, the Hurricane Gu immortal Nyakwang Feng, and the Lizard Gu immortal Duan who came from Reckless Savage Great World. But most of the Gu immortals still chose to watch. Most of these Gu immortals came from small worlds, and these small worlds were still migrating. They had not landed on the 3 great worlds yet. Since the void has mutated and the merging of the worlds is unavoidable, I'll have to choose a good home. That's right. We are the rulers of our respective small worlds. We can influence the landing location of the small worlds to a certain extent. The sages of Yuanlian Great World are preaching. I wonder if the sages of the other 2 great worlds are doing the same? These Gu immortals could not help but feel anticipation. A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Even though they were native Gu immortals and did not look like humans, they were intelligent and astute. From Fairy Yushio's act of imparting the Tao, they acutely sensed that she was trying to recruit them. The battle between the 3 great worlds was like a raging fire, and the consumption of energy between them was extremely fierce. This was the stage for them to display their prowess. They even directly spread the news. If the sages of the other 2 great worlds don't give us any benefits, we can only rely on Green Lotus Great World. The 3 great worlds have been united for a long time. The sages of the Green Lotus Great World are really broad-minded to be able to teach everyone without discrimination. I believe that the sages of the other 2 worlds are not inferior. We'll go to whichever great world offers better treatment. These Gu immortals wanted to gain as many benefits as possible. As for where it would land and which great world it belonged to, haha, let's take advantage of him first. With the situation changing like this, Lu Weiyin hurriedly went to discuss with Fan Yuan. Lu Weiyin sighed. Right now, Celestial Court has the upper hand again. Our alliance with Longevity Heaven was able to shake Celestial Court's position with much difficulty. But Fairy Yushio's Tao teachings made all of our hard work go to waste. Thankfully, the situation is not irreversible. Now, how do we recruit those Gu immortals who are still watching from the sidelines? Fan Yuan was silent. These wandering variant human Gu immortals were natural cannon fodder. Celestial Court had made a good move by recruiting them. Fairy Yushio's method also broadened Fan Yuan's horizons. Learning there is no end to learning. Other than Dream Realms, this was the first time Fan Yuan had seen a killer move that could raise one's attainment level directly. He did not have such a killer move in the 500 years of his previous life. From the information he gathered and Lu Weiyin's information, there were no clues or signs of such a killer move. This meant that this killer move was likely a creation of Celestial Court. Celestial Court had deep foundations, they had so many elites, they were also advancing with the times. Lu Weiyin looked at Fan Yuan as he continued. This killer move is extraordinary, it can raise the strength of an entire force, it is a strategic method. Attainment level advancement is very hard to come by, Celestial Court's bargaining chip is very tempting. There is another thing that I am very worried about. The Legends of Renzu clearly states that Renzu and the other two use true meaning to go to primordial domain. Celestial Court has the killer move Endless Learning, it means that they have an unparalleled method in the creation of true meaning. This method might allow them to go to primordial domain earlier, like Book Mountain, they might even be able to take primordial domain from the 9th layer. Fan Yuan nodded slightly. Lu Weiyin was able to see the bigger picture from a small clue. His words were indeed insightful. Primordial domain was the most crucial factor in the contest between the three sides. Even if a venerable succeeded in rebirth and wanted to become a true Tao Lord, they would need to rely on primordial domain. It could be said that among the three sides, whoever could seize primordial domain first would have the greatest advantage and become the final victor. Fan Yuan pondered. Endless Learning is indeed a marvelous killer move, it is extremely powerful, but I also have a strategic method that can match it. I have already used it secretly. Lu Weiyin had a joyful expression as he guessed correctly. Is it that lingering poisonous and plague killer move? Fan Yuan nodded and admitted, saying at the same time. I have used this move once in Eastern Sea, let's see how Celestial Court deals with it. Other than that, we need to keep an eye on Longevity Heaven as well, I am very interested in their next move. Lu Weiyin thought for a while before adding. Since Lord has already used lingering poisonous and plague, we should take the initiative to attack and exert direct pressure. Heavenly Court's side will be exhausted from dealing with them, they will not have enough time and energy to resist this move. Fan Yuan, however, had already closed his eyes. I will leave this to you. I still need to deduce Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Lu Weiyin took his leave, he thought that it would be better to contact Longevity Heaven, it would be more suitable for both sides to attack together. After receiving Lu Weiyin's invitation, Longevity Heaven cooperated without hesitation. In fact, their pressure was even greater. There were many Gu immortals who defected from Savage Wilderness Great World to Green Lotus Great World, much more than in Yellow Earth Great World. The most famous was Duan Hu. This rank 8 expert was very famous in Savage Wilderness Great World, he took the lead to defect to Celestial Court, this had a bad influence on Longevity Heaven. After many days, Longevity Heaven and Fan Yuan's side sent their armies to invade Green Lotus Great World again. In the sky, Gu immortals fought intensely. Kill! Golden Fur Immortal Monarch held 2 large hammers as he charged around fiercely. His body was covered in golden fur, he had many immortal Gu and killer moves ready, his defense was tight and he had no worries when charging into the formation. The mutant Gu immortals on Celestial Court's side were disrupted by him many times. Don't be arrogant. A childlike woodpath goo immortal with grass growing on his head gritted his teeth in anger, blocking Golden Fur Immortal Monarch. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch stopped his charge and fought with this immortal. Both sides fought for more than 10 rounds. They were evenly matched. Humph. I am Grasshead Baby. I was born with immortal goo. I have great luck. You have immortal goo. My number of immortal goo does not lose to yours. This woodpath goo immortal shouted with great momentum. Suddenly his expression twisted as his body tilted. Itch, itch, itch. Suddenly Grasshead Baby felt an unbearable itch all over his body. Waves of ants came out of his body, drilling through his turf skin. How can this be? What the hell are these things? Grasshead Baby was pale with fright. He quickly retreated. Ha ha ha, where are you going? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch saw an opportunity and chased relentlessly. Grasshead Baby was hit by the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. He was in a mess, and after resisting for a few rounds, he was smashed by Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's hammer. His soul perished. Similar scenes happened to the other mutant goo immortals. The Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague immediately changed the situation of the battlefield. Originally, Celestial Court's side had many mutant goo immortals. They were in a deadlock with Fan Yuan's subordinates who were well equipped. But now that these mutant goo immortals' immortal apertures were on fire, their morale was gone. They no longer had the will to fight. Run! Why are there ants on my body? Don't kill me, I surrender. A huge defeat occurred. Fan Yuan's subordinates chased after them. They had great results. This is the result of joining Green Lotus Great World. All the goo immortals who join them will be punished by Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. Kill all the captives. Master has ordered us not to take these things. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest cheered loudly in the battlefield. They fought with Longevity Heaven's group. The mutant goo immortals of Celestial Court could not put up any resistance. The mutant goo immortals who were defeated found that they could not deal with Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. They could only run to the foot of Book Mountain and pray to the sages to save them. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Ding Ling frowned. Fan Yuan used this killer move after all. If we do not deal with this move, our great advantage will crumble. Many of the mutant goo immortals were watching. If Green Lotus Great World was too weak, no matter how many benefits they received, they would not join. After all, no matter how many benefits there were, they needed to be alive to enjoy them. Right now, Fairy Yushio was guarding Book Mountain, while Fairy Minghao went to the front lines to prevent Longevity Heaven's army from causing any trouble. Fairy Yushio was also troubled. Regarding Lingering Poisonous and Plague Killer move, you have already brought information about it. This move is incredible. It contains Poison Path, Enslavement Path, Refinement Path, Wood Path, Food Path, and even Heaven Path profundities. There are Heaven Path profundities as well? Qin Ding Ling was shocked. No wonder Eastern Sea's Righteous Chi Alliance can only alleviate this move. They cannot cure it completely. Chapter 2184. Peak of Book Mountain. Against Fan Yuan's Lingering Poisonous and Plague Killer move, Fairy Yushio continued. Thankfully, Fan Yuan has already used this move in Eastern Sea. You also placed Zhe Xianwing in the Righteous Chi Alliance and obtained first-hand information. Thus, I was prepared for it. But the current Lingering Poisonous and Plague Killer move has already been modified by Fan Yuan. My original method is no longer suitable. I need to modify it further. When Qin Ding Ling heard this, the serious expression on her face immediately dissipated a little. That's good. Fairy Yushio smiled lightly. I only need 3 days to complete the modification. During this period of time, Celestial Court will publicize Lingering Poisonous and Plague Killer move. Qin Ding Ling received her orders and left. Not long after, the mutant goo immortals learned of this. They were furious. Yellow Earth Great World Sage is too despicable. I heard long ago that Yellow Earth Great World's goo immortals are united and harmonious. To think that Yellow Earth Great World Sage is so vicious, we are truly disappointed. In comparison, Green Lotus Great World Sage is truly generous. He has the demeanor of a sage. Savage Wilderness Great World Sage is only SOSO. The spectating goo immortals were very disappointed. They were waiting anxiously, but be it longevity heaven or Fan Yuan, they did not react in the way they wanted. Without gaining any benefits, Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World directly mobilized their armies and started a war. While these mutant goo immortals were disappointed, they also started to feel anger. The sages of these two great worlds are acting like this. Are they not afraid that we will join Green Lotus Great World? Humph, the sages of these two worlds are too arrogant. Forget it, let's join Green Lotus Great World. The mutant goo immortals who were spectating almost all decided to join Celestial Court. Celestial Court's wisdom path method is truly amazing. The emotions of these mutant goo immortals are all secretly influenced. According to what I know, many goo immortals decided to join the Celestial Court out of anger. Lu Weiyin sighed to Fan Yuan. The Celestial Court first promoted Fan Yuan's viciousness and ruthlessness. Next, they used a killer move for free to alleviate the lingering poisonous ant plague of the mutant goo immortals. Finally, they secretly used a method to influence the emotions of these mutant goo immortals. Through this series of attacks, not only did they get rid of lingering poisonous ant plague's negative effects, they even retaliated. Fan Yuan and Longevity Heaven were in a bad spot. Right now, the Celestial Court has gathered a large number of mutant goo immortals. They have a clear advantage in numbers. Should we withdraw the army at the front? Lu Weiyin asked again. Fan Yuan smiled and waved his hand. The Celestial Court is truly formidable. According to my deductions, this mysterious wisdom path killer move also contains heaven path profundities. It can interfere with the thoughts of all living beings like Providence. Lingering poisonous ant plague has been troubling the righteous Qi Alliance for a long time, but the Celestial Court easily neutralized this move. In fact, I have already modified this move again. However, Longevity Heaven has already made a move. Let's observe for a while before making a decision. Gu Luan was one of the mutant goo immortals who joined the Celestial Court. After forming an agreement with the Celestial Court, she passed through the void and returned to her small world. For several days, she set up an immortal formation. This immortal formation was naturally the support of the Celestial Court. After activating it, it could influence the trajectory of the small world and make it land on the boundary of Green Lotus Great World. The Sage of Green Lotus Great World is truly unfathomable. This immortal formation is incredible and has great power, but it expends little immortal essence. Gu Luan praised in her mind as she activated the immortal formation. The immortal formation burst out with a faint profound light that spread out from the small world. The small world had been flying towards the center of the void, but under the effect of the immortal formation, it started to change its trajectory. After activating it for a few breaths of time, Gu Luan suddenly showed a shocked expression. What's going on? I clearly activated the immortal formation, but the small world is not under my control. It is flying towards another direction. Is the immortal formation ineffective? Gu Luan quickly inspected and found out to her shock. It was not that the immortal formation was ineffective, but there was a profound and grand force that was affecting her small world. Compared to this grand force, even the immortal formation could not match it. The Bone Luan could only watch helplessly as its home flew down and finally landed on the savage wilderness Great World's boundary wall. Her situation was not unique. Most small worlds were affected. They either landed on the savage Great World or were on their way to the savage Great World. Gu Luan and the other mutant goo immortals were dumbfounded. They joined Green Lotus Great World, but their small world landed on Savage Wilderness Great World. It would definitely be absorbed by Savage Wilderness Great World in the future, and fuse with it. This is the method of Savage Wilderness Great World Sage. Unbelievable, that sage has already taken action. He can actually absorb all of the small worlds. Only those small worlds at the periphery are spared. What do we do? Many goo immortals started to regret it. If they knew this, they would not have joined Green Lotus Great World in such a hurry. Peak of Book Mountain. This is Giant Sun's Heaven and Earth Luck Method. Qin Dingling sighed. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. Longevity Heaven did not hesitate to send Luck's Suppression Heavenly Palace down. It has already started to interfere with the heaven and earth luck of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. That's why these small worlds landed on his side. It is a venerable method after all. Fairyushio sighed. Even though they saw through this method of longevity heaven, they could not break it. Not mentioning luck path methods, longevity heaven was superior to celestial court. This method was activated by luck suppression heavenly palace. To break it, luck suppression heavenly palace had to be destroyed. And luck suppression heavenly palace was hidden deep in savage wilderness great world. In the current situation, even pseudo-venerables could not use their full strength. How could they attack it? Celestial Court could not think of anything, they could only watch. This way, Celestial Court gathered most of the mutant goo immortals. They had the advantage in numbers. Longevity Heaven took in most of the small worlds. Savage Wilderness Great World continued to expand. Only Fan Yuan's side was the weakest. After losing this round, not only did they not recruit many mutant goo immortals, they also did not obtain many small worlds. Celestial Court commanded the mutant goo immortals to counterattack. The battle line that had penetrated deep into Green Lotus Great World was pushed back. Goo masters gathered into an army and slaughtered all over the mountains and plains. Immortals fought in the sky. It was an intense battle. Stone Monkey Butian rampaged in the sky. It suddenly gave a loud roar as it vanished far away. This move again! Bingzhua's eyelids twitched. He looked around nervously. Where is he? Where did he appear? But Butian Kong did not continue to attack Bingzhua. It teleported behind Shirzone. Eat my fist! Butian Kong shouted. Shirzone quickly defended, but his defensive killer move was instantly broken. Butian Kong's fist pierced through Shirzone's chest, coming out of his back. Butian Kong laughed sinisterly. Its body shook as it activated its killer move. Shirzone exploded into pieces, rocks flew everywhere. Bingzhua and Shirzone were rank 8 goo immortals. Butian Kong also had rank 8 cultivation level, but it still managed to kill Shirzone in a 1 versus 2 fight. No matter what formation this is, scatter! On the other side, Nie Kuangfeng's scream came from the Rotten Egg Vicious Cloud formation. The 6 Eggman goo immortals from Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven had created the ancient battle formation Rotten Egg Vicious Cloud. It had already trapped Nie Kuangfeng for a long time. It could not hold on any longer. It was destroyed from the inside. The 6 Eggman goo immortals spat out blood. They were either injured or dead. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Duan Hu fought against Lu Tonglan. Lu Tonglan was one of the 8 extremities, desolate extremity, but she was at a disadvantage. Duan Hu attacked fiercely. His body was tough like a mountain. When he charged, it was like heaven and earth were collapsing. Lu Tonglan's Blue Phoenix Totem killer move was almost destroyed by him. These 3 immortals were born from luck. They are the luck children of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. Yellow Earth Great World should have produced such an expert as well, unfortunately. Fan Yuan saw through the 3 immortals. His gaze turned towards Paradise Earth's tomb. Under his luck inspection killer move, this Paradise Earth tomb's luck was like a mountain of yellow earth. It did not move at all. It was extremely grand. These last days, the front lines had been suffering losses. Many of Fan Yuan's goo immortals had died. But Fan Yuan was still as calm as ice. The casualties were just a number to him. Stalling for time was also beneficial to him. Fan Yuan comprehended many profundities of Paradise Earth tomb. In the past, he could not create a tomb, but now, he could create a huge tomb in the sovereign immortal aperture. It could be used as an earth vein node. Fan Yuan spent most of his time and energy on comprehending the refinement path profundities here. Ordinary goo immortals refined goo immortals, but limitless demon venerable refined worlds of heaven and earth. This gap in refinement path was quickly filled by Fan Yuan. He had made great progress in it. At the same time, Fan Yuan gained a deeper understanding of limitless demon venerables arrangements. It's time! Fan Yuan muttered softly, his gaze gazing afar with a dark and eerie gaze. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the battlefield. The immortals were shocked. In the blink of an eye, lightning rained down. The immortals quickly stopped and retreated. Next, calamities and tribulations of all sizes appeared like rain and smoke, appearing in every corner of the three great worlds. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Ding Ling was shocked. What is going on? Fairy Yu Xiu deduced for a while and understood. This is Limitless Demon Venerable's method. When the worlds fuse to a certain extent, calamities and tribulations descend. At the same time, Fan Yuan's gaze pierced through the surroundings, observing these calamities and tribulations. Waves of understanding surged in his mind. All calamities and tribulations are actually excellent methods to refine heaven and earth. When Gu immortals manage their immortal apertures, under normal circumstances, the main source of down marks are calamities and tribulations. When Gu immortals pass tribulations, they will obtain a large number of down marks. These down marks will modify the immortal aperture, causing the environment of the immortal aperture to change continuously. This is refinement of heaven and earth. Broadly speaking, all calamities and tribulations were refinement path methods. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. At this point, he had already understood most of the refinement path profundities of refining heaven and earth. Earlier, the luck hinted at this moment. It is time to use that move. Fan Yuan activated Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. Chapter 2185. The sky was in chaos. Gu immortals were fighting intensely. Intense winds howled, wind blades shot everywhere. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch paused for a moment. Wind blades surrounded him from all directions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's square face was covered in frost. He snorted coldly as countless ice crystals shot out, blocking the wind blades. But at the next moment, Nyequang Feng appeared in front of him. Nyequang Feng was a green tornado to begin with. Now that it was condensed into a ball, it burst out with a terrifying suction force. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already thought of dodging, but he could not make it in time. He was sucked in by Nyequang Feng. He could not escape. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression changed. It was too late to use Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move now. Normally, the stronger the Immortal Killer move, the longer the activation time. While fighting against Nyequang Feng, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not find an opportunity to use this move. In a dangerous situation, he could not use this move in time. In a deadlock, using this move would expose a weakness. The enemy would be able to take advantage of it. Even if he used it, Nyequang Feng would be guarded against it. He could not end the battle in one move. This is my famous killer move, Sucking Life Strangulation. It took me more than 30 years to build it with great care. I spent 100 years to modify it. No one has ever survived this move. You will not be an exception. Nyequang Feng laughed sinisterly. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a grim expression. He could not dodge now. He could only activate his defensive killer move. Ah! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch screamed in pain. His arms were first absorbed into Nyequang Feng's body. Even though there was a thick layer of ice on the surface of his arms, they only lasted for a few breaths of time before breaking apart. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's arms were twisted into pieces. Next was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's body. This is the end of me. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in despair, but suddenly, a black lightning bolt struck down. Nyequang Feng was struck by it. It suffered a huge blow. The suction force stopped for a moment. Nyequang Feng's wind ball strangulation fell in speed. The green wind ball was corroded by a large amount of black ink. It looked like ink. Damn it, another calamity has appeared. Nyequang Feng gnashed his teeth. Since a few days ago, calamities and tribulations had been appearing frequently in every corner of every major world. Especially in the vicinity of Gu immortals, calamities and tribulations were more common. Right now, there were many Gu immortals fighting intensely in the battlefield. It was not strange for tribulations to appear here. Nyequang Feng's attention focused on Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch again. Die! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried his best to break free, but he could not resist Nyequang Feng's suction force. He was sucked into Nyequang Feng's body inch by inch. My life is over! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in despair again, but suddenly, a dark lightning bolt struck down. With a cracking sound, the black thunderbolt struck Niaquang Feng. The Niaquang wind became sluggish once more, and the pitch-black color within the green ball of wind grew even more intense. The power of this calamity is so strong. To think that it could cause such deep damage to me. Niaquang Feng sighed. He shouted at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. But you cannot escape, your life is mine! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was slowly absorbed by the wind again. It seems that I, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, am going to die here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed. Right at this moment, another dark lightning bolt struck down and struck Niaquang Feng. Niaquang Feng stopped moving, the wind ball distorted as if it was going to explode. What is going on? What is going on with this calamity? Why did it strike me 3 times in a row? I was so close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but he was not struck even once. Is his luck so good? I don't believe it. I'll absorb. Crack. The black lightning struck Niaquang Feng. Niaquang Feng did not believe it. I'll absorb again. Crack. I still want to absorb. Crack, crack, crack. Niaquang Feng could not take it anymore. The black thunderbolts struck down continuously, all of them aimed at his head. It was completely unreasonable. Niaquang Feng's body almost broke apart. It could not absorb Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took the chance to retreat, getting away from Niaquang Feng. I actually survived? What the hell is going on? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was still alive. He was filled with disbelief. Far away, the black lightning was still striking Niaquang Feng. No matter where Niaquang Feng went, the black lightning seemed to be targeting him. No, not just the black lightning, blood dragons, grey ghosts, and other calamities and tribulations also came for Niaquang Feng. Niaquang Feng was going crazy. At this moment, he felt like he was being targeted by the entire world. Of course, there were calamities and tribulations that took care of other Gu immortals, but Niaquang Feng had the most calamities and tribulations. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch healed himself as he observed. He soon found another person in the same situation as Niaquang Feng. That was the stone monkey Butian Kong. This unlucky monkey was fighting against Stone Warrior and several other rank 8 Gu immortals. Countless bats and white sparrows were pecking at him. The stone monkey's attacks were disrupted. Even though Stone Warrior and the rest were also affected by the calamities and tribulations, they were much less affected. Seeing an opportunity, these Gu immortals retaliated. The stone monkey was very depressed. In this situation, he could only defend. Peak of Book Mountain. What is going on? Qin Dingling stood up, her expression changing. Book Mountain was an information path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Celestial Court's methods allowed it to collect information on the 2 battlefields at all times. Thus, even though Qin Dingling was at the rear, she could quickly sense all sorts of abnormalities in the battlefield. Right now, Celestial Court's troops had already advanced into Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World. Savage Wilderness Great World's calamities and tribulations were few in number and power. Green Lotus Great World's calamities and tribulations were normal. But Yellow Earth Great World's calamities and tribulations were not normal. Not only were they much more severe, they were also targeted at Niaquang Feng and Butian Kong. What is going on? Qin Dingling was shocked and uncertain. Fairy Yu Xiu had already started deducing. Now that she finished, she replied. This Fang Yuan is truly amazing. This is his handiwork. This mysterious killer move can amplify the calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth, targeting the most talented living beings. Niaquang Feng and Butian Kong represent many small worlds in the outside world, while Green Lotus Great World, they are 2 of the people with the greatest luck in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thus, they are being targeted. Saying so, Fairy Yu Xiu's expression suddenly changed. This killer move is moving so quickly, it has already engulfed us. Oh no. Qin Dingling's expression changed again. She raised her head and looked at the sky. She saw that above Book Mountain, tribulation clouds were rumbling, covering the sky and the sun. They were layered and thick, covering the surrounding 10,000 li. The calamities and tribulations are intensifying. What is going on? Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Even someone like her could sense a trace of terror from the tribulation clouds above her. Fairy Yushio's expression was grim. This calamity and tribulation is targeting Fairy Fonia. She has talent Gu and has been in closed cultivation, deducing limitless demon venerables arrangements. When wisdom path Gu immortals make their deductions, they would also expose themselves. Thus, heaven and earth sensed Fairy Fonia's existence, and immediately prepared a calamity and tribulation to eliminate her. Fan Yuan used this mysterious killer move. He is actually using limitless demon venerables arrangements to attack my celestial court, damn it! Qin Dingling was furious. Lady Yushio, please allow me to lead Divine Emperor's city to the front lines and find trouble with Fan Yuan. He will not have time to use this move. No. If you do that, Fan Yuan will be happy to see that happen. Fairy Yushio shook her head with a firm attitude. The most important thing now is to protect Fairy Fonia. We need to quickly form a formation and resist the calamity and obtain the best environment for Fairy Fonia. Almost at the same time, inside Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also sensed Fan Yuan's method, he praised. This move contains heaven path profundity. It is beyond my expectations. Fan Yuan seems to be cultivating heaven path. But I wonder what this move is called? Humph. Desolate Extremity Jiaohua said in dissatisfaction. Fan Yuan has already allied with us, but he is still allowing this move to spread to Savage Wilderness Great World. Even our subordinates are starting to be affected. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled. When he made the alliance agreement with us, he had clearly considered this. Thus, it was only a minor move. It is not a violation of the alliance agreement. Thus, this move is mainly targeted at that Gu immortal, Duan Hu. But it is also true that our Gu immortals are weakened by the calamity and tribulation. Jiaohua added. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded with a deep gaze. He is also forcing me to take action. Ha ha! This is really interesting. Then I will take action personally and take on this move. Master! The Gu immortals in the hall shouted in unison with concerned expressions. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun waved his hand. Don't worry, the Fate War has already ended for a long time. My strength has been recovering continuously. Moreover, I am not only taking action now to deal with Fan Yuan's killer move, I am also taking part in the operation of the world and gaining a deeper understanding of limitless demon venerables arrangements. At the next moment, Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace shot out a pillar of light that soared to the sky. It was grand and golden. Good, Longevity Heaven is also taking action. Fan Yuan soon sensed the commotion in Savage Wilderness Great World. He looked over, his gaze traversing a long distance as he gained a deeper understanding of Savage Wilderness Great World. Longevity Heaven was indeed hiding a trump card. At this time, Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace has activated, creating a wave of luck path. The wave is in line with the operation of the world, complying with limitless demon venerables arrangements, and promoting the fusion of the small worlds. No, there is also the method of all living beings' luck. Those mutant Gu immortals under Longevity Heaven are being taken care of. The power of the calamities and tribulations that fall on them is greatly reduced. Fan Yuan observed for a while and gained a lot of insights. At his level, he could already comprehend other things by analogy. Although he was only observing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's move, Fan Yuan deduced many profundities of heaven and earth luck and all living beings' luck. This move that Fan Yuan activated was called Heaven Envy's Heroic Geniuses. Using Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu as the core, it was specially used to deal with those with outstanding talent. Originally, Fan Yuan wanted to use this move on Venerables, but now that he used it, the timing was extremely ingenious. It was completely in line with Limitless Demon Venerables arrangements. Using Limitless Demon Venerables strength, this move could envelop all the great worlds and greatly increase its power. Chapter 2186. It had just rained a while ago. Northern Plains sky was blue and extremely clear. A Gu Immortal was flying at a low altitude, only a few meters above the ground. His gaze was constantly scanning the ground, as if he was searching for something. This Gu Immortal's chest was exposed, his body was well proportioned and his muscles were firm. He had an ordinary face, his nose was straight and his lips were tightly pursed, giving off an impression of unwavering determination. The ground he was inspecting had lush grass, it was a field of green. But if one observed carefully, they would find that the ground that was covered in grass was cracked everywhere, there was something fishy about it. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal had sensed some clues and started to investigate. Right now, he had already explored 100 li of land. Suddenly, a green shadow flashed past the cracks on the ground. Found you! The Northern Plains Gu Immortal's gaze brightened, he pounced down with a gray shadow, like an eagle pouncing on its prey. His momentum was swift and fierce, filled with determination. Rumble! The Northern Plains Gu Immortal directly crashed into the ground instantly cracked, rocks and grass flew everywhere. The Gu Immortal's attack hit the target. At the next moment, his pupils shrunk. The ground cracked open, revealing a huge body hidden in the shallow layer of the ground. It looked like a huge yellow dragon. But looking closely, it was not the body of a dragon, but a huge ginseng trunk. The ginseng trunk was yellow and full of wrinkles, giving off a feeling of strength. After suffering a heavy blow, the ginseng trunk erupted with terrifying strength, like a huge dragon turning over. Rumble! The surrounding ground cracked again, grass and mud flew everywhere. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal was also sent flying by this force. He flew into the air and saw the full appearance of the ginseng. Only to see that in the surrounding 100 li, there were yellow ginseng roots growing out everywhere. It was like a forest had grown out. Hundreds of ginseng roots were like yellow dragons, dancing and attacking the Northern Plains Gu Immortal. The Gu Immortal breathed in deeply, a gray shadow appeared around his body. Under the shroud of the gray light, his figure became blurry, indistinct. When the ginseng roots hit his body, it was like they were passing through a layer of illusion, there was no effect. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal was like the moon's shadow in the water, no matter how the water rippled, the moon's shadow was not damaged at all. The Gu Immortals thus set their footing and started to prepare their offensive methods. Once the killer move was activated, grayish-green wooden spikes, each as thick as an ancient tree, stabbed into the ginseng roots and nailed them to the ground. As the Gu Immortal continued to attack, the number of ginseng roots attacking him decreased. Good stuff! The Northern Plains Gu Immortal's name was Wu Guang. He was a rank 7 Woodpath Gu Immortal called Wood Statue Lord. The longer he looked at the ginseng, the more fervent his gaze became. This withered yellow ginseng was a mysterious species. Even Wu Guang, who specialized in woodpath, did not know much about it. However, this situation was quite common recently. The 5 regions merged into one, the earth veins surged, chi tides swept, and a vast amount of cultivation resources appeared. There were a lot of strange things in it. This ancient desolate plant was the same. Coincidentally, it was discovered by Wooden Statue Lord Wu Guang. This ginseng was extremely valuable. If Wu Guang could successfully raise it, it would definitely be a profitable long-term business. However, it was not easy to subdue these wild ancient desolate plants. They were not like those desolate plants that were grown from seedlings. Subduing ancient desolate plants involved enslavement path methods. Wu Guang was not proficient in this. He did not want to ask for too much now, he only wanted to kill this ginseng and obtain many immortal materials. Undue delay could lead to trouble. This was the territory of the Huangjin bloodline. If these Gu Immortals found him, as a lone immortal, Wu Guang would not be able to gain any benefits. Immortal killer move, decaying wood dead ashes. After the number of ginseng roots attacking Wu Guang decreased to a certain extent, Wu Guang pushed with his palms. With a loud sound, a gray pillar of light tore through the sky and hit the ginseng's trunk. The ginseng's trunk was pierced by the gray pillar of light. A huge hole was formed. The ginseng roots that were still attacking Wu Guang seemed to have lost all their strength and instantly fell to the ground. They were like soft caterpillars, no longer as strong and firm as before. It's over. Wu Guang smiled lightly, but his expression changed immediately. Rumble. At the next moment, the ground shook, heaven and earth turned upside down. Over 1,000 ginseng roots appeared at the same time. Each root was at least 30 meters long. The roots covered the sky, casting a shadow over Wu Guang's body. Wu Guang was shocked to find that the ginseng's trunk that he had identified earlier was not the main body. It was just a larger branch. This ancient desolate plant might have over 10,000 years of history. It is already close to rank 8. It is at the peak of ancient desolate plants. Wu Guang's heart shook. Countless ginseng roots smashed down. Wu Guang quickly dodged. But at this time, a wild immortal goo residing in a certain part of the ginseng activated, causing Wu Guang's speed to fall sharply. Wu Guang was hit by the ginseng roots again and again. At the crucial moment, the gray shadow appeared again. Over 1,000 ginseng roots were like violent whips, whipping and stirring the air, causing air currents to surge endlessly. Wu Guang's body was shaking, his immortal essence was being expended rapidly. Oh no! Wu Guang could smell the aura of death. At this rate, his immortal essence reserves would not last for long. He relied on his defensive method to preserve his life. But this defensive killer move had a huge flaw. Once it was activated, the Gu Immortal could not move at all, they could only stay on the spot. Wu Guang was in danger. The situation was changing too quickly, it was a moment of life and death. Wu Guang felt bitter internally. He had been too careless this time, he did not investigate more carefully. The truth was, the ginseng moved underground, it was not easy for Wu Guang to chase it, it was not easy to catch it. If he had the time to investigate it thoroughly, the ginseng would have escaped long ago and gone underground. It is too late to say anything now, to think that I, Wu Guang, would die in the hands of an ancient desolate plant. Immortal essence started to dry up. Wu Guang gradually fell into despair. Roar! Right at this time, a fierce tiger pounced. The tiger's body was pitch black, it gave off a metallic luster, it was huge like a mountain, its claws and teeth were extremely powerful, easily tearing the ginseng roots apart. What ancient desolate beast is this? No, that's not right. This is a killer move. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes, surprised and curious. The black tiger fought against the ginseng roots, the two were in a deadlock, they were evenly matched. Rumble! At the next moment, the ground shook fiercely. The ginseng roots suddenly straightened, and then fell to the ground with a thud, never to move again. What? This is an immemorial desolate plant, mysterious ginseng, it was actually killed in one move! Wu Guang was shocked, his face was filled with worry and solemnity. Many times, humans were much more terrifying than wild beasts and plants. Wu Guang did not need to think to know, the Gu Immortal who killed this ancient desolate plant was very strong, extremely strong. Wu Guang escaped and saw a green-robed Gu Immortal. Wu Guang recognized this person, he cupped his fists. So you were the one who saved me, Chen Cheng. Gu Immortal Chen Cheng waved his hand. I only assisted you, the one who truly saved your life was my master. Master, whose servant did you become? Wu Guang was shocked. Right at this time, the ground split open, a figure flew into the sky. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes, he saw that this female immortal was wearing a half mask, the mask covered her nose and chin. Her brows were sharp, her eyes were shining brightly, she wore a black gold armor, a domineering aura lingered around her, intimidating people's minds. It was He Luan, who had just entered the ground and killed the mysterious ginseng. Roar! The black tiger roared as it returned, turning into a tattoo that landed on He Luan's body. It was the totem killer move, Dark Capital Strength Tiger. Wu Guang had never seen or heard of this killer move before. Seeing this scene, he was even more shocked. He Luan looked down at him. I saved you, how are you going to repay me? Wu Guang's body shook, he quickly bowed and thanked. I will never forget the favor of saving my life. I wonder if I can do anything for you, Lord. As long as you say the word, I will do my best to fulfill it. He Luan laughed, looking at Chen Cheng. It seems you know him, what can he do? Chen Cheng said. Master, we are going to Half Moon Hill to challenge Yin Wu Quebec. This person has a close relationship with Yin Wu Kei, he can lead the way for us. Wu Guang quickly said. I do know Brother Een, but the challenge. Qin Cheng laughed, explaining. Master's cultivation was successful this time. She came out of seclusion to challenge all the experts in the world. I lost to Master. According to the bet, I became her slave. Wu Guang took a deep breath. So that's it. He was hesitant. He and Yin Wuke were good friends. If he led this expert to fight with his friend, regardless of the outcome, Wu Guang would feel troubled. But He Lulan did not care about Wu Guang's feelings, she said. Then lead the way. Wu Guang's heart shook. He Lulan's tone was filled with unquestionable dominance. Wu Guang was certain that if he went against this person, he would end up like that ginseng. Benefactor, please follow me, fellow Taoist Qinqing. Wu Guang led the way under his strong will to live. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, milky white seawater rose and fell. The surface of the sea was covered in fog. One could not even see their own fingers. In this milky white fog, there were tens of thousands of figures walking and flying. Shizong's mind was in chaos. He was in a daze, sometimes in the seawater, sometimes in the white fog. He could vaguely hear a voice calling out to him. Shizong, since you are awake, why aren't you coming out? Thus, following this voice, Shizong walked out of the seawater, stepping onto the shore. He was naked from head to toe. After he left the crowd, he suddenly came to his senses. Looking at the thick white fog and sea around him, he inspected his body. He shouted in disbelief. Didn't I die? You have successfully revived in Master's secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, Shizong. But your cultivation level is gone. You are immortal now. You need to cultivate again. The Gu immortal who guided him smiled. Shizong was speechless. After a while, he knelt down on the beach. I can revive because of Master's benevolence and kindness. Shizong raised his head and shouted. Tears flowed down his cheeks. Chapter 2187. Before Fan Yuan entered Kray's demon cave, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, had already been completed. In order to create the complete human sea, Fan Yuan ordered the slaughter of countless humans. The sin of killing was unimaginable. His hands were stained with blood, but he also got what he wanted. He was getting the desired result at this moment. One could imagine, if the news of the dead Gu immortals reviving in human sea spread, the morale of Fan Yuan's subordinates would rise greatly. In fact, in Fan Yuan's 500 years of memories, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, was used by Eastern Sea's Xia clan. In Fan Yuan's 500 years of memories, Xia clan's Gu immortals would not die completely. When they died, they could revive in human sea. Even though the immortal Gu and immortal aperture's accumulations would vanish, Xia clan's Gu immortals could retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea's Xia clan thus displayed their prowess, and even attacked Southern Border for a period of time. Southern Border's Gu immortals fought against Xia clan. As time passed, they learned and comprehended from Xia clan, causing Chai clan to imitate human sea and create human mountain secluded domain. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Fate Gu was only damaged, it was not completely destroyed. The current situation was that Fate Gu was completely destroyed. The difficulty of using human sea to revive Gu immortals was greatly reduced. But Fan Yuan did not let the dead Gu immortals revive with Gu immortal cultivation level. Firstly, reviving Gu immortals with their cultivation level was a huge expenditure on human sea. It would not take long before countless human and variant human lives were slaughtered. It was not that Fan Yuan could not bear to do so, but he was afraid of trouble. Secondly, if these Gu immortals could return to the mortal realm and cultivate again, it would be of great value to Fan Yuan. Firstly, these revived Gu masters were Gu immortals to begin with. They had abundant cultivation experience. They were almost certain to succeed in the crucial part of immortal ascension. These were all good opportunities to resolve Fan Yuan's doubts. Secondly, when these Gu immortals cultivate again, every time they undergo tribulation, Fan Yuan could help them obtain heaven path Dao marks. Finally, after these Gu immortals cultivate again, they might be able to innovate and modify killer moves. In the process of recultivating, they would be more dependent on Fan Yuan, which meant that they would be under Fan Yuan's deeper control. But at this time, When Fan Yuan activated the killer move Human Revival C, his heart pounded as inspiration flashed in his mind. At this moment, he made a crucial breakthrough in refinement path. So the human body goo refinement method is like this. Fan Yuan's eyes shone brightly as a faint joy emerged in his heart. The so-called human C revival method was essentially using goo cultivation methods to refine a human body and human soul. This was indeed a human path method, but it was also using goo to refine people. Fan Yuan was lacking in human body goo refinement. When he researched the Ni clan earlier, he noticed that the human body goo refinement technique was related to blood path, and so on, so his conclusion was not wrong. Using humans to refine goo and using goo to refine humans, the two are essentially the same. The two are two sides of the same coin. Like looking into a mirror, they reflected each other. The true core was the fusion of human and goo. Like sovereign immortal fetus goo, it was a goo worm that could turn into a human body after activation. But it did not provide a soul. Instead, it allowed the goo cultivator's soul to turn into the sovereign immortal body that was most suitable for a particular soul. Fan Yuan was using human C to revive goo immortals. He was creating both a human body and a human soul. Looking at the legendary immemorial desolate beast Qin Chou, it was originally a killer move that turned into a living being. By extension, any living being could be created using the goo cultivation method. This was completely true in theory. In fact, this was already stated in the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 14, had a clear record of this. All living beings were originally goo worms in secluded domains of heaven and earth, the blue sea of life. When these goo worms were washed ashore by the waves of the blue sea, they would turn into all kinds of living beings. All methods returned to the same origin, different paths led to the same destination. Using goo to refine humans, using humans to refine goo, human and goo were one. Even though Fan Yuan knew this principle, only now did Fan Yuan understand the true meaning of this principle. This enlightenment was like breaking through the final layer of paper. Fan Yuan's vision became clear. He only needed to make some deductions now to design a killer move that could break Ni clan's goo immortals' methods and extract all kinds of immortal goo from them. It was not easy to achieve this step. Fan Yuan had a foundation in this aspect to begin with. In his previous life, he had been using the human isolation-style goo refinement method. After rebirth, he had gone through all kinds of fortuitous encounters. He had some foundation in this aspect. Even though Ni clan did not become his breakthrough point, investigating Ni clan provided Fan Yuan with a solid foundation. Eventually, the quantitative change turned into a qualitative change. Fan Yuan unexpectedly succeeded in breaking through in human C. Since ancient times, refinement path had two paths. The first was the hairy man nature goo refinement path, using nature and Tao marks to refine goo. In contrast, limitless demon venerable used goo worms to refine nature. The second was the human isolation style. Ni clan's goo immortal refinement path quasi-supreme Ni Ren used humans to refine goo, implanting all kinds of immortal goo in the bodies of Ni clan descendants. In contrast, sovereign immortal fetus, human sea rebirth, and blue sea of life used goo to refine humans. The attainment level of refinement path Supreme Grandmaster is probably these four. Right now, I have already comprehended the human goo refinement method. I only lack the final using goo to refine heaven and earth. And for this, using limitless demon venerables arrangements, I have already broken through. There are no more obstacles now. I only need to move forward and comprehend all the profundities. Fan Yuan evaluated. Jewel yellow skies. Bai Ningbing's divine sense was searching inside. She was selling immortal materials. Ever since she accidentally witnessed Fang Huan's rebirth and killed him, Bai Ningbing obtained a large number of desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. She even obtained the true inheritance from Fang Huan's soul. Bai Ningbing's immortal materials were almost all sold. Only the final portion was left. How are you selling these immortal materials? At this time, a divine sense came and asked for the price. Bai Ningbing told her the price. Little immortal Xing Luo heard the price and shrunk back. she gritted her teeth and wanted to bargain. Can you make it cheaper? Next, little immortal Xing Luo gave a price and added, if it's this price, I will buy it directly. Bai Ningbing planned to refine Gu herself. She created the killer move Breath Concealment Ice Pearl. If she could refine an Ice Pearl immortal Gu, it would be greatly beneficial to this move. Right now, the immortal materials were almost all gathered. Bai Ningbing was not good at doing business. She was just about to nod and make the deal when another divine sense approached her. There is actually a mala duck's neck here? This food path ancient desolate beast is very rare. Where did you get it? The divine sense asked. Bai Ningbing did not want to expose any clues related to her. She asked directly. Are you buying or not? What price? After Bai Ningbing gave her price, the divine sense said, I will buy it. I will accept all of it. Do you need immortal yuan stone or other immortal materials? Bai Ningbing reported the ice and snow path immortal materials she needed. The divine sense smiled. I have all of them, please wait a moment. Eastern Sea. Zui Xianwen retracted his divine sense and contacted the Righteous Qi Alliance. The Righteous Qi Alliance had a rich immortal material storage. Zui Xianwen used his contribution points to take out a batch of ice and snow path immortal materials. After sending these immortal materials to Jewel Yellow Skies, Bai Ningbing and Zui Xianwen completed the transaction. After getting the immortal materials she wanted, Bai Ningbing immediately left Jewel Yellow Skies. Central Continent's little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense was still lingering. It is such a pity. She had lost the immortal material she wanted the most. Little immortal Xing Luo was a lone cultivator. She had always fought alone. She only had rank 6 cultivation level. Her wealth could not compare to Zui Xianwen, not to mention that Zui Xianwen could take out the ice and snow immortal materials that the seller wanted. Let's wait and see. Little immortal Xing Luo was very disappointed. She was unwilling to give up. She used her divine sense to explore Jewel Yellow Skies. What is this? Not long later, she was shocked to find that a valley had appeared in Jewel Yellow Skies. Who placed an entire valley here? Sensing this situation, little immortal Xing Luo stared with wide eyes. This was the first time she had seen such a huge transaction. The valley's appearance immediately caused a small commotion. Many divine senses came over, and many Gu immortal wills also gathered to observe. Who is so talented as to sell an entire valley? It is not easy to do this. It requires deep earth path attainment. This valley is not bad, it has abundant moon path Dao marks. But such a large-scale resource point has high value, can it be sold? If we want to sell it in Jewel Yellow Skies, we will need to pay Xian Yuan stone. These discussions had just started when the valley vanished. Someone really bought it. It seems that this transaction was made beforehand. That valley earlier seems to be Southern Border's Moon Bowl? It was indeed Southern Border's Moon Bowl Valley. Fan Yuan had left behind a group of Gu immortals in Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and other places. After negotiating with Wu Clan, Moon Bowl was sold by Wu Clan and transported into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture through Jewel Yellow Skies. Moon Bowl is here, catch it, catch it. Good, good, a little to the left, a little to the right. Rumble. The earth trembled as the moon-worshipping bowl fell to the ground. Rockman Gu immortals immediately went forward and used a killer move to control Moon Bowl's mountain root, causing it to take root in the ground and act as an earth vein node. The other variant human Gu immortals were free now. They watched as they conversed. Did you hear? Shirzong revived. Not just Shirzong, all the Gu immortals who died in the outside world revived through human sea. Master is mighty, he is omnipotent. Reviving us Gu immortals is easy. But our cultivation level is gone, we need to cultivate again. As long as we are alive there is hope. So what if we become mortals? We can just cultivate again. If only I could take on combat missions. Don't think about it, those Gu immortals who can take on combat missions have strong battle strength. Even though you have rank 7 cultivation level, you have just advanced, you do not have all your immortal Gu yet. That's right, we need to take things one step at a time. We should focus on completing these missions and raise our strength. A portion of the elites under Fan Yuan were fighting outside, while the rest of the Gu Immortals were managing the sovereign immortal aperture. They were working hard and putting in a lot of effort. Even though strange things were happening inside the sovereign immortal aperture, everything was still in order. P.S. I recommend. I am really a rich second generation. This book is quite interesting. Chapter 2188. Northern Plains. An intense battle had just started for a few rounds. Yin Wuke continued to retreat while pointing his finger at He Lulan. Immortal killer move, crescent stab. Clang. At the next moment, there was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. A translucent light blue crescent shot out of the ground like a blade, slashing towards He Lulan. He Lulan was prepared. She jumped up at almost the same time, dodging it. Yin Wuke's pupils shrunk. This attack was very fast. Ordinary Gu Immortals could not dodge it. But He Lulan dodged it successfully. This showed that she had an exceptional investigative killer move. This method of mine has only failed on Tian Xia Xian and Tian Yi Zi. The former is a wisdom path Gu Immortal. He has the ability to make deductions. The latter cultivates time path and has investigative methods that can predict the future. To think that I would fail on this mysterious female immortal again. Even though she cultivates strength path, she cannot be underestimated. Several thoughts flashed past Yin Wuke's mind. At the same time, he was still retreating. Rumble. He Lulan exerted strength. Her body was like a meteor. She tore through the air and got close to Yin Wuke in a few breaths of time. Yin Wuke gritted his teeth. He raised his hands and used a killer move, Moon Rise. A trace of moonlight appeared above his head and floated up, but before he reached the top, He Lulan's fist had already arrived. Bam! With a loud sound, Yin Wuke was sent flying by He Lulan like a rubber ball. His thin body flew far away. He crashed on the ground and was dragged more than 10 steps away by the inertia. A deep trench was left on the ground along the way. When he raised his head again, Yin Wuke saw He Lulan's figure again, as well as her fist. Yin Wuke's heart jumped. That punch earlier, even though Yin Wuke had defensive methods, he was still heavily injured. He did not want to take a second punch. You fell for it. Yin Wuke suddenly smiled. He stretched out 5 fingers and aimed at He Lulan. Chang, 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 cha. In an instant, 5 light blue, translucent moon blades appeared out of thin air and aimed at the center from all directions. He Lulan stabbed forward. He Lulan's eyes shone with a cold light. She didn't dodge or evade, and continued to throw her fists forward. Yin Wuke's smile froze. He watched as the fist grew bigger and bigger until it finally landed on his eye. Boom! Yin Wuke was originally lying on the ground with his head slightly raised. After receiving this punch, his head smashed into the deep pit below him with terrifying momentum. The earth trembled and rocks flew everywhere. Wooden statue Lord Wu Guang in pure sincerity Immortal Qin Cheng's eyes twitched. Just seeing Yin Wuke being beaten up made them feel pain. Yin Wuke was directly smashed into the ground by this attack, and he was a few meters away from the ground. Smoke and dust billowed, but He Lulan did not give chase. Instead, she quickly retreated. Clang, clang, clang. Endless moon blades seemed to have gone crazy. They were created continuously and slashed at He Lulan. He Lulan had a calm expression as she continued to dodge. Her movements were simple and extremely nimble. Most of the crescent blades were dodged, and a few were shattered by her 2 fists. Yin Wuke's crazy attacks finally gave him a chance to catch his breath. He flew out of the deep pit and into the sky. Right now, his face was covered in dust, one of his eyes was cracked, his eyelid was swollen and was purple. His vision was extremely blurry, his gaze flickered with lingering fear. Those 2 punches just now almost made me lie on the ground. So dangerous! Thankfully, I succeeded in moon ascension. Yin Wuke let out a breath of turbid air. The moon aura that had emerged from the top of his head had already condensed into a crescent moon that hung high in the sky under the bright sun. The Moonblade killer move was still being used. He Lulan dodged as she split a portion of her attention to look at the crescent moon in the sky. Previously, the moon blades could only be created from the ground. But now, they can be created from thin air. Is this the effect of this crescent moon? Hei Lulan thought rapidly. Her thoughts collided in her mind like sparks. But this kind of amplification is not worth Inwook paying such a huge price. He would rather take 2 of my punches head-on in order to activate this crescent moon first. Hei Lulan's mind was as calm as ice. Previously, she was attacking, now she was defending. She could advance and retreat as she pleased. Inwook was still activating the crescent moon killer move. Crescent moons continued to be created, his attacks were relentless. But Hei Lulan defended stably. At the same time, she used her fist force to attack the crescent moon in the sky. The crescent moon in the sky was attacked by the fist force, but it only shook like a mirage. The crescent moon is growing? A bright light flashed in Hei Lulan's eyes. She acutely discovered something. So that's how it is. Hei Lulan understood. She stomped on the ground as she charged out, enduring the crescent moon's attack as she attacked Inwook. Inwook's heart jumped. This female immortal's battle consciousness is too strong. She seems to have seen through my combat system. Inwook had an immortal opportunity in his early years. He inherited the inheritance of a certain Guyuat Path Gu immortal great expert. Thus, he had a stable and complete combat system. The crescent moon in the sky would amplify all of Inwook's moon path killer moves. At the same time, Inwook's moon path killer moves would be broken. The shattered moon path down marks would be absorbed by the crescent moon, gradually filling up the crescent moon. The crescent moon would turn into a half moon, before becoming a full moon. Once it becomes a full moon, Inwook's offense and defense would be amplified to their strongest state. Hei Lulan saw through this. She started to attack fiercely again. Inwook had already noticed that he was not Hei Lulan's match. He wisely chose to stall for time. He moved while parrying her attacks. Hei Lulan chased after him with all her strength. The 2 immortals chased as they fought intensely. Everywhere they went, rocks flew and humans died. Immortal killer move, 8 directional strength battle. Hei Lulan shouted. Her body flickered as 8 figures appeared, surrounding Inwook. Inwook was caught off guard. He was surrounded in the center. Oh no! Inwook was shocked. Fan Yuan's divine sense continued to spread out in the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. It was not easy to scan it. He needed to extend his divine sense for a long time before he could see the entire immortal aperture. There were still strange things happening everywhere, but with Star Collection City's control, Gu immortals were everywhere. This was no longer a problem. Fan Yuan was focusing on the Earth vein this time. Originally, the Earth vein had been constructed, but it was very crude and simple. It was just a line formed by a dozen or so points. This line made a circle in the mini 5 regions, connecting from end to end. But after this period of operation, even though the Earth vein was still a single loop, there were already many branches growing from this loop. It was no longer as thin as before. After some time, the nodes at the ends of these branches will connect to form a second, larger outer loop. The entire Earth vein will then have 2 layers of loops. Right now, in the 5 regions, not only were Southern Borders super forces transacting with Fan Yuan, Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance was also preparing for this under Qi Si ancestors' orders. 2 islands had already been sold to the sovereign immortal aperture through Jewel Yellow Skies. They were used as the nodes of mini Eastern Sea's Earth vein. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces were still in the dark. They did not know that the target of this transaction was Fan Yuan. They had a lot of profits to make, thus they were very proactive. Fan Yuan had a lot of capital. He had been lacking resources earlier, but that was no longer the case now. Fan Yuan had a vast amount of immortal materials. He used these immortal materials to purchase the islands and mountains. The immortal materials in the first 6 layers of Crazed Demon Cave had chaotic Dao marks. They could not be traded. But the 7th layer's Dao marks were all stolen by Fan Yuan through Thieves' Den. They turned into pure rank 9 immortal materials. Each of these rank 9 immortal materials had extraordinary value. They were hard to calculate. Fan Yuan's wealth rose sharply. He was very confident. In fact, if they were not used to refined Gu, these rank 9 immortal materials could only be sold to rank 8 Gu immortals or these super forces. Rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals could not reach the level of rank 9 immortal materials. These immortal materials were too high level, even most rank 8 Gu immortals could not use them. Only those superforces would want to hoard some. After inspecting the earth vein and seeing that there were no mistakes, the development was going well, Fan Yuan retracted his divine sense. Turning his attention back to himself, Fan Yuan willed, cooking luck pot shook slightly. Fan Yuan started to inspect luck. At this moment, his silver pillar of light had changed quite a bit. The silver pillar of light had become more solid. Its size was half of its previous size, but it was at least 5 times more solid. Be it the earth vein structure or Fan Yuan's refinement path attainments, they were the reason why the silver pillar of light had become solid. The 3 clouds that represented star constellation, spectral soul, and giant sun were still covering the top of the pillar, they were suppressing and obstructing it. At the bottom of the silver pillar of light, the surrounding dust had already condensed into the shape of a graveyard, wrapping around the silver pillar like it was supporting its foundation. I have been comprehending Paradise Earth's tomb recently. I have made some progress. I now have the ability to construct a graveyard. Through the graveyard, Gu immortals can be reborn. Even the immortal Gu of the Gu immortal when they were alive can be reborn. Looking at this luck, if I can comprehend Northern Plains Paradise Earth's true inheritance, it will be of great help to me. Just as Fan Yuan was thinking, there was a huge change in luck again. At the top of the silver pillar of light, a bright star appeared between the 3 clouds. This star's silver-white radiance penetrated the clouds and shone on the surface of Fan Yuan's silver pillar. It was also a silver radiance. It seemed to be greatly beneficial to the silver pillar. What is going on? Fan Yuan's body shook. So it was like this. I understand now. He looked far away, piercing through the distance of 10,000 li, towards the central area where the 3 great worlds intersected. There, a small world appeared, emitting the strong aura of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This was Thieving Heaven's space. There was probably a Thieving Heaven true inheritance inside. P.S. Congratulations to Eating Melon for becoming the leader of this book. My eyes are watery with tears. I still need to update 12 chapters. The pressure is huge. In the past, I could update 7 chapters at once. But update 12 chapters at once? I can only vent my anger and vomit blood. I can't update anymore. The difficulty is too high. Everyone, take it easy, take it easy. I'm a little afraid. I want to have a good Christmas and a good New Year. Chapter 2189. Bam 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 Bam. A series of fierce attacks sent Yin Wu-Kei to the ground. Yin Wu-Kei hugged his head and curled into a ball, activating defensive killer moves with all his might. But under all sorts of punches and kicks, his defensive methods crumbled rapidly. I admit defeat! I admit defeat! Yin Wu-Kei shouted anxiously. Fairy Black Moon, it's best to forgive and forget. Wu Guang hurried over to persuade her. Hei Luan was only sparring, she did not have much killing intent. Hearing this, she stopped. She turned to Qingqing. Yin Wu-Kei has lost. Who is his next opponent? While she was asking, 2 Gu immortals flew over from the sky. 2 immortals, 1 male and 1 female. The male was tall, he had a shoehorn face and bean-sized eyes. He gave off the aura of a rank 7 light path Gu immortal. The female immortal had the appearance of a young girl. Her eyes were round and bright, she had a petite and cute body. She was a rank 7 wood path Gu immortal. They were Lu tribe's Gu immortals, Lu Chang and Lu Luo. Qingqing, Wu Guang, and the rest looked at each other. They did not speak. But Lu Luo asked first. What is going on? No one answered her. Lu Luo looked at Yin Wu Quebec. Yin Wu-Kei was still lying on the ground, being healed by Wu Guang. He smiled bitterly. This Fairy Black Moon came to challenge me. She has powerful methods. I am not her match. Lu Chang heard this and his eyes brightened. He smiled. Fairy Black Moon? May I know your name? To think that Northern Plains Gu immortal world would have such a heroine. Lu Luo mocked Yin Wu-Kei. Yin Wu-Kei, now you know the pain of being a lone cultivator, right? Our Lu family recruiting you as a guest grand elder will also be of great benefit to you. At least, after you join our tribe, any Gu immortals who challenge you will have to consider the consequences of angering our Lu tribe. Inwuke smiled bitterly and shook his head. Thank you for persuading me so many times, but I am used to living a carefree life. I have no intention of joining any super force. Luluo frowned. You still don't know how to appreciate favors? Ever since the Fate War ended, in order to prepare for the 5 regions chaotic war, Longevity Heaven ordered the Huangjin tribes to unite Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Many Gu immortals were recruited by these Huangjin tribes, while many demonic cultivators were also killed. On the other side, He Lulan had no intention to answer Lu Zheng's question. She said to Qincheng, "Let's go." "Wait!" Luluo shrieked and tried to stop her. Then, she looked at He Lulan. "Female immortal, you're too daring. Don't you know that Inwuk was recruited by my Lu family? Now that you've injured him, you want to walk away?" "Sister." Lu Chang tried to persuade her, feeling a little helpless in his heart. Luluo had just advanced from rank 6 to rank 7, the rise in her strength also caused her emotions to be somewhat restless. If she was alone, perhaps her attitude would not be like this. But now that her brother Lu Chang was by her side to rely on, Luluo's attitude became somewhat casual. But Lu Chang had always loved this sister of his. He did not scold her. Instead, he stared at He Lulan. "Fairy, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you interested in joining our Lu family? If I become the Lu family's supreme guest elder..." "Shut your dog mouth," He Lulan said plainly. "Huh!" Lu Chang was stunned. Luluo stared with wide eyes. She was shocked and furious. "How dare you! You shrew!" Before she finished, He Lulan interrupted her. "Two dogs blocking the way. If you bark again, I will kill you." Seeing that the situation was about to go out of control, Qinqing quickly stopped her and tried to mediate. Luluo shrieked, "I will not let today's matter rest. I want to see." Boom! He Lulan attacked fiercely. A strength path phantom suddenly appeared in front of Luluo and punched the latter's face, sending her flying. "Sister!" Lu Chang was furious. He was about to attack. With a loud sound, he was also sent flying by He Lulan. Lu Chang was a famous rank 7 expert in Northern Plains. His strength far surpassed Luluo. He quickly stabilized himself. "You dare to attack my Lu tribe's Gu immortals? You!" Boom, boom, boom. He Lulan was surrounded by 8 strength path phantoms. She activated the dark capital strength tiger totem at the same time, causing the Lu tribe's siblings to flee. This. Qincheng was dumbfounded. "There is no way to resolve this." Wu Guan was tongue-tied. He looked at Yin Wu Kei and smiled bitterly. "So Fairy Black Moon's personality is like this. Brother Yin, you are really lucky to be alive from this person." Yin Wu Kei snorted. "If this Fairy Black Moon really killed the Lu tribe siblings, do you think Lu tribe and Longevity Heaven will let us go?" Wu Guan was stunned. His expression turned extremely ugly. "Do we still have to help the Lu tribe siblings?" Wu Guan asked in a daze. Yin Wu Kei gritted his teeth. "You want to lick Longevity Heaven's boots? Ever since Giant Sun Immortal set up the Imperial Court contest, Northern Plains has become his territory. For the last 300,000 years, how much suffering have the lone cultivators of Northern Plains suffered?" The truth of the Imperial Court contest was known to all Gu immortals. Northern Plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators had a bad impression of Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, 5 Elements Grandmaster, who thought that he was a lone immortal, invaded Longevity Heaven. That was the proof of this attitude. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains Gu immortal world, but it was very difficult. Many Gu immortal experts did not want to submit to the Huangjin tribes. They did not want to listen to these people that they hated in the past. Unless there were 2 situations. One was when the 5 regions chaotic war started. Northern Plains Gu immortal world faced huge external pressure. These Gu immortals had no choice but to unite. The second was when Giant Sun Immortal revived successfully and subdued these demonic cultivators and lone immortals with irresistible strength. In fact, even in the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Longevity Heaven was able to unify Northern Plains' Gu immortal world because of Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun was strengthened by fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. On the surface, he looked like a rising star of humble origin, thus he united many of Northern Plains' lone and demonic immortals. But the truth was, he was a pawn of Longevity Heaven, an arrangement made by Giant Sun Immortal. Because of this indirect method, Longevity Heaven was able to unify Northern Plains' Gu immortal world after a period of 5 regions' chaotic war. Now that the 5 regions' chaotic war had yet to start, and Ma Hongyun was killed by Fan Yuan, it was extremely difficult for Longevity Heaven to unify Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Fairy Black Moon, I will definitely return the humiliation of today's defeat. Lu Chang brought Lu Luo and escaped angrily. He was very strong, but he could not use it. He Lulan was always targeting Lu Luo. Lu Chang was very wary. He could only take a beating most of the time. He felt very sullen. They finally escaped. Qinqing let out a breath of air. He had been very worried earlier. Humph, they can't escape. After I defeat the lone and demonic immortal experts, I will challenge these Huangjin tribes one by one. I will let the whole of Northern Plains know of my name. He Lulan smiled coldly. Qinqing felt a headache. He did not expect his master to have such great ambitions. Not just those lone and demonic immortals, she also wanted to challenge the overlords of Northern Plains, those super Huangjin tribes. Fairy, if you have such intentions, then I, Yin Wu Kei, am willing to travel with you, to strengthen your reputation. Yin Wu Kei walked towards He Lulan with Wu Guang's help. Oh? He Lulan raised her brows slightly. Yin Wu Kei smiled bitterly. To speak the truth, if I do not travel with you, when Lu tribe's Gu immortals come to settle the score, they will not let me off. I do not want to become a member of the Huangjin tribes. All right. He Lulan nodded. In the past, Chu Du had fought against these Huangjin tribes. I cultivate strength path with him. Why can't I defeat him? Let's go together. I will come too, Wu Guang said. This is such an interesting matter. I want to witness it personally. Thus, He Lulan's group grew stronger again. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. 300,000 years ago. In the void, worlds were being created and destroyed like bubbles. Suddenly, iron chains appeared one after another. With a clattering sound, they formed an area where chains intertwined with one another in the blink of an eye. I was actually discovered. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was surprised. He was forced to show himself. Limitless Demon Venerables will appeared. Stop, new Venerable. There is no space door here that you are looking for. Saying so, countless chains shot towards Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable from all directions. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable moved like lightning. He moved through the chains like a nimble flying fish. Limitless Demon Venerables will? His eyes shined with excitement. How do you know that I am looking for space door? Are you saying this because you do not want me to destroy your arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave? You have hidden the 9th layer too deeply. I cannot figure it out immediately. Why don't you invite me in? As long as there is no space door inside, I will leave immediately. Limitless Demon Venerables will said. Thieving Heaven, even though I do not leave Crazed Demon Cave, I know many things in the world. The current you cannot even control yourself. How can I let you enter the 9th layer? Cannot control myself? Why can't I control myself? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable raised his eyebrows. I only want to return home. I only want to see my family and friends, but all of you want to stop me. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's expression became increasingly agitated. Limitless Demon Venerable was silent. The chains attacked even more urgently. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable snorted coldly. He stopped far away and stopped dodging. A dazzling sapphire blue light blossomed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable activated a killer move. The blue light faded as a huge armor covered his body. He turned into a steel giant. The steel giant was covered in sparks. It charged towards Limitless Demon Venerable's will. The chains that filled the sky came to obstruct it but were all destroyed by the steel giant. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable controlled the steel giant and charged forward. He reached the center of the millions of chains and grabbed Limitless Demon Venerable's will. But at the next moment, limitless demon venerables will dissipate it on its own. Almost at the same time, another limitless demon venerables will appeared far away, he said calmly. This is Crazed Demon Cave, my will is endless here. Is that so? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled coldly. Then try my next move. Boom, 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 an earth-shattering battle erupted. The worlds in the void were affected, countless of them were destroyed. Limitless Demon Venerables will had the terrain advantage. He was evenly matched with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable at first. But as time passed, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was stronger, he gradually gained the upper hand. Limitless Demon Venerable was dead after all, only his will was left to control Crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 2190. The lightning giant rumbled, every move it made was emitting boundless radiance. Millions of chains danced in the air, locking down Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The aftermath of the battle between the two venerables continued to spread. The entire void was shaking slightly, it seemed like it could not hold on for much longer. Small worlds were affected, they were quickly destroyed, they could not last for more than a few breaths of time. Inside the lightning giant, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's expression became increasingly twisted, his eyes became more bloodshot, he revealed an increasingly brutal aura. Eat my move! Thieving Heaven roared, the lightning giant's mountain-like body froze on the spot. Its surface quickly changed shape, and with the crisp sound of metal clicking, cannons extended from its body one after another. Boom! Thousands of cannons fired at the same time, beams of light tore through the void, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple were extremely colorful, it was a stunning sight. The beams of light moved across hundreds and thousands of li, destroying everything in their path. Countless chains controlled by limitless demon venerables were destroyed. This move contains metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and many other paths. Each color of the light cannon represents a path. Oh no! Limitless demon venerables was shaken. The defensive line that he painstakingly created was pierced, revealing the two great worlds that he had been protecting. One world was filled with wild beasts, the other world was filled with lush forests. They were Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World. Most of the light cannons were blocked, but there were still over 100 that shot towards the two great worlds. What? These two worlds contain life? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's heart shook. He finally saw it clearly. His twisted and ferocious expression suddenly became sluggish, and his bloodshot eyes also revealed a clear color. When he explored the void earlier, he saw that the small worlds were deathly still, they had no life. Thus, he did not care about the life and death of these small worlds. But Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World had life. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not want to become a bloody butcher. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable gritted his teeth. He controlled the lightning giant to change the direction of the cannons. All of the light cannons brushed past the two great worlds. Guh! Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable spat out a mouthful of blood. Forcefully changing the direction of the attack made him suffer the backlash of the killer move. The powerful lightning giant was no longer dazzling, it became much dimmer. The battle between the two venerables came to an abrupt end. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable breathed roughly. While Limitless Demon Venerables was surrounded by countless chains, he showed a contemplative expression. At this critical moment, one's true nature was revealed. I can open the passageway and let you take a look. After a while, the Limitless Demon Exalts suddenly said. What? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was surprised. But he soon understood the reason. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable still had traces of blood at the corner of his lips. His injuries were heavy and could not be healed in a short period of time. He chuckled. Then what are we waiting for? Limitless Demon Venerables opened a path and led Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable into the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable first saw a black and white mountain. This is the book mountain recorded in the legends of Renzu? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable dispelled the lightning giant killer move with a shocked expression. The Limitless smiled. The book mountain is one of the cores. It is precisely because of it that this mad demon 9 void formation can continue to grow. Every time a talented goo cultivator appears in the world and pushes for the development of a path, the Book Mountain can receive this new knowledge and allow the mad demon 9 void formation to grow with time. Initially, the 8th layer's void was very small, there was no world at all. But later on, as Rule Path, Phantom Path, Refinement Path, and others continued to develop in the 5 regions, the void here also continued to expand. First, small worlds appeared, then more and more small worlds appeared. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable left behind the Savage Wilderness Great World, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created Green Lotus Dao Field, greatly boosting the Mad Demon 9 void formation. In time, living beings will be born and destroyed in other small worlds. They will no longer be limited to these 2 great worlds. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went deeper and saw floating ice of all sizes. They were of all shapes and sizes. These are truthful floating ice? No wonder I did not find them when I explored the River of Time. So you found them and hid them here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable realized. Finally, he arrived at the lowest layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable showed a dim expression. He was very disappointed. There is no space door here after all. Limitless Demon Venerables will did not lie to him. Limitless will said, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, if you don't believe me, you can continue looking. There is indeed no space door here. How can I find space door? That is my only hope of returning home. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable asked. Limitless will shook his head. If I knew, why would I need to fight earlier? O Thieving Heaven, please return, there is nothing you are looking for here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was stunned, he was speechless for a long time. No, maybe this is what I am looking for? Suddenly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable laughed strangely. His expression was distorted, his eyes were bloodshot, even his tone changed, it became hoarse and deep, as if another person was speaking. Oh no! Limitless Will's expression also changed. The thing he was worried about the most had happened. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable continued to speak in a hoarse and deep voice. If I am not wrong, this is the weakest place in the goo cultivation world's boundary. O Limitless Demon Venerable, your Mad Demon 9 void formation is using this place to pierce through the boundary of the world, allowing the things outside the world to enter as raw materials. That is why there are 8 layers of worlds, right? Say, if I break this place and leave the goo cultivation world, will I be able to find my hometown? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said this as his eyes opened wide, the excitement on his body intensified. Limitless Will said in a deep voice. Impossible! You are already a goo venerable. How can you not know the power of the things outside the world? You have already experienced their power, haven't you? How long do you think you can last outside the world? Venerables are the strongest people in the world. No matter how long you last, there will be a limit. Can you guarantee that you will coincidentally find your hometown within that limit? You should know, you are not the only otherworldly demon. The world outside the goo cultivation world is not just your hometown. But... Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable suddenly raised his head and raised his arms, shouting. But do you know? Do you know how much I want to return home? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable lowered his head, his fingers were in a daze as he muttered. Do you know how tormented I am? When I was immortal, I told myself that I might be able to find the way home after becoming a goo master. When I became a goo master, I told myself that I would definitely find the way home after becoming a goo immortal. And when I became a goo immortal, I told myself that I would be able to return home after becoming a venerable. But I am already a venerable now. I cannot find space door, space door. Where is space door? Even if I find space door, can space door really bring me home? Goo venerables are already the strongest. There is no path in front of me. Sometimes I will dream of space door. I will dream that I have found space door, but I will find that space door is useless. Every time I wake up from such a nightmare, I will be covered in cold sweat. I admit that I am afraid. I am afraid that I cannot find space door, but I am also afraid that I will fall into despair after finding space door. Can you understand this feeling? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's breathing became heavier. He looked at the deepest part of Crazed Demon Cave, the place where the world boundary was the weakest. He suddenly laughed. His eyes were shining as he said in a hoarse voice, "So let me take a risk. I will break through this world." "Stop!" Limitless Will shouted. He was already on guard. He stopped him with all his strength. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was instantly bound by the chains. But at the next moment, another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable appeared in front of him. He raised his arms and slammed them down. Boom! With a loud sound, the world boundary was broken. The most terrifying tribulation in the world descended. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable charged out of the hole. Limitless Will had no time to chase him. He tried to seal the hole with all his strength. But the tribulation that spewed out of the hole was terrifying. Limitless chains were forced back. They could not even get close. After a few breaths of time, the hole expanded to twice its original size. The situation is urgent. If we do not seal the hole now, the entire world will be destroyed. Fellow immortals, please lend us a hand. The Limitless Will shouted loudly. Reckless savages will flew out of savage wilderness great world, bringing along countless wild beasts. Genesis Lotus will flew out of green lotus great world, bringing along countless plants. The combined power of the three venerables could only maintain the situation. They could not seal the hole. The hole did not expand, but the three venerables were already dead. There was no hope of victory with just the power left behind by their main bodies. The three venerables' power weakened rapidly. Their expressions were ugly. To think that the world will be destroyed because of this. Genesis Lotus Will smiled bitterly. Limitless Will sighed. I was not willing to take the risk and let him in. No. Reckless Savages Will said solemnly. In that situation, even if the three of us attacked together, we were not Thieving Heaven's match. Because we could not keep him alive. Even if we forced him back 2 or 3 times, he could charge in again and again until we expend all of our strength. This is all my fault, Limitless. Let me go. I can help you. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said hatefully. One Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left through the hole. There was still another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable trapped by limitless chains. You. Genesis Lotus Will was slightly stunned. Who was the one who left earlier? Reckless Savages Will asked. That was Sha Shao. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled bitterly. My Tao Guardian. At the same time. The situation was urgent. Limitless Will interrupted him, asking, What method do you have? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said, Do you know why Fate Gu's restriction on otherworldly demons is limited? That is because every otherworldly demon that comes to this world carries the mark of their homeland. Those are the Tao marks of otherworldly demons. Next, I will use the otherworldly space path Tao marks in my body to create space and forcefully seal the hole. Use this chance to make up for it. Without hesitation, Limitless Will took back the chains. Please. Chapter 2191. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th Layer. Big and small worlds were merging rapidly. All sorts of calamities and tribulations were wreaking havoc in the world. The battles between Gu immortals were also extremely intense. The weak died innocently in the aftermath, while the stronger ones were in a precarious situation. They were like small boats in a raging sea. If they were careless, they would capsize and lose their lives. Weak too weak. Who can stop me? Die. Ha! Butian Kong continued to clamor. It was unstoppable in the battlefield. It was originally favored by Crazed Demon Cave's luck. After using the killer move Endless Learning, its attainment level rose sharply. Next, with the help of the Celestial Court's Immortal Gu and killer moves, its strength rose sharply. Like him, Nyaquan Feng and Duan who were the same. At once, the three of them became the strongest Gu immortals in the battlefield. Evil beast, don't try to show off your might. Fan Yuan's 4 rank 8 surrounded the stone monkey Butian Kong. Butian Kong felt pressure. It stuck out its tongue and licked its lips, its eyes shining with excitement and ruthlessness. Good, you have a lot of people. Who are you? Dulei. Dulei Warrior said as he activated a transformation path killer move. turning into a Dule lion with a lion head and a human body. Remember, my name is Duoluo! Duoluo warrior also used Duoluo lion transformation, turning into a lion head and a human head. Steel Rush. Steel Rush warrior turned into a rhinoceros. Frost Butterfly. Frost Butterfly warrior shrunk to the size of an adult's fist. It had butterfly wings in human shape, emitting cold air. Battles between Gu immortals were usually fought alone. But these 4 Gu immortals cultivated transformation path. Their down marks did not conflict, and they were familiar with each other. They came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. They had rank 7 cultivation level, but with Fan Yuan's help, they advanced to rank 8. Immediately, the 4 warriors surrounded Butian Kong and fought. They fought until the sky turned dark, the sun and moon lost their light. Butian Kong was surrounded, its injuries increased, but it fought fiercely. Its fists, legs, head, body, elbows, knees, and others became Butian Kong's weapons. Fist shadows flew everywhere. Every time they clashed, Butian Kong would be sent flying. But the 4 rank 8s cultivated transformation path. Their bodies were tough and strong. Even though they were sent flying, they would quickly attack again, maintaining the encirclement and giving Butian Kong huge pressure. The 5 fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground back to the sky. Everywhere they went, the other Gu immortals dodged them. Awesome! Awesome! Come, come, come! Butian Kong's killing intent was aroused. It felt its mind becoming clearer. All sorts of killer moves flowed in its mind. The bottleneck that had troubled it in the past also started to loosen. He was one of the 3 children of Providence, and his talent and aptitude were even more extraordinary. The powerful pressure from the outside world was actually an opportunity for him, squeezing out even more of his potential. The more the stone monkey fought, the more ferocious it became. Initially, it wasn't very proficient in the killing moves it had obtained from the heavenly court, but now, it was already very proficient in using them. In fact, it even started to fuse them into its original style. Gu 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 even with, and of gu gu of, we cannot, he Ling King of Su, Tian and one-end. Although they were still surrounding the stone monkey, they felt as if they were suppressing a volcano. The volcano was constantly accumulating power and brewing, turning the external pressure into internal power. Once it reached its limit, the volcano would erupt. It would definitely shock the gods and shock the immortals. It would set off a fatal counterattack. Quick, kill him! With the help of the Lord, let the calamities and tribulations wear him down. The 4 immortals quickly conversed in secret, their coordination becoming more and more adept. From start to finish, Fan Yuan's Heaven and these heroic geniuses' killer move was in effect. The tribulation was used to attack Butian Kong, Nie Kuang Feng, and the others. Of course, most of the calamities and tribulations were a kind of refinement path method, constantly refining various small worlds, as well as the tangled down marks in the large worlds. This was especially so when calamities and tribulations occurred frequently inside and outside the small world. Under the bombardment of the various calamities, the small worlds were destroyed and completely integrated into the 3 great worlds. During this process, the savage great world naturally benefited the most. However, there was still a small world that was unique. Compared to all the other small worlds, it was fresh and refined. No matter how the catastrophe raged, it remained unmoved. It was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Ordinary small worlds were round or oval-shaped bubbles, but Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space looked like a squarish block with sharp edges from the outside. No matter how the calamities and tribulations tempered it, it remained in its original state. Within Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, immortal zombie giant Sun's gaze was already on the Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Otherworldly demon. He snorted lightly. Memories that appeared in his mind made him slightly unhappy. In the past, Giant Sun became an immortal venerable and entered the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. He learned about the inside story of the 4 venerables mending the heavens. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable disregarded the Gu cultivation world for his own selfishness and almost destroyed the 5 regions. Even though at the final moment, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable extracted his own space path down marks to create a Thieving Heaven space and block the hole. The hole was too big to be mended. The other three wills did their best and paid a huge price. Other than Limitless Will, Genesis Lotus Will and Reckless Savage's Will had no choice but to go into hibernation afterwards. Giant Sun Immortal thus took the chance to exterminate Reckless Savage's Will and obtain the ownership of Savage Wilderness Great World. Thieving Heaven left behind this true inheritance back then. Other than suppressing the whole, there was a deeper motive. It was to leave it for the crucial person 300,000 years later, Guyue Fan Yuan. However, I have already made a move in advance and destroyed a portion of the true inheritance. I obtained the killer move Perfect Pair and Imitation Gu. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space paid a price to block the hole back then. The hole that appeared was not perfect. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun calculated this situation. Since Thieving Heaven's true inheritance is here, Fan Yuan has myself Luck true inheritance. He can definitely inspect Luck and know that this place is his fortuitous encounter. He will definitely go. And Celestial Court will definitely send troops to obstruct Fan Yuan. The enemy is still Celestial Court. Celestial Court had the upper hand and maintained their advantage. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun cultivated Luck Path. He was not as proficient in deductions as Wisdom Path. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun decided to watch Fan Yuan and Celestial Court fight. He would reap the benefits later. The main point was to deal a blow to Celestial Court. Peak of Book Mountain. Feiyu Xiu, Qin Dingling, and the rest were also looking at Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space has appeared. Since it could block the hole back then, it will not be destroyed by the tribulations in these worlds. We need to resolve it. It has already become our obstacle, Feiyu Xiu said. Qin Dingling suddenly received an important piece of information, she quickly said. The spy in Yellow Earth Great World reported that Fan Yuan has already gone to Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. But Longevity Heaven is very quiet, there is no movement. Feiyu Xiu was not surprised. Of course he will go. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable set up this true inheritance back then to leave it for him. As for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, he will definitely come. Saying this, Feiyu Xiu smiled. Qin Dingling, subordinate is here. Qin Dingling had a solemn expression. Let's go. Come with me to meet Fan Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Feiyu Xiu slowly stood up. Qin Dingling revealed an excited expression but was also a little suspicious. We don't need to be wary of Limitless Demon Venerable's countermeasures? Don't worry. This Thieving Heaven space is not Limitless Demon Venerable's original arrangement. He needs us to destroy this small world or wait for Fan Yuan to inherit the true inheritance and destroy the space. This Thieving Heaven space is also an obstacle for limitless deductions. We will destroy it, that is what he wants. Feiyu Xiu answered. Celestial Court's army moved out. Divine Emperor City carried Feiyu Xiu, Qin Dingling, and the rest and set off from Book Mountain. At the same time, Demon Judgment Board moved out. Fairy Minghao, Guyue Fanjing, and the rest were also mobilized from the front lines. Even though Green Lotus Great World was being attacked by Longevity Heaven and Fan Yuan, thanks to Feiyu Xiu's previous contributions, Celestial Court gained many mutant Gu immortals like Butian Kong, Niequan Feng, and Duan Hu. These Gu immortals caused Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World to fall into a disadvantage. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Green Blade Leaf. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless flying leaves were like blades, flying towards Niequan Feng from all directions. Niequan Feng laughed loudly. His figure moved around agilely as he dodged the flying leaves. If he could not dodge, he would crash into them. He had turned into a whirlwind. The wind blades around the whirlwind were like sharp teeth. They were extremely sharp. Xiao Hejian gritted his teeth as he looked at Niequan Feng getting closer. The pressure in his heart intensified. He and Niequan Feng had been fighting for several minutes already. Even though Heaven Envy's heroic geniuses could restrain Niequan Feng, it could not kill him. Niequan Feng obtained Celestial Court's help and quickly recovered. it treated Xiao He-jian as its prey. Die for me! Nie Kuang-feng shouted. You fell for it. At the crucial moment, two figures appeared beside Xiao He-jian. One was also a mini-Mangu immortal, Green Forest Great Sage. The other was Black Locust, the owner of Great Locust Grotto Heaven. He also cultivated Wood Path. Xiao He-jian's killer move immediately changed. The three immortals attacked at the same time, causing the killer move's power to rise sharply. The flying green leaves turned into seeds that were planted on Nie Kuang-feng's body. Countless vines grew out and bound Nie Kuang-feng tightly. Nie Kuang-feng was originally a tornado, but these vines bound him from the inside out. They interfered with his immortal essence infusion. Thus, Nie Kuang-feng's killer move lost the support of immortal essence. It became intermittent. Its power fell to rock bottom. The vines increased in number. They grew denser and denser, almost covering Nie Kuang-feng in layers. Don't force me. Nie Kuang-feng struggled, but its strength was weakening. We finally caught this monster. Black Locust was overjoyed. The three Wood Path Gu immortals looked at each other, showing expressions of joy. Xiao He-jian was overjoyed internally earlier. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch lost to Nie Kuang-feng, but now, he defeated him. Comparing the two, Xiao He-jian finally suppressed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. But at this time, Nie Kuang-feng's aura started to become strange. The vines had already turned into a huge ball of vines, but Nie Kuang-feng's voice could still be heard. I am demonizing. Whenever I am in a desperate situation, I will demonize. I do not want to demonize. Once I become demonized, I will not be able to wake up. Unless I destroy all the living beings in the world I am in, I will not be able to wake up. But you force me to do this, you force me to do this. Ah. P.S. I recommend Revolution Goddess. It has a different feeling. It is an exciting fantasy novel. Li Qi was thrown into another world by the Revolution Goddess. This world was filled with gods and demons. There were as many mortals as dogs. It was hard enough for him to have a good life, but the goddess wanted him to create a revolution of mortals here. Chapter 2192. Ah! Nie Kuang-feng screamed. Its voice became louder and louder as its aura surged, reaching a terrifying level. Boom! With a loud sound, the vines exploded into countless pieces. Nie Kuang-feng regained its freedom. But now, it was not a dark green tornado. It had turned into a reddish-brown demonic wind. The wind howled. It instantly crossed thousands of steps and arrived in front of Green Forest Great Sage. Green Forest Great Sage had already activated a defensive killer move, but after being devoured by the reddish-brown demonic wind, his aura weakened rapidly. After a few breaths of time, he no longer had any signs of life. The demonic wind paused for a moment. Then, like a demon shark that smelled blood, it charged towards Black Locust, who was closest to it. Be careful! Xiao He-jian quickly helped. But after a few rounds, the demonic wind still managed to kill Black Locust. The demonic wind finally pounced at Xiao He-jian. Xiao He-jian could not match Nie Kuang-feng. He retreated while fighting. After a few rounds, his tiny face was extremely grim. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. The aura of defeat was getting thicker. Rumble! Lightning tribulations continued to descend, but Nie Kuang-feng ignored them. It was so strong that it made people feel despair. At another location. Stop! Lu Weiyin shouted. But Butian Kong still punched, smashing Steel Rush Warrior's head into pieces. Next, Butian Kong growled and shattered Steel Rush Warrior's soul. Steel Rush Warrior's soul dissipated. His headless body fell down from the sky like a broken sack. Be it his body or immortal aperture, they would be absorbed by the great world as nourishment. Who else? Butian Kong raised its head and roared. Its battle intent surged into the sky like a beacon, shaking heaven and earth. At this point, the 4 rank 8 Gu immortals that attacked it were all dead. They were brutally killed by it. Lu Weiyin sighed as he flew towards the stone monkey. The stone monkey stared at him fiercely. Are you the next one? Very good. Even if you are a sage of Yellow Earth Great World, I will kill you. Lu Weiyin shook his head. I am not a sage. Butian Kong, Your killing intent is too strong. Lu Weiyin had no choice but to attack Butiankong. Butiankong had killed too many Gu immortals. If it was not stopped, this Gu immortal level battle would gradually end. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Weiyin and Butiankong fought. This time, Butiankong was finally suppressed. Although he was strong and could kill many rank 8 Gu immortals, he was not a pseudo-venerable. In contrast, even though Lu Weiyin's overall strength did not reach that level, his defense was at pseudo-venerable level. Lu Weiyin withstood Butiankong's fierce attacks with ease. You're not a real sage, but you're already so powerful? Very good, very good. Attack me. Kill me. It's been a long time since I've experienced killing intent. Why not? Why only defense? Is your attack so weak and powerless? What a disappointment! The stone monkey kept on bellowing, its figure shooting through the air like a bolt of lightning. Its attacks were like furious thunderbolts, and its prowess kept on rising. Lu Weiyin was distracted. Because he knew that Fang Yuan had already left for the thieving heaven true inheritance space at the center. Not good! Lord Fang Yuan, please stop! Even though that small world might contain thieving heaven's true inheritance, it will definitely be attacked by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Celestial Court has already sent out their main force. There are many immortal Gu houses and Gu immortals. Longevity Heaven has also sent Calamity Luck Altar. It is not time for the decisive battle yet. What if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacks Paradise Earth Tomb while you are not here? Lu Weiyin transmitted his voice, but Fan Yuan did not even reply. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth, his expression turning ugly. No matter how strong Fan Yuan is, he is only a pseudo-venerable, he is not a venerable. I need to help. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appears and kills him, who can protect Paradise Earth Tomb and stall for time? Just as he thought of this, Lu Weiyin's vision turned dark. Bam! At the next moment, Stone Monkey Butiankong's fist landed on Lu Weiyin's face. You dare to be distracted? You are looking down on me, you will pay a terrible price! Butiankong roared. Butiankong flew towards Lu Weiyin. Both sides got closer again. Lu Weiyin was sent flying. He immediately activated a killer move. Suddenly, rain started to fall from the sky. The tribulation rain landed on Butiankong's body, greatly slowing its speed and corroding its defenses. At the same time, Lu Weiyin's killer move showed its effect. Yellow-brown smoke quickly appeared on Butiankong's body. The smoke rumbled and sealed it. Get lost! Get lost! Butiankong roared. It activated all sorts of killer moves, sweeping away the tribulation rain and the yellow smoke. However, these raindrops and dust increased in number, and finally, he was sealed. A lump of soil wrapped around Butiankong. It fell to the ground like a meteor and turned into a yellow mountain. Just stay inside. Lu Weiyin immediately rushed to thieving heaven's space. No! I am not resigned to this. These things can't trap me. Roar! Butiankong roared. Its voice was like thunder that shook the battlefield. With a loud sound, the mountain was blown away. Dust and rocks flew everywhere as it flew out like lightning again. What? Lu Weiyin was surprised. Butiankong's performance was out of his expectations. How could it escape so quickly? Butiankong resisted all sorts of tribulations while flying to catch up to Lu Weiyin. Boom! The two killer moves clashed. Lu Weiyin was restrained again. This monkey's killer move has become much more powerful, so that's why. Lu Weiyin realized. The tribulations were taking care of Butiankong, but as long as it could not be killed, it would continue to undergo tribulations and increase its down marks. Thus, Butiankong became stronger as it fought. I want this heaven to no longer be able to cover my eyes. Butiankong roared. A rainbow light pierced the sky and swept away the dark clouds within 500 li. I want this land to no longer be able to bury my heart. Butiankong roared. It stomped on the ground and the mountain collapsed, revealing Lu Weiyin, whose defenses were shattered and who had a shocked expression. Butiankong had already fallen into a frenzy. It discovered Fan Yuan, who was not far away. It gave up on Lu Weiyin and charged at Fan Yuan. Be careful! Lu Weiyin quickly warned. This monkey is not simple. Fan Yuan did not turn around, as if he did not hear it, he only focused on the space in front of him. Bu Tiankong teleported and appeared behind Fan Yuan. I want all living beings to understand my intentions. I want you, a sage, to vanish into thin air. Bu Tiankong roared, using the strongest killer move in its life. Wind and clouds rumbled, heaven and earth changed color. Fan Yuan turned around slightly, and waved his hand behind him. At the next moment, Bu Tiankong traversed the entire battlefield like a meteor, crashing through several mountains along the way. With a series of loud explosions, it created several thousand feet long gullies on the ground. Finally, it laid on the ground, its eyes were wide open, it did not move. He died. The chaotic battle continued without end, and the battlefield that was in full swing became silent. The unstoppable Nie Kuang Feng saw this, his reddish-brown demonic wind suddenly froze. Fan Yuan turned around and looked at him. Nie Kuang Feng shuddered. At the next moment, boundless fear gripped his entire body. I will die, I will die, I am going to die. He exited the demonic state, he regained his clarity. Escape! He quickly escaped, leaving behind his opponent, Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian was heavily injured and on the verge of death, he had no strength to retaliate, just one attack and his head would be gone. He watched with a dumbfounded expression as Nie Kuang Feng left the battlefield in a frenzy. Fan Yuan turned around slightly, facing thieving heaven's true inheritance space again with a calm expression. His gaze turned towards Celestial Court's army. Divine Emperor City and Demon Judgment Board flew over like a mountain. He looked to the other side. Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck altar shined with golden light as it rushed over. A cold light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes, he turned into a white ray of light and entered thieving Heaven's true inheritance space first. Charge in, we will fight inside! Fairy Yusho quickly ordered. Celestial Court's immortal Gu House also entered thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was not convenient to use their full strength outside. If they used too much strength, limitless demon venerables countermeasures would be triggered. At the same time, it would be easier to destroy thieving Heaven's true inheritance space from the inside. Fan Yuan's vision changed, he looked around and saw that he had already entered thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Every true inheritance space left behind by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could be seen as an artificial secluded domain. This was a strange space, the light inside was gentle, there were no mountains or rivers, there was no wind or land, it was completely empty. But this place was slightly different. Pitch black lines spread and covered almost every inch of thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. These black lines were thick and thin, they all gave off auras that made Fan Yuan's heart palpitate. At the same time, Fan Yuan felt a sense of familiarity with these auras. He quickly thought of the mysterious black fire in the blue dragon whale grotto heaven. Even though Fan Yuan did not know what happened 300,000 years ago, he quickly understood after seeing this. It seems that this thieving Heaven true inheritance space is about to collapse. I need to comprehend the profundities within and find out where the true inheritance is hidden. The last time he entered thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, he inherited ghostly concealment. At that time, Fan Yuan used open door gu and closed door gu to enter. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was very stable, there were many winds of assimilation. Only when otherworldly demons touched it would the winds of assimilation disappear. Fan Yuan accidentally saved Fengjiuge because of this. After the tornadoes of assimilation disappeared, Fan Yuan successfully inherited ghostly concealment. It was a smooth process. But this thieving Heaven space was clearly different. There were no winds of assimilation, even if thieving Heaven's true inheritance existed, it was hidden deep inside, Fan Yuan had to deduce it. But Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to deduce, he took out a formation from his immortal aperture and placed it in this thieving Heaven space. It was the 5 regional limit formation. The 5 regional limit formation activated, spewing out 5 colored smoke. In a few breaths of time, the 5 colored smoke spread and covered the surrounding tens of li, the 5 chi was so dense that one could not even see their fingers. After the celestial court's army charged into the thieving heaven space, they entered the 5-colored smoke and were immediately suppressed. This is the 5 regional walls? P.S. I recommend Strongest Boss of the Heavens. It is quite interesting. Everyone can read it if you are interested. Burning luck could allow one to travel through the heavens. Chewie opened his eyes and found himself lying in the cleansing room. An old eunuch was holding a knife and slicing at his crotch. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.